it was. Yes, it was Friday. I've lost all track of time. So thank you, Margaret, and good luck to everybody in the museum today. And if you haven't been, please go and have a look. The smattering of applause you can hear around the ground is because the umpires are making their way out to the middle. And they will shortly be followed by the two not-out Sussex batsmen making their way out. Tom Haynes, who is on 53, Tom Alsop, who is on 11. The men out, Ollie Carter for 15, Tom Clark for 14. So my dreadful maths tells me that Sussex need another 138 runs today. That will claim the 1 point that they need to secure the title. In reality, it's barring some sort of calamity or miracle. Sussex will get that point anyway because they would get the points for a draw. But let's hope that Sussex can knock these runs off and then the celebrations will begin. And Sussex will be back in Division 1 of the County Championship after a long 9-year absence. So the sun is trying to break its way through the crowd, which is good news. And the clouds look relatively high. I say the forecast is not great for later in the day, but hopefully we'll get enough cricket in here this morning and during the early part of the afternoon. It's going to be Tom Helm who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. 8 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken both wickets to fall for 34. I'm just going to give an update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, Surrey and Kent. And then we'll bring in Kevin Hand from BBC Radio London. So, Tom Helm from the C end of the ground. And he's going to be bowling to Tom Haynes. 2 slips, a gully, sweeper on the cover boundary, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance as Helm is on his way. First ball of the day, running away from us. He's in and bowls to Tom Haynes, and Haynes defends onto the onside, and there is no run. Yes, indeed, and it's the final day of the cricket season. It's always a slightly sad occasion, I have to say. But Sussex just needing 1 more point here today, and they will secure the Division 2 title. So a big day for Sussex, another 138 runs, which will do the trick, and Sussex will be crowned champions a little later on today. They've just literally got underway. Sussex 112 for 2. Meanwhile, the other 2 games largely irrelevant. Kent 96 for 3 against Durham, but of course Kent have already been relegated from the First Division of the Championship. Surrey are the champions, though. They are 30 for 1 in their first innings in reply to that big Essex total yesterday of over 500.
I get the feeling, I don't know about you lot, he seemed to be rubbing it in there, didn't he? He did seem to have some extra supporters, Surrey. Yes.
Helm in again, bowls to Haynes, who works their way into the offside, and there is no run. Not a big crowd here. There was a big crowd here yesterday, which was a far more pleasant day, I think, for watching, although it was a little chilly outside. There was a good crowd. I understand it was over 700 on the ground yesterday. There were some presentations of some cups as well to various league winners as well throughout the day. So there was a good attendance today. Not as good, but maybe people will drift in during the day. As Helm, tall man, literally down in front of us, is on his way. Glimmer of sunshine makes his way across at the pitch as in he comes and bowls, and Haynes up on his toes and steers that into the offside. And there is no run, so 4 dot balls from Tom Helm. So this is pretty much the only cricketing matter to be decided on this, the final day, because we know Surrey are the county champions. We know that Hampshire are second. We know that Kent and Lancashire have both been relegated from the First Division. We know that Sussex and Yorkshire will be promoted from the Second Division to the First next season. And it's just really a case of Sussex now being crowned champions of Division 2 as in comes Helm and bowls, and Haynes works this one away through backward point and picks up the first run of the day. He goes to 54, the total to 113 for 2. Just a thought that if you'd like to get in touch, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, just maybe talk about your favourite moment of the season from either a Sussex or a Middlesex perspective, or who your player of the season is and why. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome Kevin Hand to our
Hello,
programme.
Harmsy.
Morning, Kevin. How
Have
are
you
you?
done your update?
I've done the update.
Good man. I'm all right. How are you?
We only have we only go through to 1:30 with our updates. And then
Lovely.
And then we're done for the day. Just the 2 slips of the gully. In fact, the gully just taking slightly closer order, maybe more like a sort of a 4th slip, as in comes Helm around the wicket, bowls, and also defends into the offside. So a nice tidy over from Tom Helm. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, taken 2 for 35. Sussex 113 for 2, Allsop 11, Haynes on 54. It's always a slightly sad day, the last day of the cricket season.
Oh, it's wretched.
We'll try and cheer people up, but it's it just seems like we've got those long winter months now until we'll get going
through
again.
this winter. Let's have a look. What cricket we've got? We've got the Women's World Cup immediately, so that's going to get us through October. So we're in business there.
Yeah, England's
Pakistan.
Yep, and then England go to New Zealand. I think that's all before Christmas, actually.
Yeah. Then then England are in India.
Yes, someone was
then the
waving to you, actually. Who was this?
Oh, was it Luke Holman?
Right, okay. He suddenly gave a sort of a wave, and it looks like he's going to bowl, actually. Or I suppose he's just doing some warm-ups.
He's on for his 10 for again, isn't he?
Yeah, so, before you know where you are, it'll be Christmas.
November 21st, that's the first one. The fixtures for next year. You'll find out where you're off to.
Okay.
I'll find out when I've got to go to Manchester and Scott Reed. Losing Harms and Ho. I mean, it's just unthinkable. Here comes Ethan Bamber running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls, he's driven away through the covers, and that's 4 runs, over pitched, bit of width, and crunched away through the covers by Haynes. He's on to 58. Ethan Bamber's last day of cricket as a Middlesex player. So too Mark Stoneman. Don't think he'll be having a bowl today. Will he be having a bat a little later on, though? We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, poor old Ethan. I say poor old Ethan. It was his decision to go.
As I say, presumably his decision to go.
Yeah. Not for Mark Stoneman. He will be off to pastures new. We don't know where yet. Maybe Hove, maybe Sussex. You know, for harms. Here's Bamber in bowls. Looking to drive again. Haynes. It's into the offside, and there's no run. As in runs Ryan Higgins to collect. But yeah, it's a sad thought. Last day of commentating on Ethan Bamber as a Middlesex bowler. Very, very popular player. Very good man. And
he's moving to.
Bizarrely, he thinks his life's going to be better in Edgbaston than in St John's Wood.
Okay.
He's off to Warwickshire.
Right.
Yeah, I keep ripping him about that. I'll leave him alone now. Here goes Bamber, bowls, and forward goes Haynes, pushing back up the track. No run.
I mean, they've had a disappointing season, haven't they?
They have.
Warwickshire.
They must have made him an offer he couldn't refuse.
Yeah. And how has he sort of come through the ranks at Lords? Is he?
Yeah, he's absolutely.
Or Middlesex,
yeah, Middlesex through and through. Yeah, absolutely. Yep, it's a. He's a really outstanding young breakthrough for Middlesex. He's had a much quieter year this year, though. Can he go out with a bang? He's in now. Bamber bowls, and Haynes is forward, pushing this back into the offside. Number 16. He's in his 4th over. 4 balls bowled of it. Yeah, what can he sign off with? Knowing Bamber, he'll want to sign off in style. He won't want to just rock up and be one of the numbers today.
Talk about rocking up. There's certainly not as many people in the ground today as there were yesterday. It was a good crowd yesterday.
A sunnier day, wasn't it? Well, it's funny. Sundays are funny. People don't always come in on a Sunday, do they? It's a really difficult one for the championship. As here's Bamber bowls, and this is worked down to long leg for a single. 118 for 2. The irony of that being that were this a one-day cup game, you'd think, hey, you'd have had a good crowd in on a Sunday. Sunday League cricket always used to be a popular one, didn't it? But then it was more, an afternoon game, wasn't it, on a Sunday? People would come in and see a 40-over match on a Sunday afternoon, starting at 1 perhaps. Rattle through the overs.
Yeah.
1 o'clock starts, weren't they, the odd Sunday?
Well, people still talk about those days because they, it was very much part of the cricket calendar.
Yeah. 2 slips and a gully crouch down. Here's Bamber around the wicket to Allsop on 11 from 48 deliveries. Hits the crease now. Bamber bowls, and this is eased away. Backward square on the leg side. They'll pick up a couple. Holman comes around, and his throw will go into the non-strike end. Oof, that was a strong arm. Bounced up on Bamber and bounces back off him as well, but he's okay. End of the over. 120 for 2, replying to Middlesex's 271. Spoke to Sam Robson last night. He was in good nick yesterday, wasn't he? A lovely century from him. And,
he batted beautifully, didn't he?
Yeah, he looks as though he's ready to go on for a couple more months the way he batted yesterday.
A couple of emails already this morning. Bob Pook has been in touch. Hello, Bob, down in Hastings, as a regular contributor. So thank you, Bob, for all your emails throughout the season. He says, good morning, I hope you're well. 138 more runs required to secure the second division title.
Yes.
I've had to buy a new bottle of champagne as the last one had gone off, having been on ice for 9 years. In comes Helm Bowles to Haynes, who drives into the offside. There is no run. Thank you for the commentary of the season. It's much appreciated, and we'll look forward to more of the same next season. Enjoy the day, says Bob Pook in Hastings. Thank you, Bob. And as I say, it's been wonderful to hear from you throughout the season. And let's hope the winter passes. Well, you don't want to wish your life away, do you? I'm a great believer that you've got to live every day as you go, so you don't want to wish the next 6 months away, but I'm sure we're all looking forward to next season. So Helm is on his way, 2 slips in a gully. In and Bowles, and Haynes clips this one nicely down. In fact, it's more than a clip. That's one all the way for 4 runs. It was beautifully timed by Tom Haynes. He's batting a little bit like Sam Robson did yesterday. He looks in really good nick. He goes to 63, the total to 124 for 2. James has been in touch, and he says thank you for the commentary and for the stream. So well done, Harry and Jack and all the guys who have run the stream here at Sussex this season. It's been great all season. My dad, Tim, and I listen a great deal. Just break off from that for a minute and I'll read that email in its entirety as Helm is in bowls and Haynes just covers up, plays into the offside. Sussex have done so well, such an enjoyable season seeing the team progress. I wonder how much change there'll be in the off-season. Do you know if any of the team are out of contract? I hope Archie gets more of a chance next year and he doesn't drift out of the game. Best wishes, James. Well, he hasn't played championship cricket, Archie Lennon, but I'm sure he'll be part of the, maybe he will be for next year, who knows, but he'll certainly be part of the plan, I'd have thought, in the white ball game. But I'm not aware of anybody who's out of contract. As Helm is in, Bowles, and Haynes again clips this one nicely through square leg, put it on the square leg boundary. One more to Tom Haynes, he goes to 64, 125 for 2. I think very much the plan is for Sussex to go into the First Division with this squad of players. We already know that the 3 overseas players are coming back. 4. Daniel Hughes, Jaden Seals, Nathan McAndrew and Jade Nucat in exactly the same format they've come this year. So those 3 fast bowlers will rotate, but Daniel Hughes will be the fixture. So no Cheteshwar Pujara next year. As in comes Helm Bowles, Allsop up on his toes, plays onto the onside. They think about a quick single, but in the end Allsop sends Haynes back and there is no run. And certainly, as far as I'm aware, no other plans for players to come in. I think we'll be watching interestingly over the next, I think there's some England Lions squads being announced shortly. A tour to South Africa before Christmas, and could well be a couple of Sussex names in there. Then after Christmas, I believe there's a tour to Australia. So we'll have to see which of those players, if any players make it into the side. And indeed from Middlesex, as in comes Helm Bowles, and all sorts of stretches forward, plays to backward point. And there is no run. End of the over, 125 for 2. Allsop on 13, Haynes on 64. In terms of recognition around England Lions, Kev, anyone particularly who you think, from the Middlesex side of things, will be hoping to get on a plane somewhere?
I think Luke Holman's had an outstanding year. So, do any harm, I'm sure, for Holman to go and have some time abroad. We mentioned that Josh DeCary's had that period away with the England Lions camp last year. Bowling wise, young Noah Cornwell. We've got Blake Cullen, who had a quieter year this year. Also, be hoping for big things from him next year. Here's Bamber, he's been away over the winters with England at times, as he's in now. Bowles, and he's crunched away through the covers for 4 more. He's had it mid-off that couldn't get there. It was a desperate attempt. Holden picks himself up. Couldn't quite get down. The jumpers look baggy today, don't they? There was a chill in the air this morning, all right?
Yeah, there was, yeah.
I just noticed he picked himself up. It was hard to detect who he was straight away because they've all got massive baggy jumpers on, so their frames are all looking pretty similar out there. 129 for 2, just over pitch. Same as the start of the last over from Bamber. He went for first ball of the last over, didn't he? Driven away. Deep square is going to drop back. I doubt that's specifically for the bumper. The bumper might be dropped in, but probably just for Bamber. Oh, he's going to go around the wicket as well. But just to bowl a straighter line. Deep point is run saving as well. Bamber hits the crease, bowls, and this is worked off the hip down to deep backward square leg. Nathan Fernandez runs in. Who's Fernandez on the field for? We'll have to go around them and see. Robson's at slip, deploys at second. Helm's the gully. Deep point is to Carey's. Higgins at cover. Holden at mid-off. Stoneman at mid-on. Fernandez coming up now for Allsop from deep square, and down below is Luke Holman. So the missing member is the skipper, Toby Rowland-Jones. Let's hope he's okay. Here's Bamber in bowl, solid forward defence from Allsop into the offside. No run. Not who's skipper in there. Probably Lias Deploy indeed at second.
One of the things about Lions tours, it was interesting talking to James Coles, who went away with the Lions last year. It's about working with different coaches as well, and they get some very high profile coaches going on these Lions tours. So it's a great learning experience as well.
Bamber, big block of flats behind him at the Cromwell Road end as he bowls onto the hip. Got a bit of bounce on Allsop. So to the hip, it really lifted. Allsop just looking to ride it into the onside, and down he comes now, prods away. Actually, he doesn't prod away anywhere near where that pitched. Just a little poke at the surface in front of him. 130 for 2, a gentle final morning to the season. 120 more runs for Sussex, and all is settled in the Championship up and down the country. Division 1 title settled, relegation settled, promotion is settled, the wooden spoon is settled. It's all about who finishes first and second now. Oh, now Bamber bowls back on his stumps. Allsop defends, and that ball kicked up behind him. What do they call it? A scorpion kick. He almost did a scorpion kick with the back heel there, didn't he? Just kicked out his back leg and flicked the ball away as it bounced up. That would have been a way to kick it onto the... It would have been a back heel onto the stump, so you've got that wrong.
That was quite interesting, wasn't it? I thought for a minute it was going to bounce onto the stumps.
Oh, Colombian keeper. Do you remember he did the scorpion, type of scorpion kick, didn't he, years ago?
Yeah.
On the big afro. Can't remember his name. Here's Banbury's in, bowls, and a forward defence from Allsop into the offside. It's fielded at points. 130 for 2. Allsop has 13. Haynes has 69. We've had 16 minutes of the final day of the 2024 cricket season in England. What a sad day it always is.
It is. Just reading about there is a game going on in Bristol, the final ODI going on today. Looking at the weather forecast, I don't think they're going to get it all in, unfortunately. But for the record, Australia have won the toss. They're going to field first. Steve Smith is captaining Australia in place of Mitch Marsh. And Jofra Archer not playing in the game. Interesting, actually. I was reading a bit about Jofra and would he play in this game. And
is he coming down for the title celebrations? Is that why he's asked to be rested?
I don't think so. Ollie Stone has replaced him. And I know there was a bit of talk about, Jofra looks so good at Lords the other, perhaps they... But they're obviously still...
wary.
Yeah, very wary. In comes Helm around the wicket and bowls, and clipped away by Tom Haynes, who's timing the ball beautifully. Picks up a single. He goes to 70, and Sussex to 131 for 2. So that's the final international of the series. 2 apiece. Not quite sure why Marsh isn't playing, but it looks like a strong Australian side. England with Salt, Duckett, Jacks, Brooke, Smith, Livingston, Bethel, Carse, Potts, Stone and Adil Rashid. And that one gets underway at 11 o'clock as Helm wheels round in front of us. Comes in and bowls, and also doesn't time that into the offside. There is no run. I went to... see what I thought was going to be 3 separate tribute bands last night.
Oh yeah, how'd that go?
Well, it was the Stereophonics.
They were all one.
Yeah.
They just changed wigs in between each set.
They did. So it was the Stereophonics, Oasis, and Coldplay. And I presumed they were going to be 3 separate bands.
I did wonder.
By the time we'd got home from cricket last night, we missed the Stereophonics, but we got there, and just break off as Helm is on his way again. Bowls to Allsop, who's up on his toes, plays it into the offside, wants the single, but it isn't there, sat back by Haynes, and there is no run. And it wasn't until I was talking to someone, and halfway through I said, oh, this guy's good, he's, pretending to be Oasis.
You didn't say this lot are better than the last lot.
And they said, oh no, but he was the Stereophonics as well. So anyway, they played the Oasis set, and then there was a break, and then when it got changed, then he came back and he was dressed as Chris Martin with all the colourful gear on, and he played the guitar and the piano. So I have to say, he was multi-talented. It was a really good night.
He's playing Tina Turner next week, isn't he?
It was just really, really good. So, Helm on his way. In and bowls, and also plays into the offside. Good line being bowled here by Tom Helm. Into the offside. No run. I don't know if you were talking about, where was it?
Yeah, where was it?
It was in Godalming. In Godalming Borough Hall.
I did think that was going to be quite the overhead to have 3 different acts.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, I was thinking, well, that's going to cost quite a lot. 3 separate bands on one night and all the setting up and everything. I think an umbrella was just blown away on the far side. I just saw 3 stewards going rushing round. And I know that's where some of the players' relatives and families sit, so I hope everyone's all right. In comes Helm and bowls and clipped away by Tom Alsop. Lovely looking shot, beautifully timed. Better time than I shot. The ball races away towards the Sussex Museum, where some of the volunteers are sitting out there. And Tom Alsop picks up a boundary. And don't forget your last chance to... I was told yesterday there was a run on the books yesterday. They made some good money over in the museum yesterday, so... get your winter reading done and go and have a wander around and see what books they've got.
Oh, it's the tickets, cheap tickets today.
Half price.
And a
free drink.
And a drink voucher.
Yeah.
Have you got a nabs a few yet?
No, I haven't. I've been a little slow.
Have you had a few donations yet? Those who don't fancy their cold beer on a Sunday now. It's a bit chilly today, isn't it?
Well, so I don't know what the drink is. I don't know whether it's a glass of wine or a coffee or a beer or whatever, really. Helm. Coming into bowls, Tom Alsop, who's gone to 17, 135 for 2. Helm in bowls, also dabs away into the offside. There is no run. End of the over, 135 for 2. Alsop 17, Haynes on 70. Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex. You can watch us via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream and also via your smart speaker, or I should say most smart speakers. Just say BBC Sounds play Sussex v Middlesex, day 4. You can hear myself, Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand and Liam O'Brien, who's our 3rd commentator here, and Liam will be with us just after 11 o'clock. I'm looking at what Liam's got on today, because he's a bit of a fashion guru, a bit of a fashion statement from...
Hey, never mind all that.
Is that trendy?
We're not finished on your anniversary night yet.
Yeah.
We got as
I'm not
far
going to
as
tell you everything.
In line with the 5th line of our Pina Colada song, did you make it as far as midnight?
Yeah, I did actually.
Well done. Only another year to the next anniversary, Ramsey. Here's Bamber around the wicket, 2 slips, deep point, cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, long leg, as deep square as well, and that's on a good length, eased away, backward a point by Haynes for a single, moves to 71, 136 for 2. Go on, sorry. What's Liam wearing today? He's your fashion guru, is he?
Well, I think he's pretty trendy, Liam. I'm not.
Old-fashioned, he called you yesterday.
I know he did. In fact, I think he called me old. Didn't he?
That was the cocktails, wasn't it? What would be a cocktail?
Yeah.
What did you have last night? Was it red wine? Was it a cocktail? Did you have a pina colada? You said that.
No, I didn't.
Choice.
I was driving, actually.
3 slips crouched down as Bamber bowls, and this ball's eased away into the onside. 138 for 2. Middle stump thrown out of the ground by Stoneman from mid-on as he returns the ball. It was actually the non-striker's end where I thought perhaps Haynes could get himself in trouble. Surely it was the night for a taxi, Harmsy. Anniversary. You were driving.
Actually, I mean, this is a whole other debate, actually, but the no alcohol beers, which used to be so horrible, are actually pretty good now. I don't know if you try them. Yeah,
I mean,
well, the no alcohol Guinness, I don't think you'd know the difference. Ooh. Well, you might.
Bamber wide on the crease from around the wicket. He bowls. That's punched to point, and there's no run. Guinness is good. That's what they used to say. Is it still got all the goodness? Is it still pumped full of iron? Just without the alcohol?
So. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was reading an article. It's something like one of the highest selling, brands now, apparently, Zero Guinness. And the great thing is, if you go to the pub and you think, it looks like you're having a beer, so you're not there with sometimes it's not great is everyone else is having a pint and you're there with your Coke. So
That's me, Harmsy.
well, there you go. So if you're there with you know, some of these lower cod beers are really very good.
Bamber's in, bowls, and this is worked into the onside, mid wicket coming up to collect. I have to admit, I've never had any interest in non-alcoholic beers or anything like that, but a non-alcoholic Guinness might be worth a go.
Yeah.
Might be worth a go.
Yeah. You'll probably taste it and say it tastes horrible, and it's not, and it tastes nothing like
Have
the
you ever
real
been
thing.
to the top of the Guinness factory in Dublin? That's
No.
a good trip.
No.
It's it's a museum. Spirals up to the top, and then it's a 360 bar at the top, which is supposed to be like the white top of a Guinness. Bamber past the umpire, he bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. Fielded at mid-off, no run. Also defending on the front foot, 138 for 2. So it's a 360 bar, views over Dublin, and it's like you sat at the top of a Guinness.
I've actually never been to Dublin.
Oh, Harmsy. Been to Ireland at all?
Yeah, my sister-in-law comes from Northern Ireland, so from a place called Cumber, which is south of Belfast. And they've also got, actually we've got a listener, they've got a holiday home up in a place called Port Ballantrae in Northern Ireland, which is really nice, not far from the Giant's Causeway.
Oh. Bamber bounding in, bowls. This is pushed back to mid-on defensively by Allsop. So you've been up.
And we do have there's a listener, Stuart, who comes over from Northern Ireland. Would you believe he flies over in the morning,
Yep.
Occasionally to Hove, into Gatwick, train down to Hove,
Yeah.
watches a day's cricket, back
Flies
on the
back.
plane.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, what a great thing to do. And he brought over a beautiful photograph of Port Ballantrae as well. So I don't know if you're listening, Stuart, but good morning if you are.
Bamber. Oh, bowls. Inside edge. Rolls down the pad between the legs of Allsop. It settles between the feet of him. Ricocheted down, didn't it? Could have gone anywhere. We already had that kick backwards to prevent it going. 138 for 2. Allsop 17. Haynes 71. Yeah, why not? It's not a bad thing to do, is it?
Well, there's
Remiss of me living in London. You can jump on the... Well, there was... when they had all these cheap flights, you could get on a flight for £6 in the morning, couldn't you? Come back £6 in the evening. It was like people would just go off for the day, wouldn't they?
to what, anywhere?
Well, yeah,
Well,
places in Europe. There was. I remember seeing whether it was on the news or something like that. Day trippers, yeah. You used to do a day trip on the train, do the day trip on the plane. Now it's so cheap, but yeah, day trips by train do that to Europe as well. I was watching last night. Jules Holland. He's a great train enthusiast. Yeah, and,
A bit like Michael Portello, or
well, miniature railways, little
okay.
scale models. Yeah,
Okay.
he and Pete Waterman, the musician.
right.
So it was showing about them last night. And yeah, they were admiring the Eurostar in and out of
Is
Ebbsfleet and Dover.
right? Is it Rod Stewart?
Yes,
big into miniature railways.
He had all the pictures there. Rod
Right,
Stewart,
okay.
all of them. Damon Albarn. All the celebrities had come up. Bernie Eccleston he'd had up there in his loft with his miniature railway.
So was it his loft, was it?
Yeah. Amazing thing. De Carey's into the attack.
From this, the C end of the ground, to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes, who's 71 not out. He's in and bowls, and Haynes drives to Peckwell Point. There is no run.
But like your listener in Belfast, it had struck me a little bit though that living in London, there are occasionally much cheaper tickets on the Eurostar, isn't there? You can just jump into Europe for the day, back the same evening.
Yeah.
Day trip on the train.
Day tripper. In comes De Carey's bowls. Haynes stretches 4 plays down the onside. There is no run. Now I'm suddenly really jealous. I've had an email in from my friend Julian, who's sitting up in the top deck of the Spenk Armour Pavilion, who actually very kindly invited me
Won't be
to...
that jealous. He's freezing up there. We're
Yeah.
nice and warm in here.
We went to watch Jeff Thompson the other day, who was here giving a speech, or a talk I should say, as Haynes' 4 plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. But Julian says, thank you for the commentary during the season, it's our pleasure. We've had plenty of laughs, but also plenty of cricketing facts and figures. As De Carey's in again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 paces, bowls. Haynes down the wicket, lofted drive, over long on, 1 bounce, 4 runs. Good shot by Tom Haynes using his feet. He looks in great form, as did Sam Robson yesterday. He goes to 75, 142 for 2. He goes on to say, Julian, I bet your Coldplay tickets at Godalming didn't cost as much as I paid for Wembley next August. I didn't think you got any tickets, Julian. You told me you were number 61,000 in the queue and you'd given up. But well done, because not many people seem to get them. In fact, I'll just break off for a moment as in comes De Carey's again, bowls, and Haynes plays into the offside. There is no run. The guy who was the front singer who was last night, who played Chris Martin, He said, did anyone in the audience get Coldplay tickets? He said, I didn't even get any. And I think only about 2 people went, yeah, I've got tickets. De Kira's in again. Bowles. Haynes stretches forward down the onside of the track. There is no run. So, end of the over. 142 for 2. Sussex needing another 108 runs to secure the second division title. Josh De Kira's 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket, 4 9. I wonder what Julian paid for those tickets. What do you reckon?
Oh, lots.
Well,
Not as much as you paid for the 3 different bands you thought you were getting last night, and ended up being one bloke changing his wig every other act.
It did. It did. It's actually very funny.
3 bands, come and see them.
Yeah.
You had to pay for each of the 3 of them.
Yeah.
Splashing the cash as you were for your anniversary.
Yeah.
Where's your favourite day trip? That's what I was going to ask you. Where's
My
your
favourite day trip? Well, that's a good question. Let me have a little think.
I mean, coming down here, when you got to travel for
What favourite cricket one day trip?
No.
Just a day trip in general.
Because
okay.
Brighton would be one of mine. Because you
Right,
come down here
okay.
for cricket, it's great, isn't it? This week hasn't been as much fun because it's been raining and it's been cold and wet.
Yeah.
But usually you have a little wander around, don't you? Wander into the ground, wander back to the hotel at night. Usually the best.
Yeah, and Hove's a really sort of
Best
buzzy
trip.
place. Yeah.
Here's Bamber around the wicket, shorts mid wicket now in place rather than a second slip. He bowls, and this is worked down to long leg for a single bite. All up onto 18, 143 for 2. I'll do this over and get out of the way.
Okay.
For Liam, you've got an update to do in a minute, haven't you?
No, we only do 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, and that'll be the last one for the season. We don't do anything on a Sunday afternoon now.
That's it for the season. Well,
I know that, yeah.
sad, isn't it?
A few people in sort of bobble hats I noticed down here.
It's
Kevin,
cold
so
out there.
it's not the warmest, is it?
Nippy. Well, it's nearly October, isn't it?
Well, do you know,
2 days to October.
in the I used to play in a league called the Village Cricket League. Just break off for a moment.
Bamber past the umpire, bowls, and Aziz up to mid-on, just wide of Stoneman. They'll get through for a single. Haynes on 76.
And there always used to be a game right at the end of the season, the last Sunday of the season. It was the winners of the league v the rest. But inevitably, by the time that game was played, it was kind of very late September, early October, and the worm casts were appearing on the outfield, and it felt a bit like today, very sort of end of season-ish, which it was. But it was always a good way to finish the season off.
Bambury's charging, a bit of dirt blows across the track as he bowls. He's pushed up to mid-on, and there's no run. Look, it's flittering away now towards Point, who's going to leave it alone, is he? Josh De Kira's, it's past him and off towards Brenda now. Brenda will have to pick it up over in the pavilion in a minute. Oh, on your Northern Ireland friend, the cricket club, where was it? Cumber?
My sister-in-law comes from Cumber, but the holiday home is in Port Ballantrae. And in fact, Stuart's been in touch.
Bamber bowls, he's driven away, a rolling stop cover and no run taken. Paul Sterling places cricket in Cumber.
Right.
When available, says Ollie Thorpe in the Middlesex
Oh,
office.
great.
For North Down Cricket Club.
Right, I'll have to mention that.
Thomas Andrews, the man who designed the Titanic, also played for the club.
Ah.
That was in the news the other day, wasn't it? The shipbuilders who built Titanic, still going, but they've run into financial trouble, haven't they?
Have they?
Yeah, it was in the news. Banbury in bowls, and this is eased away to mid wickets. 144 for 2. There's a pun in that somewhere, but I'm not going to go there. Leave it well alone. But yeah, thank you to Ollie in the Middlesex office. There's a job for me this winter. Go and explore Ireland a little bit more. I probably haven't explored it enough. Not quite a day trip, I suppose. You've got your fellow who flies in from Belfast for the day. You're distracted, Harmsy. Who's distracted you?
Yeah, sorry. I will.
It's alright, there's a distraction in the middle as well. What's going
It's
on?
the ball again.
Ball change. I was just about to say, will Brenda will make one final appearance with her box of balls before the summer's done. She might have to now. They're having a look.
In fact, so Stuart has been in touch. So I was talking about Stuart over in Northern Ireland, and he says, "Good afternoon, Adrian. I'm watching the stream, but I'm not in Northern Ireland. Where do you think he is?"
Oh, go on.
No, well, it's a slogan. He says, I'm in sunny Dubai on the Palm.
Ooh.
So the Palm is that kind of island that comes out of Dubai, doesn't it, with some very swanky... What on earth are you doing on the Palm, Stuart? Perhaps Stuart's a millionaire, I've got no idea. He says, thanks for the mention. He says, I'll be back over next season for a game or two. It's been a great season, he says.
Bamba bowls, and this is pushed to mid-wicket defensively. No ball called? Yes, no ball. Overstepping down the hill, Bamba.
So we are going to have Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, is going to come over at just after 11:30.
Oh,
to have a
do
natter.
you want to go now then and be back for no, that's not going to work, is it? Because if I go now, that means you're going to be on for an hour and a half. Are you all right with that?
Well, that's all right. That's okay.
It's you how you want to do it. Here's Bamba. I'll leave you to organise the schedule as the host. This ball's punched away out to deep point for a single. You're going to have to think fast because that's the end of the over. Harmsy 147 for 2. Allsop has 19. Haynes has 76. You're listening to the BBC Sport website and app from BBC Sussex, BBC London. With Liam O'Brien, Adrian Harms, myself, Kevin Handon. Harmsy's about to tell me, am I getting the hook or is he? Are you going to hook yourself or?
Yeah, I'll just read a couple more emails. Julian's been in touch. We're talking about these hospitality Coldplay tickets.
Yeah.
And he says, I got hospitality tickets for the 31st of August, which happens to be my wife's birthday. Well done, Julian. They're brownie points. He goes on to say, they each cost me more than my missing winter fuel allowance. Bread and cheese for me this winter. So there you go. Kevin's going to take a breather for a minute, and Liam O'Brien is going to come and join us here in the commentary box as Luke Holman is in around the wicket, bowls to Allsop, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. Hospitality tickets for Coldplay, that sounds like they cost a few quid, Liam. Just the one slip in place as in comes Holman bowls to Allsop, where it's a rather ugly smear at that, looking to hit the ball down the ground, but the ball ends up at square leg. But he picks up a single. He goes to 20, the total 248 for 2. Good morning, Liam.
Morning. How are we?
I'm all right, yourself?
Very good, thank you. I had a few discussions that I thought I'd get involved in as well, that you were talking about earlier, the non-alcoholic beers and everything like that. So
okay, yeah, good.
Good to have a little chat about that as well.
No, why not? Holman, say just the one slip. It's in and bowls, and forward comes Haynes and clips to a shortish fine leg, and there is no run. So if you've got a question for Paul Farbrace, Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, from either a Middlesex or a... Of course, he played some cricket at Middlesex, did Paul. In comes at home bowls, played into the offside by Haynes. They need to get through fairly sharpish here, but in the end the fielder at backward point comes in. That's Mark Stoneman, and it's a comfortable single. Haynes goes to 77, the total to 149 for 2. 101 needed for Sussex to pick up this one remaining bonus point. Holman in bowls, stretching forward is Allsop, plays down the offside for the track, and there is no run. David's been in touch. Hello, David. He says, the usual melancholy that accompanies the last day of the season. It's been nicely offset by the happy memories of a wonderful season for Sussex and anticipation of next season in Division 1, as in comes Holman bowls, played under the offside by Allsop, and there is no run. End of the over, 149 for 2. Allsop 20, Haynes on 77. Congratulations to everybody involved with Sussex. With regard to this match, although it's pretty obvious we are Division 2 champions, I hope we can clinch the title by getting the runs we need. It will give the Hardy fans a crowning moment to warm them up a bit. Many thanks for keeping us company throughout the season. Looking forward to next year. It won't be long, says David. And he says, P.S. Paul Farbrace has done a fantastic job here. I'm very grateful to him for getting us back up where we belong. Thank you, David. I don't know if you're on the ground, David, or whether you're watching from afar, but it's a nice email. So thank you very much indeed. Liam's now going to give us a talk on non-alcoholic beer.
Well, I think it's a controversial subject, and obviously I heard Kevin saying he's not a big fan of trying out non-alcoholic beers, but I actually think they're my new favourite thing.
Right, okay.
Because there's so many times when if you have like 2 or 3 drinks, you then can't drive. Then it costs you ages to get, or costs you loads to get a taxi back. and I almost think they're identical now. Like the Guinness Zero is one of my favourite.
Yeah, it is. No,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure if you're a Guinness connoisseur, you can tell the difference, but
Yeah.
I'm not. And
Well, I love a Guinness, but
okay.
my friend describes it as it's just Guinness without the fun. But I think they taste really similar as Bamber's down the hill, and it's flicked nicely down the leg side towards fine leg for a single by Haynes.
150 up. So 100 needed for Sussex to pick up this one remaining point. When you just as a matter of interest, actually, when you go and you're playing cricket, well, when you're playing club cricket or ever around clubs, do you find when you go into the bar for a drink that they do offer non-alcoholic beers as an option?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I have a lot of games, so I've been playing for Brighton Hove Cricket Club this year, and then I'd have an England game on a Sunday, and so when all the guys are having a drink afterwards, they'd bring in a non-alcoholic beer for me, a non-alcoholic cider, and so they're a lot more readily available, I think. So Bamber into bowl, and that's driven towards mid-on by Allsop for no run. Yeah, I think they're a lot more readily available, and it's funny, do you remember, I think it was only a couple of brands would do non-alcoholic beers, and that'd be it. But now I feel like every single brand now does one, and it's almost identical. And I actually think some of the mocktails like are nice cocktails now as well. So
okay.
But you're definitely right about it looks similar to a beer, so when you're out socially you feel like you're still involved with everyone.
I agree.
So Bamber into bowl round the wicket, driven into the offside by Allsop, and that is picked up by mid-off, so it's going to be no run. But it looks like Allsop's trying to continue.
Look.
Oh, here we go.
I'm going to get embarrassed on air.
Nice end of season gift from me and the boys.
Oh, bless your heart. Look at that.
A bottle of Smiling Donkey.
I've been bought a bottle of red wine by Jamie, who's a good lad, the Sussex press officer, apart from the fact he supports Tottenham, but he can't help that. And it's a lovely bottle of... That's a really kind thought. Thank you so much, Jamie. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Bamber into bowl, and that's going to be a dot ball into the mid onside.
And it's called Smiling Donkey. That's the name of the wine. And it says it's not easy being a donkey. Have I been slightly had here? Do you think?
It's not easy being a donkey nowadays.
Do you think I've been slightly had?
It's currently in extinction due to... I think you're getting done here. Well, it's a beautiful bottle of red wine.
Isn't that lovely? That's really, really kind.
That's a great gift.
Yeah, it is. Thank you very much, Jamie and the boys in the media team.
So Bamber into bowl, and that's blocked into the offside by Allsop for no run.
And actually, for the last time this season, I'm going to big up the team and the people on the stream, because, you know, it's not easy. Lots of clubs, as I've said throughout the season, have quite a lot of people who operate the stream, and you know, there's only one guy, Jack, for much of the season, and Harry, and then Jake and Jamie, who run the media team here. So well done, fellas, and thank you. I shall enjoy a glass of Smiling Donkey.
Well, it's got amazing reviews online, to be fair, Adrian.
Really?
Bamber into bowl. That's blocked towards point, and he's timed it so well here. He's going to race away for 4 runs through the point region. Allsop's just leant on that. There's a good ball by Bamber on top of off stump, and he's just leant on it, steered
Lovely
it towards
shot.
backward point, and it's raced down the hill here at Sussex for 4 runs. Great shot.
I mean, I should say, in keeping with BBC bias and balance, that clearly other red wines are available.
I feel like this one was strongly targeted towards you here.
Yeah.
But it's got great reviews, so enjoy
Good.
that.
I will. So 154 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, BBC Online. You may be watching via the live stream. I expect that there'll be people listening abroad and people who couldn't make it to the ground today. So you can see it's a pretty grey, overcast day here at Hove. Everybody just keeping fingers crossed that we get through the day and to the presentation later on today without it hosing down with rain. Luke Coleman, who is into his... De Kerry's is into his 7th over, comes in and bowls, and Haynes just plays that into the offside, takes a comfortable single. He goes to 79. It's good innings this from Tom Haynes. I mean, I know you could say to a certain extent, you know, the pressure is off, but nonetheless, you've still got to score the runs, and I think he's looked in really good touch out there today.
Absolutely. I still think every time you're playing professional cricket, it's tough.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
There's always pressure on
course.
and personal pride, and he's going to be trying to make a stake for making an England spot, I think, and trying to get an Alliance team. So this is a really important innings for him, and he's batted very maturely so far.
200 so far this season. In comes De Kerry's and also plays firmly to backward point, and there is no run. 155 for 2.
And I think it's a big thing just in general, is even like club cricketers, when they're listening, even the last game of the season, you still have a certain amount of pride and you always want to finish on a high, and it almost follows into the start of next year. When you finish well, you almost want to carry it on into the next year. So I feel like Allsop and Haynes have been quite watchful, just trying to gradually get Sussex towards the extra bonus point.
De Kerry's in, also uses his feet, plays it down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
I think De Kerry's bowled really nicely as
Yes,
well.
he has.
I've seen a lot of spin here at Sussex recently, and obviously he's only a youngster, but he's got a really nice action, and he's been on the money, to be fair to them.
In again, bowls, and Allsop steps back and plays it firmly into the offside. There is no run. In the one-day international, England batting first, 23 without loss, full salt 17 off 14 balls. So a good start for England down at Bristol. Let's hope the rain stays away down there. They always seem to get bad weather for international cricket. In comes De Kerry's again, bowls, and Allsop just leans back and clips the ball through square leg and picks up his 25th run, 156 for 2. One ball remaining in this, the 44th over. So as I say, Paul Farbrace joining us in about a quarter of an hour here. So if you've got any messages for Paul or anything you'd like to say to him, please drop us an email, sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. As in comes De Kerry's bowls, plays down the offside of the track, does Tom Haynes. There is no run, end of another over, 156 for 2. Haynes on 79, Allsop on 25.
One interesting thing, when Paul Farbrace first joined, I think it was such a good appointment, and do you know when you listen to someone's first interview and you want to hear about how they talk about the club and their views, he always had it around winning. And so it's almost like when we were talking about, what style of cricket do you want? He was like, it almost doesn't matter, we just want to breed winning and have that become a mentality and the main focus. He's like, it's not okay if we play well and don't win. It's all around winning. And it's interesting how within less than 2 years they've created such a winning culture. And it'd be interesting to see if he speaks about the signings he made, if that's had a big influence. As Bamber's in round the wicket, and that's flicked towards fine leg for a single with Tom Allsop. I think it's been a really interesting change with Sussex, where almost instead of breeding youngsters and trying to get younger players in and just strengthen the youth, they've really focused this year towards winning. So it'd be interesting to hear Paul talk about that and see all the buy-in from all the players, because they used quite a lot of players this year as well, and everyone's bought in and stood up when they've needed to. That's going to be Bam to continue around the wicket. They were going to bring mid-wicket across to extra cover, but he's changed against it and jumped back over to mid-wicket. So a short mid-wicket, one slip, into bowl, and that's...
Oh, what a take.
Smart take there from the keeper, Davies. He is actually now standing up against Bamber, and it's quite a wide delivery, and he's just thrown his left hand out there and just snagged it, because that looked quite wide there going towards first slip. Great stop there from the keeper.
Just look at Tom Haynes, 200s this season, 350s, averaging 40. You'd take that in as an opener, wouldn't you?
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's actually done quite a good strike rate, if I remember rightly, for an opener. He's punished a lot of the bad balls. Bamber to continue round the wicket, and that's blocked away nicely.
That's really good actually, Liam. Yeah, 68.99, which was Dan Hughes at 71. But yeah, you know, he's scored his runs at a good lick.
But that's the one thing I've noticed about his game is he does really punish a bad ball and commits outside the off stump. If it's full and wide, he's always going to try and nail that drive. I think that's where his game's really improved. Is he's almost got that boundary shot in him now, where if it's in his area, he's going to put it away, and that means he's still scoring at a really good rate. So Bamber in to continue, and that's blocked away into towards mid-wicket for a dot ball. And I think 68 doesn't sound like great, because a lot of people these days listen and watch a lot of the one-day game and the 2020, so they think 100 strike rate's great. But actually, in a 4-day game, if you're getting, on average, 68 off 100 balls, that's fast going, especially against a new ball with some of the attacks they're facing. So it's a really good sign for his improvement. So Bamber, down the hill, round the wicket, keeper up, into bowl, and that's flicked towards fine leg, and that's going to be another single. And he's just been a little bit too sporadic, I think, Bamber, in this spell, where they've managed just to get off strike quite comfortably on the offside and the leg side. He needs to just tighten up his line a little bit here.
Interesting what you said, Liam, about sort of a winning mentality. And Paul Farbrace spoke a lot about that when he arrived. He said Sussex had forgotten how to win, and you're playing at a high level in England disability cricket.
Yeah.
Is that something that you can sort of forget almost? Forgetting how to win.
Absolutely. I think it's more of a mentality than anything. Bamber into bowl, and that's blocked towards deep point, and they're going to nick a quick single there. And that's going to be the end of the over. 159 for 2. Sussex, Haynes on 80, Allsop on 27. And yeah, towards their winning mentality, I genuinely believe it almost like becomes a habit. Like, you see a lot of teams, especially like football, for example, where they never play well, but they always seem to nick a win. Do you remember, like, people talk about Mourinho? They'd always just nick a 1-0 win. And you just need to learn how to win. And I think Farbrace has spoke really well about just focusing on winning rather than the style of cricket, and then almost doesn't matter how you do it, you just need to win. And they've definitely been a lot more ruthless, and a lot of players have stood up this year to have big knocks and big spells. It definitely is a mentality thing.
Luke Coleman is going to come in from the C end of the ground to bowl to the left-handed Tom Allsop, who's 27 not out. He's in and bowls and played away nicely through the covers by Tom Allsop. Picks up a single. He goes to 28, 160 for 2. Kevin was talking about favourite day trips somewhere, and I've had an email in from Adam. Hello, Adam. In fact, Adam, Lindsay and Teddy, and they say, hi Adrian, we all love a day trip, and we're now waiting with bated breath to find out what yours is. Great commentary throughout a successful season. Got all Sussex by the sea. And their favourite day trip is to Chester. I don't know where you live, Adam. That's quite a long way for a day, isn't it? As in comes Holman, played on the onside by Tom Haynes. And there is no run. He remains on 80. My favourite day trip, it might sound a bit boring this, but I love it. As in comes Holman.
Suspense.
Runs around the wicket, in and bowls. And
It's
forward.
the Careys as well.
Oh, sorry. It's the Careys. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm completely... Yeah, what am I talking about? I'm sorry. I'm thinking about my day trips. The Careys.
Should we try and hazard a guess? Is it South or North England?
South.
South.
160 for 2. Not far from here. Careys again. Around the wicket, bowls. And Haynes slams that to backward point.
Is it
There
somewhere
is no
like
run.
Rye, maybe?
It's not, but you're in the kind of the right ballpark. Completely the wrong direction, I would say.
Oh. West Wittering.
It is. Have I mentioned that before?
No, I just know it's beautiful there.
In comes Careys around the wicket, bowls, and Haynes plays into the offside. There is no run. I love a day at West Wittering, and I don't care what time of year it is. I just love it down there. It's when the tide goes out, it's beautiful. We've got 2 dogs at home, and a day out at West Wittering. I'm going to give a shout out to a little cafe as well, which is at Bracklesham Bay. So it's a bit of a trip for us. As in comes De Careys, clipped by Haynes onto the onside. There is no run. 160 for 2. Allsop on 28. Haynes is on 80. Yeah, so a trip to West Wittering, then to Bracklesham Bay before then, actually. There's a place, it's a favourite cafe of mine. It's called Billy's on the Beach.
Oh, amazing.
And they do all sorts of lovely breakfasts and things there, and nice cups of coffee. And other coffee shops are available, but I like Billy's on the Beach. That's my favourite.
Yeah,
so a nice bit of
beautiful.
breakfast there. A couple of miles drive. That's it. Down to West Wittering. A walk around with the dogs. And yeah, I love it. It's just and it doesn't matter what time of the year it is. It could be blowing a hoolie. It could be a lovely sunny day. It's just a beautiful place, I think. So
Yeah, it looks amazing. I've had quite a few friends that go there, and they'll drive an hour and a half just to make
just
sure.
go to
that they
Wittering. Yeah. And the good thing is now that in the past with West Wittering, I think it's an improvement, because we've sat in queues for hours to get to West Wittering in the summer, literally hours. But you're in the queue for an hour, then you think, well, I've done an hour, might as well do 2.
Yeah.
And eventually you get in. But now you have to pre-put your parking, and not everyone's in favour of it, but I think it's great because you know you're going to get in.
Yeah.
But anyway,
No, absolutely.
that would be my favourite day trip. So there we go, Adam, Lindsay and Teddy.
What's harder to get, West Wittering parking or Coldplay tickets?
Definitely West Wittering parking on a sunny day. Yeah, definitely. But Julian is, he's obviously gone the whole hog, hasn't he, for his Coldplay
Absolutely.
tickets.
No, I know quite a few people that were in the queue, and then they were at the queue, and then it was sold
For
out.
Coldplay.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
But it's going to be Bamber to continue down the hill here. Into bowl, and that's driven nicely through mid-off by Allsop, and he's not bothering to run here as it goes up the hill. towards the crowd for 4 runs. Excellent shot there from Alsop, whose game has been really mature this year. I think he's really been patient with his batting in the 4-day game. Waited for a bad ball and he's punished that. A little bit full from Bamber. And yeah, it's going to be a shot for 4 runs.
I'm not sure if it was you or Kevin I was discussing Tom Alsop with yesterday, that he's adapted his game as well.
Yeah,
that
it was,
he's,
yeah.
you know, he's turned into a, he was always a good 4-day player, but he's turned into a really good white ball player as well.
Absolutely. And been rewarded with a big bash contract
Yeah,
as
he
well.
has.
So Bamber into bowl. And that's blocked for a dot ball. And just to describe the field a little bit for the listeners, they've now brought in a leg gully. Or it's more like a leg gully. They've got 2 mid wickets. And so Bamber's coming round the wicket, trying to just tease Alsop into chipping it into the air on the leg side. There is a deep fine leg as well behind the leg gully. So Bamber's going to be going a lot more straighter, trying to coax Alsop into hitting this on the leg side. They're actually going to bring over point as well. So now they're going to have a deep square leg, a deep fine leg, 2 mid wickets in and catching, and a leg gully. And so Bamber can't afford to be far on the offside here, or else he will get punished. Nobody in the ring behind square on the offside. Bamber into bowl. That's
good
down
take.
leg side and left alone from Alsop, and a good take from the keeper.
What a good take that was. That was amazing. Yeah, we'll do an update. Sorry.
Such a nice lull around the ground here. And I saw a lot of people walking towards the ground. I don't think many people knew it's a 10:30 start, in all honesty. So I saw a lot of people walking towards the ground around 11 o'clock. Now Bamber into bowl, blocked away nicely into the leg side by Alsop.
Bob Puka's been back in touch and he says, hello again, Adrian. He says, best day trip from Brighton has got to be Dieppe.
Wow.
So I think you can get the ferry from New Haven to Dieppe, can't you?
Yes. Believe so.
And a nice day out.
And let me try.
Kevin started this about days out.
Oh, well, well done, Kevin. It's a good debate.
It is a good
I feel
debate.
bad almost getting West Wittering because I wanted you to come up with someone else, but my bad. Bamber into bowl, and that's blocked nicely away by Alsop for a dot ball. I'm trying to think of what mine would be. I do love a trip to Le Touquet in France.
Okay, you could do that in a day?
Yeah, so-
Yeah, you can.
Well, there's some beautiful golf courses around that way, and so it's only about 40 minutes over the Eurotunnel.
Yeah.
So you could easily sneak over in the morning, play a round or two of golf, and then come back in the evening, and you're back home by quite late. But the golf courses are so beautiful out there, and it's almost weird. You go over to France, and the weather's just immediately better, even though it's like about a 5-minute plane journey away. So Bam to continue down the hill into bowl, and that's a bouncer with the keeper standing up. Alsop ducks underneath it, and it's going to be signalled
It was a no ball.
as a no ball as well.
Well, Jack Davies is performing heroics here behind the stumps
He is.
for Middlesex. Some of his takes have been fabulous.
I think it's how you break a finger in the last game of the season as well.
Well, yeah, and he's actually rigging his right hand, isn't he?
Oh, and it was a no ball due to a front foot. It wasn't because of the bouncer, but the bouncer did go well over his head by the looks of it. Very good take there from Davies, stopping a 4. So Bamber in, round the wicket to bowl, and that's flicked into towards deep square leg for a single. He comes racing in and throws it into the keeper on the full. So that's going to be the end of the over. Sussex 167 for 2, Alsop on 33. Haynes batting very well on 80, and not long until they get towards their bonus point, needed at 250 runs.
Yep, and that will be the 1 point or the 1 additional point that Sussex need to confirm themselves as Division 2 champions. It's going to be De Carey's who's going to carry on bowling from the C end of the ground.
So when was the last time they won a championship? Was it the 04 campaign?
No,
Or-
2007. So they won the championship 2003, 2006, 2007. They were relegated in 2015. I was at Headingley that day. That was a pretty depressing day.
Yeah.
And so it's been 9 years as in comes De Carey's around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop plays back down the track. Good tumbling save by De Carey's, prevents a single being taken. And credit here to Middlesex because it can't be easy today. They know the season is done. It's a pretty grey, cold day, but they're playing it as it should be played. So I think, some credit to the Middlesex lads today. De Carey's again bowls, and Alsop defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And from a Sussex point of view, it's just been all about making sure they didn't lose this game and only picked up a handful of points, and Yorkshire somehow came up on the ropes, or the rails I should say, as in comes to Kerry's bowls, plays into the offside. There is no, and actually looking at that game, Yorkshire 429 for 3, so they're probably not going to have enough time to win the match, but they certainly would have taken maximum bonus points out of the game. So had Sussex got beaten here, they might have been denied the championship. Carers again, in and bowls, Allsop just stretches forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
And so, if the Yorkshire game finished at the draw, does that automatically give Sussex the title?
Yeah, I mean, Sussex just need one more point now. Yeah. They only needed 4 at the start of play on the assumption as break off. De Kerers again bowls, also plays down the track. There is no run. Basically, Sussex were 20 points ahead at the start of play because Sussex have won more games than Yorkshire. If Yorkshire had finished with 24 points, Sussex would only need 4 because they've won more matches. Kerers in bowls, played down the onside by Tom Allsop, picks up a single. He goes to 34, 168 for 2 at the end of the over. Yeah, so that's the way it's kind of it's panned out. But with rain interrupting so much as well, that first couple of days at Headingley as well, and here, it's meant that Sussex just need the 4 points, but I think they're going to probably get more than that actually, because once they get to 250 they'll get 1, and then 300 will be 2. So anyway, we shall see how things progress. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk for your emails. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex and London. Adrian Harms and Liam O'Brien, your commentary team. Liam with all sorts of exciting trips planned during winter. And just so we're expecting Paul Farbrace up in a minute, we're going to get spin from both ends, which is a bit annoying really, because it means you don't get much chance to chat.
Yeah, love a chatter as well.
Yeah, I do love a natter. But we are going to get Luke Coleman, who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. 168 for 2. Also on 34. Haynes is on 80. We'll have an update to do shortly as well, but you go for the moment, Liam.
So it's going to be the leg spin of Holman from the Cromwell Road end, which I think I just, for the first time this year, actually managed to say without messing up. Is a mouthful. So it's going to be the leg spinner from the top end here at Sussex, down the hill. And we've got an update coming shortly, so... Yeah,
perhaps I better take over just to do this update. A slip, backward point, cover mid-off, sort of a long on about 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, mid-wicket, a deep square leg, and a backward square leg as in comes Holman bowls, and also flicks onto the onside, and there is no run.
Now let's get the latest on the cricket for you. Adrian Harms is watching the final day of Sussex against Middlesex in the county championship.
Yes, indeed, the final day of the cricket season, sadly, and it's a grey overcast day here, but Sussex are making their way towards the 250 that will secure the one more point they need to secure the second division title. They're 168 for 2. Tom Haynes going along very nicely. He's on 80. Tom Allsop has hit a lovely boundary through the covers. He goes to 38. So Sussex now 172 for 2, closing in on that 250. Meanwhile, up in the northeast at Durham bowled out for 360 yesterday. Kent in reply 141 for 4, and Surrey 74 for 2. The county champions, that in reply to the Essex total yesterday of 508 for 8. As in comes Holman, played into the offside, and by Allsop, and there is no run. 172 for 2. I'm delighted to say Paul Farbrace has joined us at the back of the box. I'll bring Paul in at the end of the over. As in comes Holman down the hill from the Cromwell Road end bowls, and Allsop flicks this wristily to backward square leg where it's fielded by De Kerers, and there is no run. 172 for 2. Allsop on 38. Just the one slip in place, and Holman on his way again. 2 more balls to go in the over. Allsop drives nicely through the covers and picks up a single. There is a sweeper on that offside boundary who slips actually in fielding the ball, but manages to prevent the ball going over the boundary. It's another single to Tom Allsop. He goes to 39, 173 for 2. Sussex closing in on this 250 that they need to secure the one additional point they'll need to secure the second division of the county championship. Holman just the one slip, waits and throws the ball from hand to hand, comes in over the wicket, bowls, and Haynes defends down the onside of the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over, and delighted to welcome Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, to our commentary box here. Paul, good to see you.
Adrian, great to be with you. Thank you for the invite.
Yeah.
Bit warmer in here than it is sitting up on our balcony, I've got to say.
What are you doing with a bobble hat on? Is it that cold?
It is actually, yeah. Just keeping my ears warm. So it's nice in here. You've got tea cakes, you've got a nice bottle of Smiling Donkey wine, you've got hobnobs, you've got muffins, cups of coffee. It's nice in here, isn't it?
Do you know, I wondered if I was being tucked up slightly. The lads from the media team gave me that bottle of wine, Smiling Donkey, so I don't know if that's some sort of an in-joke or...
No, I'm not sure really. I wouldn't have thought so.
Well, they bought it for me. So
it's very nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. De Carys comes in around the wicket, bowls to Tom Allsop, who hammers that one away onto the leg side. Has that gone all the way for 6? No, it's gone for 4. Beautiful shot by Tom Allsop, pulling the ball over mid-wicket. He goes to 43, Sussex to 177 for 2. Much to talk about, Paul, but let's talk about this partnership, because these two are batting really nicely, both last night and this morning.
Yeah, they played exceptionally well, but they've been the bedrock, I think, of our batting all year. I mean, Allsop has taken his game to a new level in both red and white ball cricket this year. Fantastically, the way that he's played.
De Carys in bowls and also works that down the ground, picks up a single. He goes to 43, 178 for 2. What's that down to? Is that down to hard work? Is it down to coaching?
Yeah, it's definitely down to hard work. I mean, there's Tom Haynes and Tom Allsop are both, I think, are both top class players, and I think Tom Haynes has shown this year, you know, his growth as a player. I mean, he's worked exceptionally hard on his fitness over the winter. His catching at slip and gully has been absolutely outstanding. His contribution with the bat, top class.
De Carys in bowls. Haynes works that through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 81, 179 for 2.
And the good thing is about the pair of them is that, you know, Tom Haynes, obviously for quite some time has been the mainstay of Sussex batting, of homegrown batters. You know, he's been the one player who's, I think, has really shown his high quality, and obviously been selected for England Lions over the past couple of years. But he is a top player.
Carries in again, bowls, also works this into the covers. There's a half stop, but it enables Tom Allsop to go through for another single. He goes to 45, 180 for 2.
What steps them both apart though from others is their mentality and their approach to wanting to keep improving and getting better. And when you have players like that in your team, that they really do set the standards for others to follow.
De Carys in bowls, and Haynes plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
And that's not to say that the others aren't keen to improve and learn and get better, but you can just see with Haynes, he's taken his game to a new level this year. The way that he plays, the way he's applied himself, as I say, his approach to the game to give himself the best chance of success.
In comes De Carys bowls, and Haynes plays down the track. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 180 for 2. Lots to get through, Paul. First of all, where does, in terms of promotion, in terms of winning this, it's going to happen. Sussex are going to be champions of Division 2. Where does that stand in terms of you and your career and your achievements, getting Sussex back into Division 1 after 9 years away?
Well, look, there's two parts really. One, it's not just about me. I mean, there's a whole group of people who worked exceptionally hard to give Sussex the best chance. You know, and this goes back even a few years. You know, to James Kirtley and Ian Salisbury worked incredibly hard in previous years to help the likes of Henry Crocombe and Jack Carson, Tom Haynes, Tom Clark, Ollie Carter, all of those players that are playing in the side that they worked incredibly hard with. So it's not just about one season or 2 seasons since I've been here.
Holman in bowls, also drives through the coast. A lovely shot by Tom Allsop. It's belted away. Lovely shot. He goes to 49 and Sussex to 184 for 2.
So it's also it's reward for a lot of people. John Philby as club chair the board, the exec group here. You know, there's a lot of people who've put a lot of time and effort into Sussex cricket. So for them, it's nice for them to get the rewards for what they've done. But it is enjoyable.
Holman in bowls. Alsop is forward, plays firmly into the covers, no run.
So, you know, from my point of view, when I had the opportunity to come to Sussex, you know, sort of probably about the December time 2 years ago, it was a one of the options that were on the table in terms of my next stage.
Holman in bowls, full toss, and Alsop clips that onto the onside, doesn't take a single.
And at the time, I was I just left Warwickshire as director of cricket, which I'd done for 4 years, thoroughly enjoyed, and had the opportunity to go into franchise cricket, which I thought might be something that I would enjoy. But actually, I didn't enjoy it because it was sort of almost match managing, really.
Holman in bowls to Alsop, who shoulders arms lets up and go through to Jack Davis, no run.
And there were a few options out there, and one of the things I said was that this probably was the toughest project, but it could be the most rewarding project if we got it right. And as I say, it's not about one person, it's about a group of us coming together.
Holman in the bowls, Alsop stretches forward, plays it to square leg, and he's going to pick up his half century, is Tom Alsop. It's the 8th time this season that Tom Alsop has passed 50. So far this season he hasn't gone through to make a ton, but it's 50 off 114 balls in 111 minutes, including 8 fours, and a partnership now worth 97 between these two, and he gets a round of applause from the coach. Nice knock.
He's played very well, looks very calm, very assured. From the moment he went to the crease last night, he looked very assured.
Holman in again, bowls, cut away by Tom Haynes.
That's
Beautifully
beautiful.
played by Tom Haynes, through backward point, the ball races away for 4 runs. And Tom Haynes is playing almost as if he doesn't want this season to end, a bit like Sam Robson yesterday.
Absolutely. You know, I thought Haynes, the way he started his innings last night was top class. You know, and it wasn't easy. There was a bit in the pitch last night, and obviously, you know, Middlesex were going to come hard at us. They've got an excellent seam attack, very, very good seam attack, and they came hard at us. And I thought he played really well. I thought him and Carter started nicely, and Carter probably picked the wrong line to pull. It was a little bit wide, and he probably should have cut it rather than pulled it, but he played well up to then. Clark started nicely and got a very good delivery that he nicked behind, but Haynes has looked in very good touch. A couple of LBW shouts against him that might have been close. One was a bit high, one might have just missed, but you know, I think he shaped up really nicely last night, and he's carried that, you know, that good approach into this morning's cricket so far.
And that boundary brings up the 100 partnership between Tom Alsop and Tom Haynes. 189 for 2 as De Kerries is in bowls to Alsop, who plays us away through square leg and picks up a single. We don't get much chance to chat between balls here, which is a bit frustrating, but perhaps they'll take the spinners off in a minute and bring on the seamers.
Well, as long as they keep playing the way we are, then I don't mind, Adrian, to be fair. We can have truncated chats between deliveries and overs, that's fine.
Carries again with just the one slip in place. In fact, he wants a change in his field now. He wants his mid-wicket to go a little squarer, and his board is fine leg, also short fine leg to more to a square leg position as in comes De Kerries, and in fact Tom Haynes plays it straight to that fielder, and there is no run. Yeah, so we were saying, you know, had some opportunities around franchise cricket. You saw this as a challenge, Paul?
Yeah, definitely. I thought it was a real challenge, and it was a challenge that I wanted to take on, and I thought, as I said, I thought it was going to be hard work, and it is hard work, and it has been hard work, but it's so much more rewarding.
Kerr's in bowls. Haynes flicks onto the onside. There is no run.
And you're always looking for something that's challenging, hard work, rewarding. I mean, I tend to work in sort of 4-year cycles. I did perhaps a little bit longer with England than I thought I would do. I did 4 years at Warwickshire, and that's how I tend to work.
Kerr's in bowls. Haynes defends onto the onside. In fact, they pick up a single. The fielder a little slow to come in from square leg. Good running by Tom Haynes. Picks up his 87th run. The total goes to 191 for 2.
And you always want to, leave what you found in better condition and a better place than when you found it. And that's something that I'm quite pleased that I've done in previous places, whether that was with England, whether that's Sri Lanka, whether that's with Yorkshire or Warwickshire.
Also plays down the offside, no run.
Because you put an awful lot of time and commitment and effort into it, and I know how hard we've all worked here. As I say, it's not about one person. I might be the one who appears to be at the front of it and sort of the spokesperson for the group, but there's a lot of hard work goes into it from everyone.
Kira's in bowls, also plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. You haven't missed a day's cricket this year, but you must be fed up at the inside of that coach, going to Scarborough and York and Neath and I don't know where else we've been, Welbeck, Colliery.
Yeah, possibly, but also that one of the benefits of the coach is that James Kirtley, Grant Flower, Ash Wright, myself, we spent hours and hours talking about the game and about players and about things that we want to improve. We're all highly driven. We've got a very experienced group. We know that people will come looking for our coaches at some point because they are excellent coaches. Grant goes off and does a lot of franchise stuff in the winter. Wrighty's done the PSL. James has been involved in other activities, and I'm sure we'll be tapped up for other roles. So, we have a great group that we work extremely hard together.
Holman in bowls to Alsop. He's beaten. To Haynes. He's beaten outside the off stump, taken by Davis, and there is no run.
So the coach actually provides us with an opportunity to really talk and really spend time together. And the one thing that we have done is we've grown as a coaching team since India this year. We've really grown a lot closer together.
Holman in bowls. Haynes works this one through square leg, picks up the single. He goes to 87. The total to 192 for 2.
We've all got a very clear way of how we want to play, how we want to coach, how we want the team to develop. But we're very different characters. You've got James, who's very methodical, very numbers and stats driven. Very well organised, very well planned. Wrighty and I, nothing like that at all.
Holman bowls, also forward, no run.
And then you've got Grant, who he is a stats person, but he's also he's an unbelievably hard-working guy who throws millions and millions of balls every day, as Wrighty does. And so the four of us, it actually fits together nicely. We have a very clear way of working, and there's a lot more trust amongst each other this year.
Holman in bowls, clipped away by Alsop down to long on, picks up another single. He goes to 52, the total 193 for 2.
Last year perhaps there were times where, I wanted everything that was going to be shared with a player or going onto the field had to come through me. This year, I'm quite comfortable because we know how we work, we know what we're saying to players, and we know what the team thinking is, so it's much easier just to let people get on with it.
Holman in bowls, clipped away again by Haynes through mid-wicket, picks up a comfortable single. He goes to 88, the total to 194 for 2.
And I think that's had a knock-on effect then across the dressing room, because the players now know that, not everything has to come from me. I don't know every answer, and I've never professed to. And the tactical side of the game, I do leave to Luke Dunning, our analyst, and James and Ash and Grant. They spend a lot of time talking about the tactical side of it.
Holman in bowls, defended by Alsop, down to long off, picks up a single. He goes to 53, end of the over, 195 for 2.
I've said quite a few times, and I've said to you a few times over the course of the last 2 years, the key as a head coach is getting the right people in the right places at the right time. And we spent a bit of time last year working out which players we wanted in the right places, which players we were going to build a core of a team around. And the same goes to support staff as well. And I think we've now got the right people in the right places. The one big decision I think we've absolutely got right is the appointment of the 2 captains. And that's not to say that Ravi in T20 cricket or Pudge and Tom Alsop last year in Championship cricket weren't the right people. Because Ravi was outstanding for us in T20 cricket and very passionate for Sussex to do well, as was Pudge as captain of the Championship team.
Carries from the CN, comes in, also takes a step down the wicket and then just plays defensively into the covers, no run.
But what we have now got in John Simpson and Tymel Mills, we've got 2 people who are very different in terms of how they captain, that their approach is slightly different. They're different people, but they've got a lot of experience. They've seen a lot of the game. They know how to win, and they're very good communicators in their own way in how they work with the players.
Carries in again, bowls, clipped by Alsop to mid-wicket, no run.
And that's made it much more easier. That's much easier for me, much more comfortable for me. I don't feel now... There were times perhaps last year where I was almost wanting to change the field, change the bowling, get involved a bit too much, and that's not helpful for the team, that's not helpful for anyone. And this year I'm a lot more relaxed because of the way those 2 are doing the job.
Carries in, bowls, also takes a step down the wicket, plays a good bit of fielding there at mid-wicket. He can't prevent a single being taken, but might well have prevented a boundary. Also goes to 54, 196 for 2. Can I sort of compare going from Division 2 of the County Championship pool to Division 1 a little bit? If you took a football similarity, maybe like going from the Championship to the Premier League, which, you know, is clearly a big step up, and do you stick with the group of players you've got and say, hang on, these guys have got us there, they deserve a chance, or do you need to bring in one or two others to supplement the squad? In comes De Kerr's bowls, and Haynes just very casually flicks that one away through mid-wicket. He goes to 89, 197 for 2.
Yeah, look, it's a good question, and it's one I've been asked a few times, but the one thing I would say is I think we're, in Championship cricket, we're 12 months ahead of where perhaps others might be looking at us. So, for instance, John Simpson, Danny Lamb was signed with Division 1 cricket in mind. They were, you know, the idea was for them to help us get up, but they also signed with the aim of them playing Division 1.
De Kerr's in bowls, and also down the wicket, and he drives high, wide and handsome, and that's all the way for 6. What a terrific shot. Took a step down the wicket and just belted the ball away over long on for 6 runs. He goes to 60. And the 200 up for Sussex, 203 for 2.
Very good shot, that wasn't it? Great use of his feet, and it typifies the way that he's played this year. You know, there's times this year where he has played innings of unbelievable explosive cricket. T20 cricket, his innings against Surrey at the Oval was absolutely different class, and he's shown that. And then obviously he proved that in the 100 when he played. 2 games that he played, he got 40 and 50 and played brilliantly. He's now been picked up to go and play in the Big Bash this winter, so it shows how far he's taken his game.
Carries in again, bowls to Alsop, who drives firmly down the ground, picks up a single, that's a long on, he goes to 61, 204
and on
for
that
2.
point, the overseas players signings as well, you know, we've re-signed, we've signed Jaden Seals to come back for the first 2 months of next season, who's obviously exceptional this year for us. We've signed Nathan McAndrew, so I can think of his name then. We signed Nathan to come back in that middle period, and we're hoping to be able to announce that Jadev's signing to come back for the back end of the season as he has done this year. So, and then with Daniel Hughes coming back for the whole of next season, you know, right from the start to the end of the season, we've got all of our overseas players in position, and they're all people. Along with Ollie Robinson, they're all people that are Division 1 cricketers, and so we signed them with a view that we would want to be in Division 1. Now, that's not arrogantly saying we were going to be in Division 1. We've had to work exceptionally hard to get there, you know. And I've been very bullish about we should expect to play in Division 1. We shouldn't be saying, you know, wouldn't it be nice to play in Division 1? We're saying we expect to play in Division 1. We expect to get promoted, because I felt that around the club we needed to change the language. We needed to change the narrative around the club, that we don't want to just be nice Sussex that plays in Division 2 and we're happy with the odd good win here and there. We want to be in Division 1, and we want to be playing against the best teams, and you know, maybe that's a little bit un-British to say that.
Holman in bowls, also drives down to long on, picks up another single, he goes to 62, 205 for 2.
And I guess, you know, I've said this to Ollie Carter a few times, you know, last year, the first game of the season against Durham, I came in and, you know, saying to you during the winter, well, our aim is going to be promotion. And everyone said, well, you've won 1 game a year for 3 years, that's a hell of a call. And we won the first game against Durham, and at the end of that game, the amount of people that started saying, well, maybe this bloke actually, you might be right, maybe we're going to be okay, and people started believing us. And then, you know, to win 2 at the back end and finish with 3 wins.
Holman in bowls, Haynes clips through mid-wicket, picks up a single, he goes to 90, 206 for 2.
Was really important for us, and that was a big win against Durham at the start of last year. So that's why I say, you know, it isn't just about this year. Last year we put down some good foundations. You know, we got the same amount of points as Worcester did for being promoted, but you know, we had our discipline issues in the game against Leicester. That cost us points, and our over rate was very poor at times last year. That cost us points as well.
Holman in bowls, Alsop defends onto the onside, no run.
So, you know, I spent the winter telling everyone that we got the same amount of points as the team that got promoted, but because of our other issues, which is discipline, you know, it was our poor behaviour on the field in the Leicester game, and our poor discipline in terms of the amount of points we gave away for not bowling overs quick enough. So, you know, that hurt us, but we weren't ready to go up last year.
Holman in bowls, Alsop clips through mid-wicket, picks up a single, he goes to 63, 207 for 2.
We were a very naive team at times last year, and we didn't have that we didn't have that experience on the field that we've had this year. You know, Simpson and Lamb this year. You know, and then you add in Robinson being available for most of the season. Haynes is a year older, Allsop a year older, a year wiser. You know, we've got a lot more experience around our team now, and that's why I think we are ready to go up.
Holman in bowls. Haynes again clips away through mid-wicket, picks up another single. He goes to 91, 208 for 2. So does that pretty much mean then, Paul, that you're going to be going into next season with what you've got? You've got your overseas lined up.
So all our overseas are signed. All of our own players are re-signed. There's only Jack Campbell who will be moving on at the end of the season. Everybody else is re-signed for next season at least. Some have extended beyond that, which is fantastic. So we've got the nucleus of a team in place already for next season.
In comes Holman bowls, cut away by Tom Allsop. That could well go for 4. No, it's well fielded out on that cover boundary. Allsop picks up another single. He goes to 64, 209 for 2.
And it will be a challenge. You know, I'm not going to sit here now and say to you we're going to win Division 1 next year. What I am going to say is we're going to compete in Division 1 next year. And you know, within the cricket strategy that I laid out to the board when I first took the job, was that, you know, year 1 we'd be competing to be promoted, year 2 we would be there or thereabouts for promotion, and then the first year in Division 1 you'd be looking to consolidate, you know, around mid-table, and then the following year you're looking to push on, and over the next 2 years you'd be looking to finish in the top 2 of the division with a view to winning it. So, you know, within 5 years the plan was to win Division 1, and I, you know, a lot of people say, well, you haven't got the resources, and you know, we're a small club, we're not a test ground. You don't have to be. You know, Somerset have shown us you don't have to be a test ground to be competing. You know, and also the grounds and the clubs that say you can't compete at more than one trophy, you can. We've proved that this year. You know, I think in terms of Championship cricket, we're about where we thought we would be and where we wanted to be. And in terms of T20 cricket, we've punched above our weight this year.
De Kerry's in bowls to Allsop. He slams that one away through extra cover. Is that going to go for 4? No, it's a good tumbling save. 3 or 4 yards in from the edge of the boundary, but Tom Allsop picks up a couple of runs. He goes to 66, 211 for 2.
And that's where having the 2 captains in, you know, every time, and the period that really showed this year was between the T20 period and Championship period, where we played the 2 games and then went back to T20 again. The fact that we were able to maintain the winning approach was down to the 2 captains.
De Kerry's in again, bowls. Tom Allsop pulls that one away. He's going to get caught. Is he put it down? No, it has been caught. He's been caught out at deep mid-wicket. And Tom Allsop's innings come to an end. He's gone for 66. It was a short delivery. He was looking to hammer that one away over mid-wicket. Good diving catch, just a couple of inches off the floor. And Allsop goes, and Sussex are 211 for 3. Yeah,
good catch that. A short ball that Tommy Allsop's tried to absolutely hammer over the pavilion, and he's probably not got anywhere near the middle of the bat. It looks like it's come off the toe end of the bat, and diving catch. It looks like Fernandez out there, was it, that diving forward that took the catch? An excellent catch. But Allsop's played brilliantly there. In many ways it sums up his season in Championship cricket. You know, he's played fantastically well. He's got himself to 60 and then got out, and you know, not all the times it's been him hitting the long up down deep mid wicket's throat, but he's played brilliantly there. I mean, that was a really important innings for us in terms of just setting the nerves last night and then kicking the game on again this morning.
Yeah, 850s. Paul, he hasn't gone to 3 figures this season. He's averaging, 43.
I'd take that, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely.
You'd absolutely take that. The way that, but it's also, you know, sometimes you have to look at the context of the innings, and there's been times this year where he's gone in and played an unbelievable innings. When the ball's nipping around a little bit, we're under a little bit of pressure, and he's been our go-to man. You know, and Grant and I have said to him a few times, we sort of, some batsmen, when they walk to the crease, you hope they're going to play well, you hope they're going to start well. When Tommy Allsop walks to the crease, you expect him to play well, and he provides a calming influence around the dressing room. We all just take a deep breath when he's on guard. You know, and you know, the T20 finals day, when he got out first ball to an absolute jaffa that nipped back and it is off stump, that's the only time where I thought, we're done. You know, when he walked to the crease, I thought we could still get 160 here, because he's had such an influence on us this year. And when he got out first ball, it was like, that just knocked the stuffing out of me.
James Coles is the new man, and he's facing De Kerry's who's in and bowls, and Coles is immediately on his way, clipping that through square leg to pick up a single. He goes to 212 for 3. Can we talk about what your plans are going into next season, Paul? I know last spring you went to India. I don't know whether that's on the agenda, and maybe what one or two of the players might be up to during the winter as well.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we've already got some very clear plans for the winter, as we did at this time last year.
Carries in again, bowls to Haynes, who defends down the onside of the track, no run.
So what we've done, we've just sat down with all the players in the last week and gone through an analysis of their summer. All of the staff put together a report on each player, and then that will shape their winter programme, so that the players get a chance. Obviously, it's not a case of us just saying, this is what you're doing. We sit down with them, what do you want to do? What do you think your key work-ons are? What's gone well this year?
De Kerr's in bowls, Haynes forward, plays down the offside, no run.
And so we've just gone through that process, and now we're working on, Bertie Foreman, Henry Rogers, 2 young lads, they're heading off to Manly Cricket Club in Sydney in the middle of next week, which is
nice.
Look, what a lovely way to spend your winter for 5 months out there.
De Kerr's in bowls to Haynes, who cuts firmly to backward point, there is no run. End of the over, 212 for 3. Haynes 91, Coles on a single.
Ollie Carter's heading out to Newcastle, which has been a regular thing for him the last couple of years. There's a few, we know that there's a couple that are going to be in and around the Lions training camp November, December time. I don't think that's been announced yet.
No, it hasn't, no.
We know that we've got 2, so that they'll be doing that. There's Jack Carson's going out to play grade cricket in Adelaide. Sean Hunt will be going out there in December to play grade cricket in Adelaide as well. So there's a few that have already got their plans nailed down. 1 or 2 others are looking at. Archie Lenham's going to stay at home before Christmas and go out in January. There's a few that are looking to go to Zimbabwe and play some cricket January, February time, which would be great. At the moment, we haven't got the budget in place to do a pre-season trip like we did last year. Things have been a little bit tight this year in terms of the club, so we prioritise in other areas, which is absolutely the right thing to do. But it would be nice to get a pre-season trip. Last year, Bangalore was absolutely brilliant for us as a group.
Holman in bowls, Coles defends onto the onside, no run.
And not just for the players, as I said earlier, the coaching group, we spent 10 days together, and we spent 10 days literally together talking cricket for 10 days, and we really solved a lot of issues. We spent a lot of time talking about things that would come up during the summer.
Holman in bowls, Coles defends down the onside, no run.
So that was a real benefit, and you don't want to. You don't want to go away for the sake of it, and the facilities have got to be good. So the Allure facilities in Bangalore were absolutely magnificent. I mean, they couldn't have been any better. Lancashire were there as well. They used the same facilities. We each had our own ground to use, our own net area to use.
Holman in bowls. Well, Coles is beaten. That's a good delivery by Holman, a quick delivery. Well taken by Davis, who whipped off a bail as well. There is no run.
So, ideally we would like to do something, but let's, we are working with a couple of people to look at potential options for that. But then what we do as of this week, the lads will be in a few days this week doing various testing or whatever, end of season testing with the medical team.
Holman in bowls, Coles defends, no run.
And then everyone will have a break. They'll be back in from about the second week of November full time for fitness work. So between middle of November and December, end of December, it'll be fitness only. The odd one who's going away might do a little bit of technical work if they feel they need to do it.
Holman in bowls, Coles plays crisply into the covers, no run.
And then January through till middle of March, we'll be doing 4 days a week. So we do Monday, Tuesday we do red ball, Thursday, Friday we do white ball cricket, and that's very focused on each player, what they need to work at.
Holman in bowls, Coles defends down the onside of the track, no run. End of the over, 212 for 3. Haynes 91, Coles on a single.
And that worked very well this year. That was our plan this year. And then we encouraged people obviously to go away. And so if someone worked on a technical aspect, we then tried to get them cricket so they could actually go and put that into practice during the course of the winter. And the world's such a small world when it comes to cricket. We've all got contacts around the world that we can open doors and get people into, and that's something that has worked really, really nicely for us. So every player is slightly different, and I think that's one of the things that you can't say to Tom Haynes and Tom Clark, you both got to do the same thing. You know, it's what works for Haynes. So Haynes went and did a batting camp last year in India, in Mumbai, and his way of playing spin has improved enormously this year from that. So that was a great experience for him at that time.
In comes at De Kerr's bowls to Tom Haynes, who flicks this one away through square leg, picks up a single, he goes to 92, 213 for the... Can I just ask about Daniel Hughes, because he was a terrific signing, Paul, but obviously he had to go back for the last 2 games. Is that the arrangement you have with Australia? Is that they could call him back at any time? Because I guess 2 games to go, that might have been a problem.
Yeah, look, it's a risk with any overseas player. You know when you sign them that at any stage their home state or home country can call them back.
Kerr's in bowls to Coles, who plays through the offside to the sweep on the cover boundary. He goes to 214 for 3.
And that's the risk with any overseas player. When when you sign them, you always run the risk of their home board or their home state calling them back. And look, we felt we had a we had a contract in place, and the issue was that when Daniel would sign for us, he wasn't signed with New South Wales at the time.
Kerr's in bowls. Haynes defends. Well, in fact, down the ground, he picks up a single to long on. He goes to 93, 215 for 3.
So he actually didn't have his contract with them when we signed him, and then obviously he did really well for us. They've re-signed him on a contract, and it's within their rights to call him back. And that's the nature of it. We've been very lucky that Jaydev hasn't had to go back this year.
Kerr's in bowls. Coles defends into the offside, no run.
So the Indian Cricket Board called Jaydev back last year to go and play in an India versus rest of India game, and you know that's the case. That's part and parcel of having overseas players, and that's why it's nice having a small group of them, because you can rotate them round and cover when the other one gets called back.
Kerr's in bowls. Coles defends into the offside. There is no run.
So my absolute ideal would be to have a group of about 5 overseas players who you can rotate round, and look, it's worked brilliantly from a seam point of view. You had Jaden at the start, you've had Nathan in the middle, and Jaydev at the end, which has kept them all fresh. It's meant that we've had a fit bowler to run in for us every single game.
Kerr's in bowls. Coles plays slightly uppishly to mid wicket, and there is no run. So that's worked really well. Can I ask you, in terms of players who've got first division experience, I was looking back through the year Sussex came down, and 2 players in that season, Ollie Robinson.
Yep.
And funnily enough, Finn Hudson-Prentice played a couple of games. But I was looking at Ollie in that season, 46 wickets. That's 9 years ago. It must have been a massive boost to have had him for as long as you've had him this season, Paul.
It's been fantastic. I was... Well, I think it was you that we spoke, and that the interview got picked up by the national media about me saying, England must have some very good bowlers if they're not selecting him. Look, I have no problem with Brendan and Ben not picking Oliver. That's their choice, and they pick who they think is right to win games for England at the time. We've benefited hugely by him being available for the whole season for us. We've really benefited, and not just in Championship cricket but T20 cricket as well. He is an exceptional talent, and he has put in for us day in, day out. And it's not just his ability to take wickets, but it's just having his experience in and around the team, helping the young lads like Crocombe and Hunt as well, and that's been fantastic. Even at the start of the season with Jaden Seals, having Oliver a mid on and mid off to talk about bowling in English conditions.
Holman bowls to Haynes, clips to mid wicket, no run. He almost looks to me sometimes, Paul, when you watch him in the field, almost as if he's captaincy material.
Oh, he's definitely captaincy. He could easily be captain, and he has done it before. He could easily be a captain. But at the moment, it works well for us having Simo doing the job.
Holman in bowls. Haynes takes a step down the wicket and he hammers that one away straight down the ground. Has it gone all the way? No, it's gone for 4. Lovely shot by Tom Haynes. He's within 3 of what will be his 3rd first-class century of the season. Lovely use of the feet.
Beautiful shot, absolutely. I mentioned earlier about his work that he did in India. That this is something where he's really expanded his game, because previously he'd have got stuck against the spinners and put himself under pressure against the seamers. Now against the spin, because he's got more scoring options and he's a lot more confident using his feet, it just takes a lot more pressure off him. He's played beautifully so far.
He's within 3 of 100. In comes Holman around the wicket bowls, and Haynes again uses his feet, but this time plays defensively into the covers, and there is no run.
Yeah, so Oliver could quite easily be a captain, and look, he might be in the future, but at the moment, his availability has helped us. And as I say, it's not just his performance, but it's what he does for everybody else around the team, the experience he brings, the calmness he brings, and just that bit of experience that we needed.
Holman in bowls to Haynes, who clips through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 98, 223. And I don't mean this to be an unfair question, Paul, but obviously there'll be a lot of speculation about Ollie over the next few days and weeks when central contracts are announced. That sort of thing. He's still got a role to play for England, hasn't he?
Well, I mean that's for the England selectors to decide. And as I say, if he isn't, then he's with us full time.
Holman in bowls. Coles defends down the onside of the track. There is no run.
So he signed a contract for us for one more season, and that was based on let's see what happens in England. Let's don't make any rash decisions. Let's see what happens in England. Sign for us for one more year, and let's work out the best way forward.
In comes Holman bowls, and Coles drives with a flourish, fielded off his own bowling by Luke Holman. There is no run. End of the over, 220 for 3. Haynes on 98, Coles on 2. If you've just joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London, or you may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, Paul Farbrace here in conversation with myself, Adrian Harms. We're chewing the fat on the season, which has been a terrific season for Sussex, of course. I'll read a couple of emails in a minute, Paul, that have just come through. Just in terms of yourself, do you get a breather now? I mean, they talk about player burnout. I mean, it must be good to get away from this for a little while, isn't it, Paul?
It is. I can't wait, to be honest. I mean that nicely. I can't wait to have a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
But you never switch off. I'll have my notebook with me, and there'll be things that will come up all the time.
In comes De Keras bowls to Haynes, who clips onto the onside. They think about a single, it isn't there.
Yeah, we're heading off on Friday for a week to Cyprus, and the only thing I'll be packing will be a few books and my notebook, because there's no doubt I'll be sat and it's I'll be halfway through a chapter on something and I'll think about Haynes's batting or Allsop or someone, and I'll have to make a few notes.
De Keras involved to Haynes, who clips onto it. Does that drive your wife mad?
It doesn't really. She's used to it. She's used to it because very often when we are together, she'll be saying, "What are you thinking about?" And I'll be saying, "Oh, I'm thinking about tomorrow. I'm just worrying about this. I'm worrying about that." And that's she's put up with that. She knows that, and that's part and parcel of our life together, really.
De Keras in again, bowls and cut away by Tom Haynes. Good bit of fielding there at backward point. Prevents what would have been a couple of runs on Tom Haynes' 100. You're right to stay for a bit longer, Paul, because I'm just mindful that Sussex are edging towards this 250.
No problem at all. No. They'll be fine without me over there. They'll be pleased I'm not over there badgering them on and sharing my thoughts. So they'll rather chat to you.
De Keras in again, bowls, and Haynes defends with a very straight back down the offside. And there is no run. I mean, he's made hundreds before, Tom Haynes, but this will be an important 100 for Tom, last game of the season.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it's been an important innings for us as a team. That's the thing that we spend a lot of time talking about. What does the team need from me at the moment? And that's something that we drum into the group on a daily basis.
De Keras in again, bowls, Haynes defends. In fact, he's going to take a single. It's a well-judged single, just punching that out into the offside. His 99th run, 221 for 3.
So my week on my sunbed in Cyprus, as I say, isn't forget all about Sussex cricket. You never switch off. I spend a lot of time, like you do. I spend a lot of time in my car. I live in Kent, work in Brighton and Hove, and I spend a lot of time on the M23 and the M25, and that's a lot of thinking time.
Yeah. Keras in bowls to Coles, who pushes it out into the offside. There is no run. End of the over.
That's not to say that I'm on the M25 with my notebook out. I'm not, but you do spend time, and there are times when the traffic stops and you're sat in a traffic jam, and actually all you can do is think about other things. And I do use my time wisely in terms of when I'm at home. I do try and switch off. We go for a walk. If it's a day off and I go for a walk with Sandra along the beach at Tankerton, I try and leave my phone at home for an hour or so just to get a bit of a break. But you never really, you don't really switch off, and you're constantly thinking about the team, the club. How can you improve things? How can you make things better? And some of your best ideas do come when you're least expecting them. You're thinking about things that are coming up. So the break will be nice, just in terms of, and I'm sure the players will be pleased not to have to listen to me every day. They'll be glad that they'll get a break from me, I get a break from them. But you come back really energised and enthusiastic and passionate, and that's what you've got to be as a coach these days. It's about getting the level of enthusiasm and passion around the team right, and I think that's something that Perhaps last year, I think I might have said to you last year, there were times when I was learning to be a coach again, having been a director of cricket. So this year I've been a lot more relaxed as a person because I'm enjoying coaching again.
Tom Haines, 99 not out. In comes Holman, and a bit of extra bounce there from Luke Holman, and Tom Haines beaten on the outside edge. Good take by Jack Davis.
Yeah, fantastic delivery of that. Not the sort of ball you want on 99, is it really? You just want a nice knee-high full toss that you can clip through mid-wicket for one and get the other end.
Well, the field, they're all in on saving the single, and it's just the way I think Middlesex won't want to give Tom Haines this 100, nor should they. 99 not out. As in comes Holman bowls, and Haines defence pushes it out into the offside. They were thinking about a single. I think it was James Coles who sent him back there.
Yeah, I'm not sure that James Coles was in the best position to run a single there, to be fair. I think he was further back than the umpire behind the stumps. But he needs to be on his toes a little bit
does.
here. He needs to be on his toes.
Was there a single there?
Nah, no chance. No chance. I mean, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, it's not a problem I had too often, being stuck on 99. I don't know about you, Adrian, but I seem to move through the 90s quite quickly. But then again, mine were monthly runs, not one innings, so it didn't really make too much difference to me. But it's interesting, isn't it? The mindset of a player and of the crowd and everybody else, when someone gets into the 90s, you've been batting beautifully, and all of a sudden your shoulders tense up, your head starts thinking, well, I've got to get that run, I've got to get that run, rather than just playing. And I know it's easy said than done, but Tom Haines is a very experienced cricketer. He just showed a bit of anxiousness there.
Holman in bowls. Oh, that's down there. I think he has missed it. I think they are buys. Let's just wait for umpire Pollard's signal. 4 by down the leg side. Well, that perhaps probably was the one to hit.
Exactly, but it just shows you, doesn't it, that he's played brilliantly. He's faced 160 balls. He played superbly last night against a very upbeat Middlesex attack and a very good attack, and plays superbly. He's now wandering around there saying to himself, come on, just relax. He's pushed one to the offside, scramble single. The Middlesex lads be reminding him he's on 99, and they're all round the bat, and he gets a knee-high full toss down the leg side and completely misses it. It just shows you how the game plays tricks with you mentally, doesn't it? It really does.
Holman in again, bowls to Tom Haines, who cuts this one away through backward point, and there we are. What a way to go through to your third 100 of the season, the 12th first-class 100 of Tom Haines' career. Clips the ball away through backward point. Beautiful shot. All the Sussex players standing on the balcony applauding. Paul Farbrace next to me applauding as well. Wonderful knock by Tom Haines. He raises his bat. Members standing in the Spenkarma Pavilion. That's a super knock, and what a way to end the season for Tom Haines.
Fantastic, thoroughly deserved. He's played really, really well. It's interesting that when we chatted to him the other day in his appraisal about how he's played this year, he's talked about the fact the last 3 games he's only had 1 innings, but he's delighted with that because the team have been winning.
Holman in bowls, and Haines just clips to mid-wicket. There is
so in terms of the rhythm of batting, he's had 3 games where he's had 3 games over the last month where he's batted once because of the fact we've won by an innings, but he accepts that that's part and parcel of the team. But it also means that perhaps he hasn't spent the time with the crease that he wanted to spend.
It's been a chanceless knock short from Holman. He probably should have hit that for 4. He's disappointed. He's pulled that straight to backward square leg. There is no run. End of the over. 229 for 3. So Sussex needing another 21 to get the 1 more point they need to secure this second division championship. Someone we haven't spoken on the radio about, Paul, but I know you've spoken in the members forum, and there's been some chatter around, is about Jofra. Bowled very fast the other night at Lord's. What about him and Sussex next? I know it's out of your control to an extent, but what might be the plan?
Well, the plan's been very straightforward and clear from the start from Rob Key in terms of how they were going to manage Jofra this year. He wasn't going to play any red ball cricket, it was all going to be white ball cricket. He obviously came to India with us, which was fantastic. And then he played in the home quarter final, which was magnificent to have him involved. But he's around the team a lot, and the plan now is for him to be playing next year in the Indian series at home, the Test series, which means he'll have to play some 4-day cricket for us before that Indian series, which is exciting. So to have him available to play some games in Division 1 next year will be brilliant for us.
Kera's in bowls, and Coles flicks onto the onside. and picks up a single. He goes to 3, the total 230 for 3.
But it has been exciting watching him this summer in terms of playing for England, bowling the pace that he's bowled. The other night at Lords was sensational. The ball that he got Mitch Marsh out with, bowling pavilion end that normally would nip down the slope, just held its line at the top of off stump at, sort of 93, 94 miles an hour is fantastic to watch.
Carries in bowls, Haynes defends down the track, no run.
And he, I know it's easy for members and supporters, they see him attached to the club and he doesn't play, but his role that he plays around the club, I can't overstate. It is unbelievable what he gives to us.
Cares comes in, bowls to Haynes, who clips through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 104, 231 for 3.
He cares an awful lot. He helped Jaden settle in. He was around Jaden in the pre-season period a lot, talking to him about bowling English conditions, and just being a good mate to him. He's helped Henry Crocombe. All of our players. Sean Hunt, he spent time with in India, helping him with his angle of approach. He gives so much. He really does.
Cole's placed to mid-wicket, no run.
Sorry, I'll give you an example. We were in India, and we'd promised that we would do a school visit. And we had some T-shirts made for this school visit, and it turned out that the logistics we just weren't going to get from our practice to this school in time. And Joffa went on his own. Unbelievable effort.
De Kerr's in bowls, forward comes Coles to mid-wicket, no run.
So Dr. Callie, who's one of our board members, was there with us for a couple of days, and he and Joffa, Colin Bowley, our cricket ops manager, and Jake from our commercial media team, they went to the school and handed the T-shirts out. Now Joffa turning up at this school was different class.
De Kerr's bowls, Coles defends, there is no run. End of the over, 231 for 3.
So he jumped in the car, drove 2 hours across Bangalore through the traffic, went and did this T-shirt delivery, spent time playing with the kids in the school, photos with everybody, staff and kids, and then came back to the hotel. Now, that was a really easy conversation because we were looking like cancelling it. And I said to him the evening before, I said, listen, I got a bit of a problem. Is there any way you can help me? And he said, yeah, I'll do it. I'll go. And it was like, you sure? Absolutely no problem at all. I'll go. And he went and did this session with the kids in the school. And, it was phenomenal. But it summed the bloke up. That wasn't, there was no money involved. It wasn't, we'll pay you an appearance. It was, I'll do it.
Oh,
absolutely, I'll do it. Now, that's... When he's around the lads and he's in for practice and he comes and bowls in the nets, it's like having another coach because he just shares his experience and his knowledge and he's just open. No one has to say, oh, Joff, what do you think? He's in there. He just gets stuck in.
Holman in, bowls to Haynes, who drives to mid-on, there is no run.
And that, that sums him as a person up, and that's why he's absolutely worth his weight in gold to us as a club. And I'm delighted he's extended his contract for another year. And every time, my experience of him, are you happy to sign for another year? Yep, let's just do it. Fine. And it's easy because he loves being at Sussex and he knows that Sussex has been good for him.
Holman in, bowls to Haynes, who clips away through mid-wicket, picks up his 105th run, 232 for 3.
But you never take that level of input from someone like Joff for granted. You've got to keep remembering that he's on a journey as a professional sportsman himself, and I think the support that he gets from John Morley and Matt Spence and others here in terms of the medical team when he's needed it, he pays it back more than 10 times over just by being the great person that he is around the team.
In comes Holman bowls, and Coles works this one stylishly to backward point. There is no run. Just before we're coming up towards lunch, Paul, so I'll have to let you go in a minute. But I know you don't like to single out particular players, but yesterday Jack Carson picked up his 50th wicket of the season. Just break off for a minute as the sun tries to make a break. In fact, there's a bit more blue sky around now, which is good news. As in comes Holman bowls, and Coles clips onto the onside, picks up a single. He goes to 4-2-34 for 3. Just a word on Jack Carson's season and his development as a cricketer.
No, I think that there were times last year where we tried to get the wickets to spin a little bit more here, end of day 3, day 4, and Ben Gibson, the groundsman, and Chris Greer, the assistant, they've done an unbelievable job. They really, really have in terms of pitches they've produced.
Oh, and Tom Haynes has played on. Luke Holman, and he was looking just to run that one, I think, down through backward point, but he's played on Tom Haynes, Nonetheless, he's going to get a terrific round of applause. In fact, we'll turn up the effects microphone. Tom Haynes is gone for 105. Sussex 233 for 4. He'll be disappointed, Tom, but he shouldn't be. That's a wonderful 100, his third of the season. And I'm sure he's going to be a good hand from the Sussex members as he makes his way off.
Yeah, that's an excellent innings, and it was exactly what we needed at the time. You know, we couldn't afford to be 20 for 4 last night. He played brilliantly last night, and he's got his reward today. He will be disappointed. I think he's been done by the bounce as much as anything. He's tried to run it down, as you said, to sort of backward point, short third man area, and he's got a bottom edge onto his stumps, but he's getting a fantastic ovation from the crowd. I think they realise how important that innings is in the context of this game and in terms of the context of the season as well. So he thoroughly deserves the applause he's getting. He will be annoyed with himself, he will be disappointed, and he might look back and think, I wonder if I was playing a little bit steady for lunch there rather than continuing to play him with the freedom. But you know, look, only he knows, but he thoroughly deserves the applause that he's got. So going back to Jack Carson, that there were times where Ben and Chris have produced, you know, wickets that we played with 14 mils of grass. That's a lovely ovation for
John Simpson,
both from the Middlesex supporters and the Sussex supporters. I think everyone's realised that you know, his time at Middlesex was fantastic. He was a brilliant servant to the club, and it would be welcomed back with open arms at any stage when he goes back there in the future. But it's nice that our members and supporters have appreciated the job that he's done here as well. So let's hope we don't put a curse on him with that one. But in terms of the as I say, we played with 14 millimetres of grass, 12 millimetres of grass at times, because we wanted the ball to carry and produce excellent cricket pitches, and then we wanted the ball to spin sort of late on day 3 into day 4, and Ben and Chris and the team have done that superbly. So Cast was one who perhaps at times last year there was an expectation when the wickets started to spin that he had to come on and take wickets, and he found that quite challenging. He found that quite tough because the level of expectation changed, and he definitely found that a challenge. But this year, I think his approach to bowling from a mental point of view has been so much calmer without losing his aggression.
Holman in bowls and Simpson drives to extra cover. There is no run.
And on that, I mean that he's still got that attacking mindset. He's still looking to spin the ball. He's still looking to bowl an attacking line. But when people have got after him, or hasn't quite worked for him, he's not kicking the ground and cursing and swearing, perhaps like he was last year. So there's a lot more calmer approach to his bowling. He's picking up wickets in the first innings, bowling in tough overs, and then getting his reward in the second innings when the ball started to spin. You know, and I think he went through a little spell there, the Scarborough game, a couple of games at home, where he picked up about 20 wickets in 3 games, but he's getting his reward now. And I think there's a lot more thoughtful approach from Jack. And if he has a spell where he doesn't get a wicket, he's not beating himself up and putting himself under huge pressure. And I think as a result, we're seeing a far more balanced bowler who's getting his rewards, and he has bowled brilliantly for us this year.
Ryan Higgins is coming in bowling with an off spin, I think. The ball clipped away by James Coles. Throw comes in. There could be a run out here. Throw comes in. I think he just about got home, did James Coles. He clipped the ball back to the square. It was John Simpson's call. It was back to the square.
It was a long single. I'm not quite sure what. Sometimes I think where Ryan Higgins coming on to bowl off spin here has probably, because he's not expecting it, and his concentration has just gone a fraction there, and that could easily end up in a stupid run out. So look, this is just where Simo. This is what we signed Simo for: his experience and his nous. Come to the crease now, settle everyone down, get us through to lunch, and then regroup at lunchtime and go again.
Could Jack Carson become, I'm not saying he's not an all-round cricketer now, Paul, but he's batting 70 odd down at Gloucester. Could he become a serious all-round cricketer, Jack Carson?
100% he could, and that's why there were times in the T20 side where he didn't necessarily bowl, but we were picking him for his batting. He's an excellent fielder, very committed fielder, good catcher. But yeah, he's definitely an all-round cricketer now.
Higgins bowls, Simpson plays into the offside, no run. And I would pick up, I spoke to Jack last night and I said there was a point this season when you played Yorkshire, and it was a game I thought Sussex might lose. Ollie came on and took some wickets, and Jack Carson took a catch down here to get Jordan Thompson out, and that was catches win matches, Paul.
100%.
In comes Higgins bowls. Simpson sits on the pad, there's a loud appeal. The ball think there's a bit of kidology going on there. The ball bounces out to the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, look, I think Jack has developed into an excellent all-round cricketer. His batting, his bowling, his fielding. I also think that he's got the potential to be a captain as well. He's got an excellent cricket brain. He speaks well in the group. He's very popular, and I genuinely think he could easily be a captain of the club going forward.
In comes Higgins, bowls. Simpson plays into the offside. Gets his first run. Throw comes in. Misses the stumps. John Simpson is on his way. 235. For 4, but that was a brilliant catch. And that was the time in the season, Paul. I know it was early on, and I thought Sussex might do this. Because it was such. Because you could have lost that game.
Absolutely, and the reason I laugh is that I agree with you, because
Higgins bowls, Coles defends, no run.
That was a huge game in the context of our season. So I go back to the Durham game last year, massive game in the context of our season. The Yorkshire game this year, Joe Root turns up, the expectation we play in Yorkshire, they've got a great side, probably going to beat us, whatever. They should have beaten us twice last year, but for the rain. That was a game where, and having Ollie Robinson available, and bowling brilliantly. I mean, he turned that game, 25-26 to win, 4 wickets in hand.
Yeah.
Lythy playing superbly, going to win them the game. And he bowled that absolute snorter to Lythy that Simo took a brilliant catch above his head, knocked the next 2 over. Finn Hudson-Prentice gets the run out. We've won the game with 20 runs. Now, they're the games, when you get over the line, it's all very well me saying we're going to be promoted. I expect to win games of cricket. But when the players actually do perform in games like that and they win, they're the games where they come off saying, actually, that bloke might be right. Maybe we are good enough to win games of cricket. Maybe he's not bonkers, and we can win. Because they're the games that convince you. When you win tight games like that, they convince you that you can win tight games, and you can expect to win tight games. And we've had other games like that this year that have gone exactly the same way.
Holman in, bowls to Simpson, who clips 2 mid-on, a quickly taken single. It's very much a feature of John Simpson's game, these quick singles. He goes to 236 for 4.
So I absolutely, and that's why I laugh, because I'm with you. I think that Yorkshire game was a huge statement win for us as a team and as a club, and not just the players, but everyone around the ground, around the club. People like you, people that work in the offices, people, the ground staff, whoever, members. People start looking at it going, actually, do you know what? You might be right, and you need that. You need that buy-in from everybody.
Holman in bowls. Coles plays that deftly, eludes the slip fielder. It's going to come down towards the boundary here at third man. Pick up a couple of runs, will James Coles. He goes to 7, 238 for 4. What have we got? This will be the last over before lunch, I'm pretty certain about that. So Sussex will have to wait till after lunch for this 250. But he's such a, what I like about Jack as well, he's such a competitive cricketer. When he took that catch and you just thought, wow, it was and it was right here.
He's a winner. He's an absolute winner, and you want him in your team for every game.
In comes Holman bowls. I'm just going to read a couple of emails before you go.
No problem at all.
Paul, because a few people have been in touch to say a couple of things. Tim Broadbent's been in touch. Hello, Tim. He says, I'm thoroughly enjoying the match from out here in sunny Kazakhstan. I don't know where that is, but it's a long way away.
Yeah, lovely.
And he says, an interesting discussion with Paul, learning more about the modern game. Keep it up, Sussex, my native county, says Tim. Lovely to hear from you, Tim. Clive has been in touch, as in comes Holman bowls and clipped away by Coles to mid-wicket. He picks up a single. He goes to 8, 239 for 4. Clive Warder in Birmingham says, I'd like to pass on my thanks to Paul Farbrace for all he's done for the club this year. John Simpson was a brilliant signing. Being a Sussex fan who lives in Birmingham and a Warwickshire season ticket holder, my dilemma as who to support when Sussex play Warwickshire will be resumed, says Clive. So Clive,
nice problem to have for Clive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Lovely problem to have.
John has been in touch. I've just got to do an update on the radio as well, Paul, but we'll do that in a tech. Are you all right for a couple of minutes?
No rush.
Got to listen to the Pet Shop Boys. 239 for 4. I'll turn that down so you haven't got to listen to it too much. In comes Holman bowls. Simpson plays into the offside, and there is no run. John has been in touch, and he says, hi Adrian and team, listening and watching the stream from Tenerife, and enjoying having you on commentary as well, Paul, so thank you for that. So we've got listeners all over the place today. This Holman just flicks the ball from hand to hand. I just need to check the scores in the other games before we let Paul go. In comes Holman bowls and played by Simpson down the track, and there we are. That is lunch. 239 for 4. Coles on 8, Simpson on 2. Sussex needing another 11 runs after lunch to get to 250, and the 1 point they need to secure the second division title. The standout innings of the morning coming from Tom Haynes, 105 in 168 balls as the players make their way off the ground.
From the cricket, Adrian Harms is watching the final day of Sussex against Middlesex in the county championship.
Yes, and Sussex are closing in on the Division 2 title here. They're 239 for 4 as the players leave the field for lunch. Tom Haynes, the standout innings of the day, 105 in 168 balls with 13 fours, and well supported in a century partnership by Tom Alsop, who made 66. Elsewhere in the county championship up in the northeast, Kent 192 for 4. That in reply to the Durham total yesterday of 360, and Surrey, the county champions, 138 for 4 against Essex at Chelmsford. Meanwhile, in the one-day international down in Bristol, the deciding match, England 155 for 2 against Australia. Ben Duckett 65 not out.
Lovely. Thanks, Adrian.
So we are. That's my update done. Yeah, so thank you everybody, and thank you Paul, and thank
Pleasure,
you.
Adrian.
I
Thank
know
you very
everyone's
much.
everyone's thoroughly enjoyed all hearing from you. It's just great to get you on commentary for an
Pleasure.
hour in this game, and you'll be looking forward to hopefully the trophy presentation coming up. I know you won't accept till it's done, but it's it's only 11 runs away.
Yeah, look, of course I'm looking forward to it, and it's something that, ever since we got promotion last week, it's something I've been looking forward to. I'm pleased it's going to happen here at Hove, and that a lot of the loyal supporters and members that are here will hopefully be able to enjoy that, because I didn't want it to be, as it was on the first 2 days, just wet, windy and horrible and no one here. It was fantastic that we had great support yesterday. Lovely to see so many people back here today. But that's what it's about, isn't it? County cricket, it's not just about the players and the coaches. It's about the members, the supporters, the history, tradition that goes with county cricket, and that's why I'm a big, passionate believer and supporter of county cricket. I love the traditions of the county game. I want the county game to keep moving forward, and as much as getting to finals day in the T20 was an exciting thing to do this year, and it would have been great to have gone on and actually turned up and performed on the day rather than having the damp squib that we had. The county championship is the thing that I think, as players and coaches and supporters, it's something that you all want to do well in, because it's over the course of a season. It is tough cricket, it is hard cricket, but it's fantastic that people, I bumped into so many members over the last 2 years here at Hove who say, I've been coming for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, absolutely love it. People saying thank you. It's not, it's great, and I'm pleased that people are appreciative, but it's not about that. It's not about, as I've said before, it's not about me, it's not about individuals, it's about all of us coming together to keep the good traditions and the good things about Sussex cricket going and moving forward, and as I say, leaving it in a better place than we found it, because that's our responsibility. And it's the same for you as a broadcaster and journalist. You want to keep pushing the game in the right direction and seeing it keep improving and getting better. And the game takes a bit of stick, and county cricket takes a bit of stick, but I think county cricket's in a great place. I think there's a lot of good things happening, and here at Sussex, that the way that we're moving forward as a club is really exciting, and there's a long way to go. There's a lot of hard work to be done, and no one's slapping themselves on the back and saying, look, we've cracked it. We haven't. We've got a long way to go, and we know next year is going to be tough, but that's what you play the game for. You want tough games, you want hard games, and you want to be in Division 1 playing tough cricket against the best teams. And we're going to have the opportunity next year to keep our good work going forwards.
Well, great, and I'm sure all our listeners will look forward to it as well. Can I just thank you, Paul, for all your interviews, all your coaching staff as well. The players are always very willing to come and answer sometimes not very good questions. It's been a pleasure this season, and I hope you enjoy the celebrations this evening. Thank you very much
indeed. Cheers, Adrian. Thanks for all your help as well. Fantastic. And we've got through without talking about Brighton losing to Chelsea yesterday, which I'm a bit disappointed about, but maybe the Sussex and Brighton fans won't be. But you and I as Chelsea fans, we're delighted with it. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Cheers, Paul. action of the last day of the cricket season. Sussex 239 for 4, the only remaining thing, that's the wrong word, isn't it? The only remaining outcome to be decided in this season should happen fairly soon, because Sussex get the 11 runs they need. They will get sufficient bonus points to make sure that they claim the second division title. The Middlesex lads are in a huddle over by the pavilion, and John Simpson and James Coles make their way out to the middle. You're listening to BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. You may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, or indeed listening around the ground. And if you are, a very good afternoon to you as Coles and Haynes, no, not Coles and Simpson, make their way out to the middle, followed by the Middlesex players. I didn't quite realise how cold it is.
It's freezing.
I wandered round and bumped into a couple of pals who were getting their lunch, and I stood up there and I thought, why on earth didn't I put a coat on? That was severely underdressed. Anyway, we're about to get underway after lunch. John Simpson, who's there are various votes for players of the season, that sort of thing, and I would think that John Simpson is pretty certain to win it for Sussex. When you scored 500s in the Championship, over 1,000 runs, it's been a terrific season for him, and in many ways it would be fitting if it's he who's out there when this final point is secured. But credit to Middlesex this morning, Kevin, because they've thrown themselves around in the field. They've it's not easy in a day like today when it's the end of the season and there's nothing to play for, and it's cold, and then we've got jumpers on. But it's a professional game, and they're playing it in exactly the way it should be played. You are absorbed by this bottle of Smiling Donkey I've been buying. I was bought a bottle of red wine by the lads in the media team.
Watch
here.
for the
It's very
pictures
kind.
on Twitter.
Yeah, and it's called Smiling Donkey. It's a great picture of that donkey.
That's why I said to you, you've got to put that on Twitter. I'm sure they didn't mean anything bad.
Go on,
It's
Ken.
like Christmas up here for you, look.
Yeah, I know. Got
You've been wine, you've had cake, what else you've been delivered?
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Hey, Santa's come early for you
Yeah,
last
it
day of
has.
the season.
Yeah, it's been lovely.
I'll get my BFH from Middlesex. Here's Bamba, right arm over the wicket from the CN. This runaway down to deep third for a boundary, and it's 243 for 4 as Coles just over the top of it, the right-hander, angles the bat, and they are but 7 runs away, Harmsy. Harmsy, you should be talking it up to the moment. You should be doing all the commentary at the moment. I'll do the colour, you do the commentary.
All right, okay, well, that's kind. 7 runs needed. There is cricket being played all around the country today on this last day of the season. Just for the record, Yorkshire 559. Oh, they're off. Spoke too soon. Bad light.
Where?
Headingley.
Oh.
559 for 3 are Yorkshire, so they've got enough points, but they're off for bad light there. In comes Bamba, right arm over the wicket, and bowls to James Coles, who defends solidly down the track, and there is no run. In the one-day international down at Bristol, England 228 for 5. Ben Duckett 99 not out. Who else made runs? Harry Brook makes 72. Phil Salt 45. Jamie Smith out for 6, and Liam Livingston for a duck.
You're going to have a hamper to take home by the time
Yeah,
today's
look at
out,
this.
aren't you?
Yeah, lovely. So thank you, everybody. We've had all sorts of cakes and treats brought up to us. In comes Bamba bowls, and Coles flicks this away through mid-wicket. They've taken 1. They'll come back for the second. And let's go to 245 for 4.
But Nikki Chowdhury brought up a cake and then took 3/4 of it home with her.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
I haven't pulled her up on that yet. Hope she's listening. It's good cake, was it? It was really good cake. That's
Yeah,
why
it
I'm
was.
upset, 'cause it was so good.
Yeah.
Coffee cake's got 1 slice left. It's hanging in there. That was very good as well. Coffee and walnut. Coffee and walnut. How did they come up with that? Who thought?
Nice, isn't it?
Walnut on top of that.
Nice. In comes Bamba bowls to Coles, who plays down on the onside, and there is no run.
Sounds more like a colour of paint that you'd get at Wickes, doesn't it? Coffee and walnut.
It was nice, though, wasn't it?
It was lovely. I was just thinking, who came up with walnut on top
Yeah,
of it? What did
no
they go for
idea.
walnut for?
Yeah. People are really sort of huddled up. The crowd has grown a bit during the day. There's a few more people in the Spenkama Pavilion. Not a massive crowd by any means, but people are here to enjoy the last day's cricket of the season as Bamba is in and bowls, and Coles defends into the offside, and there is no run. Ethan Bamba in his 11th over, One maiden 0 for 53. Who's that warming up by the clock tower
Luke
scoreboard? Is that
Holman.
Luke Holman?
Yeah, ready to go again. Did you find out Paul Farbrace's favourite day trip?
No, I should have asked him, and I should have also asked him whether he got Coldplay tickets, which I didn't. We ran out of time. Actually, I just forgot. I should.
He's more a Taylor Swift man, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't. I wouldn't have thought so. In comes Bamber over the wicket, bowls. Coles again defends into the offside. There is no run. End of the opening over after lunch. Sussex 2:45 for 4. Coles on 14. Simpson on 2.
What did you have for lunch today?
Wasn't a lot left actually.
No.
Very unhealthy, really.
You had a sausage
Portion
roll,
of
did you?
chips.
Ooh, yeah.
Mars bar.
Did you? Portion of chips and a Mars. So that was your main, was the chips?
Yeah. It's
And a
not great.
fizzy
is it?
drink.
Yeah. What about you?
Well, I don't eat pork, and that was all that was left over there. So they said, wander over to the long room because there's a section in there. You can use it in there.
Did you?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it was similar to Greg's. It's, it's like stuff. So they said, can I use this here? And they said, yeah.
What
fine.
sort of stuff?
Chili con carne and a jacket potato.
Right. Okay. Great. See.
I feel like I'm going to get you or
All
myself.
the years
I
I've
don't know which. Well, you get to go into the committee room for a cup of coffee.
Well, I did.
To be fair to the Middlesex committee, they have always invited me into the committee room, but there's never time at lunch to get around to the other side of the grounds. They've invited me over for lunch.
Yeah.
Although I don't know how many of the committee are left that originally invited me now.
Luke Coleman is going to get us underway with the first over, well, the second over lunch, but the first over after lunch, if you get my drift, from the Cromwell Road end. The Middlesex fielders are looking distinctly chilly. As John Simpson waits, he's going to face Luke Coleman. Simpson on 2:45 for 4.
He's a shot away from the title.
He is. In comes Holman, bowls, and Simpson leans back and plays that into the covers. They think about a single, but it isn't there. And it is a dot ball. We were a bit worried about the weather earlier on today. I think it is meant to rain later, but at the minute there's quite a lot of blue sky, patchy blue sky around, and I think we're going to be all right certainly for a good bit longer. Famous last words. As in comes Holman and bowls, and Simpson pulls away onto the leg side. It's a full toss. This was dispatched before by John Simpson. He goes to 6, and Sussex to 249 for 4. So just one run needed. Luke Holman looks disappointed. He stands with his hands on his hips at the far end of the ground. John Simpson waits. Holman. A twiddle of the bat from the Sussex skipper John Simpson, who waits for Luke Coleman, who throws the ball from hand to hand and comes around the wicket, bowling to John Simpson, and Simpson tucks this one to backward square leg. There is no run. I just heard a little sigh around the ground. People are just waiting for this moment.
How's he going to do it?
Here at Hove.
How's he going to do it, Harmsy? 6 down the ground.
That would be a great way to do it. I suspect he'll nudge 1 for 1. Little nudge around the corner. 2:49 for 4. Holman in, bowls. Simpson drives. He's not to be tempted. Drives to mid on. There is no run. That's a no ball. It's a no ball. Can you believe? What a way for Sussex to get promoted, and people standing around the ground. It was a no ball bowled by Luke Holman, and never has a no ball received so much applause. A season that began on the 5th of April with a draw here for Sussex against Northamptonshire. The Sussex players all hugging each other on the balcony, people applauding around the ground. And Sussex are champions of Division 2 of the County Championship. And in bizarre fashion, with a no ball bowled by Luke Coleman. Wouldn't have been nice if John Simpson had cracked the ball away for a 6. Let's see if he does it off of the next ball.
Do it now.
Let's see. In comes Holman around the wicket, bowls, and Simpson does crack that one away through the offside and picks up a single, and Sussex go to 251 for 4. And well, I think that's absolutely right that John Simpson, who's come to the club this summer, scored 5 county championship hundreds, was the man who was facing when the final point was achieved for Sussex to win the title.
come on, Arms. You could have just turned a slight blind eye to that, couldn't you? And let Simo had his moment. Honestly, no ball from the leggy.
Can you believe
No,
that?
I can't.
In comes Holman. Bowls to James Coles, who drills the ball down the ground. Holman fills up his own bowling, and there is no run. So there we are. The championship is secured, the second division championship. There'll be a presentation of the trophy by Claire Connor a little later on this afternoon, as Holman is in over the wicket, bowls, and Coles flicks onto the onside, and there is no run. So there we are, end of the over. 252 for 4, Coles on 14, Simpson on 7.
Players are always talking about match awareness, aren't they? I think the officials there could have had a bit of match awareness, season awareness, moment awareness.
Yeah, don't call the no ball.
Yeah, that was a tight one. I'll let you off with it, but be careful, Luke.
Yeah.
Oh, dearie me.
I think John Simpson was a bit disappointed, actually.
I'm sure everybody
He probably
was.
just wanted to sort of crack the ball away for the boundary that secured promotion.
I think Max Holdham, when the ovation was taking place, he ran over and had a word with Luke Holman. I'd imagine what he was saying, because the next ball was dragged down very short and very fast, wasn't it, by Holman? I'd imagine Max was saying to him, he's going to try and hit you back over your head next ball now. You've just gone past the 250. This next ball's going to go down the ground, so prepare. And Holman ripped in as quick a delivery as I saw on a length, and through it went.
Let's look at Liam's top. Polar Bear by Ralph Lauren. Right, I'll do the next couple of overs with Kevin, then I make way.
You've got to reflect now, haven't you? Reflect.
We've got to do one more update for today.
Some Harms reflections. Highlight of the season, other than the Luke Holman's no ball, Adrian Harms.
Well, probably my highlight of the season. Well, there's been quite a few, but I was discussing with Paul Farbrace before lunch as in comes Bamba around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who defends into the offside, no run. There was a time in the season when you think you wonder if it is going to be Sussex's season, and I think it was the game here against Yorkshire, which was a game that Sussex could easily have lost. Yorkshire only needed 20 odd to win. They had 4 wickets in hand. Adam Lyth was going along really nicely, and Ollie Robinson came back into the attack, and he got Lyth out with a brilliant catch by John Simpson. And then Jordan Thompson came in, who could win a game on his own, and Jack Carson took a catch down in front of us here. Bamber in bowls, Simpson defends down the offside, which, I know it's an old adage, but catches do win matches. And it was a brilliant catch, and I think that was probably the moment when I thought to myself, wow, Sussex, maybe this really is going to be their season. That was way back in, can't even find the game now in my book. Here we are. 17th of May was the game. In comes Bamba bowls, and Simpson plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. Yeah, Adam Lyth in the second innings was 73 not out. And then he got out, caught by Simpson off Ollie Robinson. And then, Jordan Thompson was caught by Jack Carson, literally down in front of us for a duck, and Sussex ended up winning the game by 21 runs. At tea in that game, Yorkshire were 140 for 6, needing 43 to win. Simpson drives beautifully. What a lovely shot that is by John Simpson. Over-pitched by Ethan Bamber and absolutely belted through the covers by Simpson. Lovely shot. He goes to 11, Sussex to 256 for 4.
I'm going to go Kevin Howes on you now. And expectations for next season, Adrian?
Well,
can Sussex mount a Division 1 challenge?
Well, Paul was saying that when he came to the club, there was like a sort of a 5-year plan to get into Division 1, and after 5 years to be.
How many years has he been here now?
2. To maybe be competing, and in comes Bamba round the wicket, bowls, Simpson defends into the offside, no run. I mean, the good thing is Sussex have got their plan in place in terms of overseas, etc. But there's no question it's going to be difficult, isn't it? You look down the list of sides, Surrey, Hampshire, Essex, Somerset. They're all sides who've done really well in the Championship this season. Add to that, you've got Yorkshire in the mix. But a bit exciting, which is the good thing. As in comes Bamba around the wicket, bowls. Simpson pulls onto the leg side. What a shot that is by John Simpson. Pulled away for 6. Wow, he just swiveled on that, John Simpson. It was a bit short, And he just belted the ball over mid-wicket for 6 runs. Lovely shot. He goes to 17, 262 for 4. I don't know whether John's mum and dad are watching over in warmer climes of Spain, but they'd have enjoyed that shot if they did. That was a lovely shot. Pulled away. It's a shortish boundary on that leg side, but nonetheless, that's a great shot. Simpson goes to 17 and Sussex 262 for 4.
What signings do you think Sussex need next year to be competitive, Adrian?
What's that again?
What signings does Sussex need to be competitive next year?
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's going to be any, from what Paul was saying. That's it.
That's well said, isn't it? Don't worry, I knew what I was doing asking you that one.
What they've got is what they've got, I think.
But it's pretty good, isn't it? The overseas are set up again.
Yeah. Interesting what Paul was saying about Daniel Hughes and overseas players, that, they were disappointed, obviously, he had to go back with. But at the end of the day, it's not Sussex's call. That's always the way with overseas players. They can get recalled. So, you sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky. I think Lancashire got unlucky this year with Nathan Lyon, didn't they?
Yeah.
They'd signed him, and then Australia said his workload is such that he can't stay.
Here's Holman at the Cromwell Road end. He's got a slip in place. He's in now, bowls, and a bit of fly on that forward defence from Coles. Who's been the young player of the year for you at Sussex, if Simpson's player of the year?
That's a good question. How young would you consider young is?
Under 23, maybe?
Right, okay.
Is that for Liam, under 23? Young player of the year?
Yeah, I'd say.
Okay.
Holman, bit of flight. This ball's tickled away just fine of Holden. That's mid-wicket, gets the throw in. It's just out of the reach of Davies.
I would say, in that case, young player of the year, if you were saying 23 and under, I would have to say Jack Carson.
Ooh.
I think 50 wickets, best part of 500 runs in the Championship. He's 24 in December, Jack. So, yeah, I think he would be my young player of the year.
Holman to Simpson. Excuse me, how much of a charge do we see from the Sussex skipper? He's in, bowls with forward defence pushing back. Long on's back, so to deep square, deep cover.
He's going to enjoy himself, you'd have thought here, wouldn't you?
Most improved player of the season, Adrian?
Oh, wow. Tom Alsop.
Ooh. Signed from Hampshire.
Yeah.
Good answer, says Liam at the back. Thumbs up there. You're getting a vote of confidence from the back of the box, Adrian. Here's Simpson on the back foot, pushed back into the offside, and there's no run. The dreaded vote of confidence.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But I say that because he's changed his game. Well, not changed. He's added to his game to become a very good white ball player. I hope he has a good, great fun playing. When does the Big Bash start? Does it start before Christmas? Yeah. In comes Holt. Oh, sorry.
Bowls now, and this ball's pushed by Simpson to Holden at cover, no run.
I saw a game in the Big Bash last winter. I saw the Sydney Thunder play the Sydney Sixers.
What, did you go out there?
Yeah.
Did you see Dizzy?
No.
Oh.
No, the strikers weren't playing there at that time. But it was a game where Steve Smith got out the first ball of the match.
Ooh.
Pulled one straight down deep square leg's throat.
Holman. Quicker ball, turn to mid-wicket, there's no runs. Did you see the...
And the tickets, sorry, the tickets for the game, we had great seats in the lower tier of one of the stands. From memory, they're about sort of $25 Australian. I mean, it wasn't expensive, and there were a huge amount of, because it's a big ground, the SCG. I mean, 40-odd thousand people. It was full to capacity. I mean, you would say it would be for the Sixers v the Thunder. I'm not sure who plays at the SCG, because there's another ground in Sydney, isn't there? They don't both play at the Sydney Cricket Ground. I thought they did, but they don't. There's another ground somewhere in Sydney that I think either the Sixes or the Thunder play. And there will be an update in a minute, and then I'm going to get out your hair. But it is, in the meantime,
I
going
haven't
to be...
finished grilling you yet.
I
haven't finished grilling you yet.
No, okay. True Sydney. Well, I ought to ask similarly for you, really. Because
well, no. Probably not. Best gift you've been awarded this year by...
Oh, the smiley...
You got to say the media office.
Well,
Other than the media office, Smiling Donkey bottle of wine.
I would say Margaret's Cakes. She's done 4. In comes Bamber, bowls to Coles, who defends down the offside of the track, no run. And a sort of final shout out really to the museum. I can see the volunteers are out there looking very cold with some photographs over there, some books as well. So well done to all the volunteers in the museum. for all their work. And to people who've bought the books, actually, people who've donated books as well. Got quite a few up here in the commentary box, actually, which I'll need to work my way through at some stage. I need to check what the scores are on the other games. Come on, Adrian. Yeah, here we go. We've got a change in the field now. Middlesex have got... oh, here we go.
Cricket update.
Now let's get the latest from the cricket. Adrian Harms watching the final day of Sussex against Middlesex in the County Championship.
Yes, our final update of the cricket season here on BBC Radio Kent, Sussex and Surrey. And good news for all Sussex supporters, because in the last 10 minutes, Sussex have secured the one bonus point they needed to claim the second division championship. It came in bizarre manner, would you believe, with a no ball bowled by Luke Coleman for Middlesex. That brought up the 250 that Sussex needed to get the point they need. So Sussex promoted back to Division 1 for the record. They're 263 for 4 here. John Simpson on 17, James Coles on 15. There will be a presentation made with the trophy after close of play today. Meanwhile, Kent are 218 for 4 up in the northeast of England against Durham. Surrey 156 for 5 against Essex at Chelmsford. And in the one-day international, England 243 for 6 against Australia in Bristol.
Adrian, thank you. So coming up
In comes Bamber, bowls and played onto the onside by James Coles, picks up a single. Coles goes to 16, 264 for 4. Probably the best part of the day now, actually, in terms of sunshine, although there is quite a bit of heavy cloud around.
Been the best part of the summer.
Yeah. I mean, September can be a glorious month.
Yeah, well, it can. I mean, that's sort of, there's been
it's a problem, isn't it?
A lot of people have scoffed at this late finish, but the biggest problem with this summer year is not usually the moisture, is it? It's more the light.
Yeah.
As we saw yesterday evening, we did remarkably well to nudge past 6 o'clock, didn't we?
I mean, yeah, we did. I mean, I personally think in from the beginning of the season, just break off as Bamber comes around the wicket, bowls to Simpson, who defends into the offside. There is no run. I wish all the way through the season we had 10:30 starts, to be honest.
Yeah, there's been a lot said about that, and I wouldn't disagree for the for the most part. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I just think so many games in the summer. You're finishing at 7.
Mind you, I'll just give them an extra half an hour to bowl 96 overs, and they'll still finish at 7 o'clock.
Well,
and then complain they work too much.
I just think sort of half the day's gone by the time you start a day's cricket. It's 11 o'clock. Just get up and get on with it, really.
Yep.
Bamber in bowls. Some pulls onto the leg side. Doesn't quite time that, fielded at mid-wicket. And there is no run. That is the end of the over, is it? No, there's one more ball to go. I'm sorry. 264 for 4. I mean, one of the arguments has always been, Kevin, about, dew on the pitch and all the rest of it. But, I think that's a bit of a non-argument, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the time when dew's most in play is September, isn't it? So I don't think July, June, any of those months. So it's not so you
I
start
agree.
at 10 in September.
I
10:30
agree.
all year long, which allows for that time to be made up as well, rather than later in the evening.
So, final ball of the over. Ethan Bamber runs away from us. He's in on bowl. Simpson lets that go outside the off stump. Taken by Davis. There is no run. 264 for 4. Coles 16, Simpson 17. We've still got another, by the scoreboard, 59 overs remaining in the day, but we're going to get nothing like that, I'm sure, as we plot probably a finish, we think, probably about 4:30, because I think them's the rules and regulations. But anyway, I'm going to go and have a cup of tea, and I'm going to leave you with Kevin and with Liam with his very snazzy top on. He's going to have to tell you about it. It looks nice and warm as well.
He's just looking for a free top now, isn't he? His hamper's not complete without a free item of clothing. He wants swag, doesn't he? He's after swag. So, Holman from the Cromwell Road end in cracking sunshine here at Hove. He's got a slip in place, a backward point, deep cover, short extra cover, long off, mid on, mid wicket. Mid on's retreated slightly, deep square and backward square leg as he bowls, and up on his toes Coles turns a single to square leg. Yes, no, Simpson's got to get back. The throw misses. Holman tries to meet it. Tries to drag it onto the stumps. He can't do so. 2-6-4 for 4. A near miss. Liam, welcome back.
Hello. Well, that was an unfortunate anti-climax with the no ball, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, congrats to Sussex. Well deserved. They've been great this year.
Holman flipping that ball hand to hand, and he steps, bowls, and sort of an inside edge onto the pad, just rolls down into the offside.
I was almost anticipating Sussex to be a bit more positive after they won that. Just have a bit of fun with it. But
Well,
maybe they're trying to bat the day.
Yeah. What is it? 70 overs bowled. There's 58 remaining in the match. Trail by 7. Holman again bowls. Cole's in behind this, no run. They take 15, 20 overs, smash it around a bit, and see if they can bowl Middlesex out and go out with a win.
Absolutely. I'm sure the Middlesex players will want to kick the stumps over as well.
Yeah.
And get the day done with. I think they had a nice night in Brighton last night as well. So.
Oh, really?
So they're looking forward to getting home as well.
Holman past the umpire, he bowls, and this is clipped away in the air for a moment. Deep mid wicket coming around, a tumbling stop from Fernandez out there on as a subfielder. Took a brilliant catch earlier, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
17 apiece for Coles and Simpson. That was to dismiss Haynes, wasn't it, for 100?
That was for Allsop.
That was Allsop,
that one.
wasn't it? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, Haynes got bowled, unfortunately, chops it on, but that was an excellent knock from Haynes. And it was so interesting to listen to Farbrace talk about the development of Haynes over the winter. And it's kind of what I said, I feel like he's really transformed his game and got a few more scoring options, which has really helped him.
Holman steps in, bowls, and just a little short on this one. It allows Simpson, it's a little straight as well. Simpson just waits and it turns to square leg. De Carey's, the word for De Carey's there, he's underhanded it. He's almost flicked it with the back of his wrist, doesn't he, with his right hand towards the non-striker's end. I think Davies and co were inquiring why the throw didn't go to the keeper's end.
I think they were wondering why there was a single there.
Well, yeah. Maybe, I was going to say maybe that's to do with the night out in Brighton last night, but you know more than me. What, did you see them? You were out last night. Here's Holman, a lot of flight, and this ball's driven back. No, Rob, were you given a good send-off? You had your night out. Are you given a good send-off?
Yeah, it was great, thank you. A lot of family and friends, and a couple of mates told me they couldn't come, so then I thought, I've been stitched up here, but then they all turned up a little bit later as a surprise, so it was quite a nice little surprise. Yeah, it was very nice. I made the rookie error though of when I went out it was quite warm, so I didn't bring a coat, and then I was in a rooftop bar and it got absolutely freezing.
Chill factor.
I can't say what time I got back, but
So what are you doing up there with binoculars, watching to see which cricketers are out on a night out down below?
I just have sauces,
Sauces.
which I thought you'd have actually.
I was tucked up in bed early, and I keep my nose, head to the ground.
Just get the inside scoop.
Leave that to you. Focus on the cricket.
Absolutely.
I remember one year there was a match like this at the end of the season. It was away at Grace Road, Leicestershire, and the game was completely dead and done. Middlesex decided, right, go on, have a night out. Now this was circa 2005, 2006.
Bamba into bowl round the wicket to Simpson, who takes a quick single towards mid-on, and that's where I ran.
So I went out with them, younger days of course, and good night out, Leicester it was. It wasn't too bad actually, you know, a couple of days on the mic the next day weren't too great in the early years, but that one wasn't a bad one, I don't remember. All I said was that Middlesex looked slightly lethargic in the field the next day. Chris Silverwood comes up to me at the end, slightly lethargic were we, dobbing us in. I said I didn't say anything, it's the end of season, not much to play for, just look a little lethargic in the field today, Middlesex. So yeah, lesson learned. One slipped word and all of a sudden there's ears everywhere listening to you. I think it may have been Mrs. Silverwood that was listening at that time.
Well, and then
did you have a night out last night, Chris? Kev says you're a little bit lethargic.
So Bamba into Coles, he gives himself room, and it's a big flash trying to hit it over extra cover, and it goes straight through to keeper for no run.
He doesn't drink either, Chris Silverwood. He's a non-drinker. He was on best behaviour like me, like the commentator.
I don't know if Mrs. Silverwood is still listening, so you can be honest now if you want.
Oh, about what?
5 tequilas in, was he?
Yeah. Where is he now? He's Sri Lanka coach, isn't he? Chris Silverwood at the moment.
Yeah, I remember he got quite a high profile
Yeah.
job. That's a Bamba over the wicket, bowls a bouncer, and Coles gets underneath that quite easily. I think the one that I remember shocking me the most who was out is I was out and there's a place called Monty Malone's, which is like an Irish bar in Brighton, really popular, great live
I saw
music.
that last night. It's on the main road, isn't it?
On the main road, yeah. Some of the Middlesex players might have seen it as well. And yeah, I remember sitting there and I was about to go to the toilet. I went, oh, excuse me, mate. I looked up and it was Vernon Philander. And apparently he used to go there every night.
Really?
So Bamba, into bowl over the wicket, and that's flicked into the leg side by Coles. There's a deep square leg. They're going to push for 2, but they turn him back. It's just going to be a single. And yeah, I remember just looking, going, I recognise you. Where do I know you from? I was like, it's Vernon Philander. And yeah, apparently it used to be a hot spot for a lot of the cricketers, the overseas players. They'd all come over and just chill in there. They'd just sit down and watch the live music, and they wouldn't always drink, but they'd just always be in Molly Malone's. It was like their
Nice.
comfort place because of the live music and everything like that. And that's when I realised Molly Malone's is probably the place to be for cricketers when they're coming over. And so Bamba coming round the wicket to Simpson here. Into bowl, and that's flicked into the leg side. No runners, there's 2 mid-wickets. But I think things have got a lot better since the olden days when you wouldn't be surprised if a cricketer was out every night.
Oh, absolutely.
It was
That's
almost
a big change.
Almost an initiation was, or the, what do you call it? The rule was to be going out as a team, and team bonding was a full night out. So Bamba round the wicket, into bowl, and that's blocked away nicely from Simpson, looking very solid and comfortable as he has all season. So Sussex, Division 2 champions, 268 for 4, Coles on 18 and Simpson on 19.
Yeah, my first year was 2005, covering county cricket, and that was pretty much the year that it kind of switched over, to be honest. Angus Fraser came in 2008, end of 2008 with Middlesex. I think there was I'm pretty sure there was an 11 o'clock curfew placed at that point. 2 bottles of beer, 11 o'clock curfew, back in your room, 11 o'clock, 2 bottles of beer, fine. I think that was roughly what he put in some when it ticked from 2008 to 2005. So yeah, that Grace Road night. But then, like I say, that Grace Road night, it was a completely dead game. It may have been one of those matches at Grace Road when the lakes just run across the ground, and it pretty much like this, washed out for a couple of days, nothing riding on it. Here's Holman, started a new over, slip crouch down. In now bowls, and this is heaved over square leg. He just cleared that front foot, short boundary as it is, but only a big boundary would have been comfortably cleared by that 6. Coles moves to 24, 274 for 4, and Sussex lead by 3 runs with 6 wickets standing. They've just given themselves a couple of overs. Well, it's half an hour now, really, after lunch, isn't it? I was going to say giving themselves a couple of overs, but I don't really see a reason, unless they just don't fancy going back out and having a bowl, maybe. Well, there is that, isn't there? As his Holman in bowls and goes again. Ouch! What did that hit? You heard the clonk somewhere. I'm just trying to see where it hit. Did it hit the roof? We can see where it's being retrieved by. Did it go over? Did it bounce over? Nobody seems to be rushing to get it back. Any balls, please? Brenda's going to be required one more time, is she, with the box of balls?
Go on, Brenda.
Where do you think it's gone? Did it hit the top of the roof and
I think
keep
it went
going?
into the pavilion.
Well, I thought so. I thought they were ducking for cover in the long room there, but I've got a feeling, because nobody's moving anywhere, yeah, it must have hit the roof and bounced over. It must have hit the top of the roof and kept going.
It's quite a big hit, though. Like, he's absolutely smoked that going back and across.
I was going to say it wasn't as big a hit as the previous one, but it was, clearly.
It was a lot flatter, I think. The other one he sent up, rather than that one was a lot more flatter and direct.
Let's have a look. There's no movement whatsoever. Yeah, it's gone over the top because look, Bamba's going. He's hurdling it. They're going over the back to find it. There's a few cars parked over there as well, isn't they? Park along that road at the back.
Yes, that's where all the players in that park.
Oh.
So it'd be funny
Imagine
if Coles hit his own car.
Or he hit Holman's. Imagine being hit for 6 and they hit your car.
I had one last year. I was at club training and I was doing power hitting, and there was a hole in the net, and directly where the hole was, there was a Tesla, and someone shouted, obviously, don't, maybe turn it down a notch. And I thought, okay, I won't try and smash it now. And then someone bowled me, like a leg spinner, bowled me a quicker ball, and I just went to flick it and absolutely nailed it through the gap.
Nice.
And because it was a quicker ball, and obviously I have quite quick hands, it literally just flicked and it just went beeline for the Tesla.
Wait, what's the applause for? Is it because they found the ball or because Brenda's bringing out a box of balls?
Brenda.
It's for Brenda, the applause.
It's
Oh,
for
she's
Brenda.
been sent back.
Brenda's
Yeah, they
been
found
sent
it.
back.
They found it.
But yeah, I ended up putting a dent straight in the middle of the Tesla by accident, and then I felt awful
Oh dear.
because I consciously was avoiding it, and
Yeah.
it almost meant my brain was just probably switched
Drawn
on
to
to that. But they're just bringing the ball back now. Retrieve from the car park by the looks of it.
Yeah, well, they've had a check to make sure that the damage isn't too great. So, well, 2 sixes to start the over. There's never been 6 sixes in an over in England. It's Holman. 280 for 4. He bowls 2 Coles, and that one's on a length just outside off and cut away for a single out to Max Holden. 281 for 4 because Cigarfield Sabres 6 sixes were at Swansea in Wales.
Oh, a little fun fact. I bet that's a commentator's fun fact for you,
It
isn't it?
is.
A little,
Fun
a little
facts.
nugget.
I only found that out recently. It was Richard Ray at Leicestershire. Speaking of Grace Road, it was Richard Ray who told me that one. Never been 6 sixes in over. I think Kimber was thumping somebody to somewhere. Maybe Brooks was taking a bit of a battering in the spell there, I think, as his Holman bowls, and this is pushed back down to Ward's long on, but Deploy gets across from mid-wicket.
So can they call it earlier than 4:30 based on innings changes and stuff like that being timed in?
20 past 4.
20 past 4.
If it's still the 3rd innings of the match at that point, because if you were declaring the final innings, of course, you'd be declaring the match. Holman Simpson defended into the onside, so assuming that Sussex or Middlesex are batting at 20 past 4, Sussex in their first innings, that is, then they can declare that innings, which would be 10 minutes then for the change of innings.
Yeah.
So they come off at 20 past 4 and half past being the half past 4 being the hour earlier than the scheduled close. That if it's headed to a draw, the skipper's going to agree. Enough's enough as Holman comes in, bowls, and this is punched 2 points in a dot ball, 281 for 4. It does seem though a little odd that perhaps Sussex, having just clinched the title, don't try and go for victory here. There's still 73 overs remaining in the match, and they have 6 wickets standing, leading by 10. As you know, powerful as Middlesex were about it all.
Absolutely, but
Why would
I
they
guess
not
maybe they just
have a
want to
thump?
bat through and...
Well, that was what I was saying, wasn't it? That maybe the bowlers have just decided, no, enough's enough. There's no point picking up an injury at this stage of the season, is there?
just
Cold
ride
day
off
like this as
into
well.
the sunset,
Aye.
going out on their... going out batting, maybe
Right.
finish with a flurry.
Ride out into the sunset. Off to West Whistering with Adrian Harms. So I wasn't listening at that point, but you guessed his favourite day trip.
Yes.
First guess.
I second guess, but it was close. So Bamba, to continue from the C end, bowls a back length delivery, flicks into the leg side for a single. So there's a place called Rye, which is towards East Sussex.
Yeah.
And he said it was. I said, so is it north or south? And he said south. And I said, oh, where would Adrian like? Somewhere like coastal that isn't on the main area.
Yeah.
I went, oh, is it Rye? And he went, similar, but on the other side. And I went, West Whistering? And he went, yeah.
Harmsy.
So sorry, Harmsy, for ruining your secret place. I bet he was going to look forward to the secret reveal, but
Day trip. Can you do that day trip in the winter, West Whistering?
yeah, I think it's one of those places where it's beautiful all year round. So Bamba into bowl, big hit on the thigh pad there as it goes towards fine leg, and they're going to easily pick up a single there, which gets Coles back on strike. It's one of those places that is just so beautiful. It's one of them sandy beaches that just
Nice.
continuous sand, if that makes sense, and just when the sea goes out, it's just absolutely stunning. A little bit like an Australian beach.
Ooh.
It's really, really pretty.
Here he is, back from West Whistering.
We're just talking about West Whistering there, Adrian. How beautiful it is, yeah. His favourite place in the world, apart from the commentary box here at Sussex. So Bamba into bowl to Coles. Bowls a short ball and Coles ducks underneath it, and that's going to be one for the over.
I thought he was going to say London. I thought a day trip into London was going to be his favourite day out. But
Did you hear mine?
no, where was it?
So that can be the little game. You've got to guess
London.
where I said. It's not London.
Soho. Covent Garden.
It's not London.
Where's home for you?
Brighton.
Oh, it is Brighton.
Yeah, I'm just round the corner.
Crystal Palace.
Absolutely not. Bamba into bowl, and that's flicked down their leg side towards fine leg for a single. Absolutely not Crystal Palace.
Oh yeah, it did. It's France. Yeah, jump on the Euro. Yeah, but hold on, skip there because I was thinking then. Hold on a minute. Are we talking ferry?
Eurotunnel.
Up to the Eurotunnel. Well, where'd you pick the Eurotunnel up from here?
Folkestone.
Ah.
So you just drive down an hour and a little bit towards Folkestone. Get on the Eurotunnel. There's a place called Le Touquet which has some unbelievable golf courses.
I did hear that. Yeah.
And then, yeah.
How much is the ticket return?
Well, it depends. If you get a,
The
it could
parking
be like
folks,
100.
it's probably
yeah.
double the ticket itself.
It could be like £150. But then if you have like a car full of 4 people.
What happened there? Something on the effects mic went crash.
So Bamba into ball round the wicket. Looks like it's hit Simpson in the box. Big appeal, but going well over. And we were all looking over the commentary box. Something's fallen over here, and that was what the big crash was.
Yeah, I think the effects mic may have just fallen out the window, but it's alright, everybody looks okay with it. Ah, did they shut the window and then it went crash, maybe? Maybe that's what it was.
Sorry guys. Yeah, so if you have like 4 people in a car, 40 quid each or something, round the golf isn't too bad. Beautiful little day out. Or you could stay the night and come back the next day, but that's probably against the spirit of it. So Bamba to continue round the wicket, into bowl, and that's flicked down to fine leg for a single by Simpson. It's going to be at the end of the over as well. Sussex 285 for 4, Coles 33, Simpson 20. And yeah, you can almost see the ground filling up a little bit strangely. Almost like a lot of fans are coming here just to see the celebration.
Isn't it? I mean, you know, generally people, Sundays, we were saying in the old days, it was the Sunday League, it'd start at 1 o'clock, come in 40 overs a side. But, yeah, maybe they've all picked up just after lunch today. Wait for it to warm up a bit as well. It was nippy this morning, it still is now. That wind's pretty chilly.
Yeah, but well, it could. I wasn't sure what way it was going to go. I thought there might have been an evacuation as soon as they won. All the people going off to get their Sunday roasts and stuff like that. But instead, they've all stayed and looking forward to seeing Sussex lift that trophy.
Holman in the sun from the Cromwell Road end. He bowls past the edge. Beaut, lovely flight, lovely pace about that ball. Perfect line and length past the edge of Simpson's forward defence. He's 20 from 37, 285 for 4. Davies whipped off the bails, which is having to be corrected now by himself and Higgins, who's the slip fielder for the spinners. Crouches down now as Holman's ready to go again. You can really see the wind buffeting the clothing of the players as Holman bowls. This is driven back down. Too long on, 286 for 4. Yeah, Ho's my favourite away trip of the year, always is. Which is why I'm extremely bitter about Sussex going up this year and Middlesex not.
I love Hove. I've grown up round the corner from here, and I've always used to come down and get on the field and play with my dad on the ground. Beautiful ground.
Holman bowls, forward goes. Cole's pushing back.
That's one of those lovely traditions, isn't it? You know, when you can get on at lunch and like you can bring on a little quick cricket set and mess around. I think that's one of those really nice traditions about cricket, being able to get on the field and almost playing the same pitch as some of your heroes when you're watching as a kid.
Holman's the right-handed to Coles. Oh, it's short, and he goes to put him over the pavilion again. He's almost swung himself off his feet. He's missed the ball. Davies has missed it as well behind the stumps, and it races away for 4 byes. 290 for 4. Yeah, he was eyeing the top of the big bit of the pavilion there, wasn't he? Not even the smaller of the two.
Yeah.
Shorter of the two.
I got out like that earlier this year. I got a ball that was back of a length, and I thought, I'm absolutely going to nail this. And then it just rolled on the floor, and I couldn't have missed it by like a further amount.
Well, that one probably had bounced, didn't it, actually?
Yeah, that one went over.
Holman, he's a big, tall lad, isn't he? He's in again now, the wrist spinner. And a little bit fuller, plunging forward to defend his Coles. 290 for 4 it remains. Yeah, it's just something about coming down to the south coast, isn't there? And everybody, all the commentators do it. I know they do. It's like, oh, when have we got Hove? When have we got Sussex away? Trip to Brighton, wander along the seafront. again, bowls, solid defence from Coles. Back to the bowler, 290 for 4.
Do you know, talking about bounce and everything like that, one of the roguish shouts I heard recently, I don't know if it, as a commentator, you've probably said loads in your time. Someone says he's getting so much bounce, he's like a frog.
Did somebody call the RSPCA? Close watch on that commentator. Bouncing frogs.
But yeah, he has been getting a lot of bounce. That's kind of what Farbrace said about Haynes and how he got out, is because Holm was getting so much bounce, it almost like he predicted it was going to bounce more than it did, and then just hit the bottom of the bat and went onto the stumps. But that's one of the tricky things. Luke Wells, the Lancashire leggy, and I think he's opening batter, played quite a lot against him at club cricket when he's down at Sussex, and he's obviously like 6 foot loads.
Yeah.
And he'd bowl leg spin from such a tall height, he'd get so much bounce and turn, and you can play with turn, but that's when I really realised how hard it is. If there's a tall spinner, the extra bounce they get just makes it so tricky. So Bamber's going to continue from the C end round the wicket to Simpson, who flicks it towards mid wicket for a dot ball. And it's probably why England struggle so much against the likes of Solomon Ben and stuff like that. Just the extra bit of bounce means you can't cross back them anymore. You have to almost play them straight, which goes into the hands of the bowlers.
It's the Ollie Rayner derby, of course, Middlesex against Sussex.
Absolutely.
Saw him at Lord's a couple of weeks ago. Good to see him.
Absolutely, yeah. Nice guy, isn't he? Round the wicket then from Bamber into Barn, that's blocked away. I think he used to play at Eastbourne, I think, was where he started, and then playing for Sussex, and then moved on to... Was it... I'm trying to think of another person that did the same. Did Rory Hamilton Brown? Or was that... Did he play for Sussex? Sorry.
Surrey, you went Surrey, didn't you? Skipper there.
It's a blast from the past. That's my upbringing for you, watching Sussex during that time. So Bamber up the hill into bowl to Simpson, who drives it beautifully, but it's going to be a dot ball as it goes straight to mid off, and actually it's called as a no ball. This could be one of the most no balls I've ever seen in innings from a team.
Middlesex, yeah, having the best run of it at the moment. The Gloucestershire match actually at Lord's that they lost, there were a ridiculous number of Ryan Higgins had a huge problem with no balls in that game. It was an extraordinary number in a game that, you know, has cost Middlesex dearly.
So Bamber round the wicket, straight delivery blocked away nicely from Simpson for a dot ball.
Although I don't know how dearly it's cost them at the moment. It would have been in their hands basically coming here had they have won the Gloucestershire game, but of course, well, I suppose it would have forced Yorkshire to win that game against Northamptonshire at Headingley, which, had this have washed out and that one washed out as they have,
yeah,
then a draw would have been enough for Middlesex to go up.
There's so many little things, isn't there, in the season where if this went right, then it would be better. But what can you do? So Bamber's into bowl, blocked away nicely. He's bowling very straight, not given any width to the Sussex batters here, and it's blocked into the onside for a dot ball.
What will frustrate them is they went down marginally last year, and you know, we could look at a couple of matches last year. We think one session they may well have stayed up.
Yeah.
And similarly this season now, as you sit here, that one session against Gloucestershire, would that have gone right? We'll be looking at a double promotion celebration here today, but they do say you are where you are for a reason.
Sounds quite deep, to be fair. As Bamber's into bowl round the wicket, and that's blocked into the offside by John Simpson for no run. I found it really interesting listening to Paul Farbrace, the Sussex coach, talking earlier with Adrian about winning and winning being a mentality. And he referenced back to the Yorkshire game where Yorkshire needed 24 with 4 wickets left, and Sussex took 4 wickets for 4 runs and won that game. And he said it kind of showed the difference between winning and losing in really big games like that, and how tight the margins can be. And it's really interesting just seeing how they got that winning mentality, and Sussex almost learnt how to win this year, which is actually quite difficult to do in games like this with cricket, but it's been a big reason as to why they've got promoted. As Bamber comes in round to bowl, around the wicket to bowl, and that's flicked down to fine leg for a single, and it's also going to be the end of the over. But I just found it really interesting how he talked about, you look back and you go, oh, Sussex beat Yorkshire in a massive game earlier this year. If you actually look at the margins, it's the smallest of margins. After 3 innings, they're almost the exact same. It's completely poised, and it goes down to a good spell from Ollie Robinson and a big run out from Finn Hudson-Prentice for them to almost pip Yorkshire. So you look at little moments like that, and that does a whole season.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike Selvey, when he was doing commentary with me, he used to say, at the end of the season, you start scrapping for every point. A bonus point here, a bonus point there. They're just as valuable at the start of the season, those bonus points, as they are at the end. Don't miss out on them. You're 13 runs away from another batting point, 9 down. Make sure you get that batting point, because it counts exactly the same at the end of the year.
Absolutely.
Here's Holman from the Cromwell Road end. Slip crouching down, he bowls to the left-handed Simpson, who's up on his toes and punching into the covers. No run. Rolling stop from the ever enthusiastic Lias Deploy, I think that is there. Is it Deploy actually? No, I don't think it is. Who is that? It was almost part of me. It's almost part of me think that's Robbie White, who announced his retirement this week because he got onto the field for one last time for Middlesex. So here's Holman bowls. This is clipped out to deep mid wicket for a single. Probably get a message now from Robbie saying it's definitely not me. Who is that? Subfielder? Is it no? It could be Noah Cornwall actually. Let's just run past Holman. Yeah, they're of a similar height. Yeah, it's Noah Cornwell. 294 for 4. Holman up to the crease, bowls, dropped short, he's punched to Cornwell, who's extra cover now. So who has gone off? I think that's Lias Deploy patrolling the deep cover boundary, so it's not him. Holden had been out there. Where's Holden gone now? He's at mid wicket. Holman to Coles, plunges forward and defends. 33 from 58. 294 for 4. We are about an hour and 8 minutes from tea. Josh De Carey's is warming up at backward point. 1 for 75 for Holman, who's in his 22nd over. Bowls 2 Coles, a forward defence, and 1 ball to come. Of this, the 77th of the innings, of course. Goodness me, we're about 3 overs away from the second new ball becoming available. De Carey's and Holman to bowl with the new ball. The spinners always want to go with it, so may as well take it. It's going to cost Sussex 70 quid, isn't it? But there's Holman on a length and a solid defence from Coles. 33 to his name, Sussex. 294 for 4.
I always remember my middle brother Adam. He's a really good lower order batsman, scored quite a lot of runs down the bottom of the order, but he was telling me all season, you openers have it easy, all the fielders are up, it comes onto the bat nicely, and I face the same team as you face later on, and I absolutely pogo them. And for the last game of the year, we'd already won the Premier League. I went, go on then Adam, Liam, you go down to 11, you can have a bowl. Adam, you go up to 3, or you open and face a new ball and show us how easy it is.
First ball.
And I remember seeing him walk in, and one of the players just pointed at the bowler and pointed at to say go for his head, and we were all watching going, Adam's in trouble here. First ball, short ball, and Adam literally didn't move at all, and it just skimmed past his nose. And you kind of look back as in, oh my goodness, this is different. And then next ball, middle stump out the ground. And you went, yeah, I'm happy at 11 guys, yeah. It was like a completely different game. It's probably the same with the spinners, isn't it? It's easy with the new ball, it does a bit more drift, but actually that's why you leave it to the opening bowlers who normally do it. Just completely, that's why I think cricket's so fascinating as well, is it all revolves around pitch condition, ball. Now when you talk to people that don't know about it, and you talk about spin and why it's difficult and how important the ball is and seam movement, a lot of people that don't watch cricket would just think someone just throws a ball down and they hit it back, but the intricacies and the movement and everything makes it such an interesting sport. It's always a good battle between bat and ball. So De Carey's in up the hill, and there's a big shout there for LBW. Not given. Looked good from this side.
It did look good, didn't it? A bit of bat involved.
Maybe.
Inside edge, maybe.
But that's a really good start for the youngster.
Looked like a very good shout, didn't it? Simpson wasn't a long way forward, was he?
No. He's really impressed me. He's been the pick of the bowlers for me, where, when you watch, you've always got a bit about him.
De Carey's.
Yeah, really strong action, very young as well, so got plenty of time to develop, but very good action, very consistent. Gets a lot of dip as well, a lot of overspin. as he comes into bowl now. And that's flicked towards mid-wicket for a dot ball. Do you know, you just use your eye more than like looking at any stats. I've not really looked too much stats-wise into him, but you just...
Yeah, really got called up to the England Lions squad last winter, didn't he?
Absolutely. Very nice action. Gets right over the top of it. As he's into bowl now, round the wicket to Simpson, who blocks it away for his dot.
As is the way with young cricketers, you have your ups and downs. Holman all of a sudden surged back this year as Middlesex's #1 spinner, and De Carey's has very much had to wait his chance despite his real breakthrough last year as an off-spinner.
So it's De Carey to continue from the C end, round the wicket into Simpson. And that's flicked on the back of a length ball towards deep square leg for a single. It's one of those ones as well where leg spin, I don't know, want to come controversial, but it's almost become like the trend, hasn't it? You know, oh, we need a leg spinner, someone who can take wickets all the time. But sometimes you just need a consistent offie who can pound away at a good length.
Toby Roland Jones is on the field. It's the first time today, isn't it? Down below, is it long on?
Yeah, Roland Jones is on. Don't know if he had a niggle or if he just felt a bit sore after yesterday's bowling, but he hit the pitch hard yesterday, and Haynes played him very well not to edge him through to the slips at times. So De Carey's into bowl over the wicket now to Coles, who flicks it towards deep square leg for a single.
Is he on for the new ball?
Could be. Very good idea.
Having been off for so long, does that... You're allowed to be off for a session and then come straight on and take the new ball?
If it's injury related, sometimes you have to be on for like 10 minutes. I can't remember the rule, but it's not as harsh as I remember. But yeah, De Carey's going to continue round the wicket from the C end into bowl. Blocked away nicely from Simpson. He's not taking any risk there. And that's going to be the end of the over. 296 for 4. Coles on 34. Simpson on 24. And the helmet is being taken off the pitch now, so maybe we're going to be looking at a little bit of seam.
Yeah. Let's have a look. Well, De Carey's been warming up for a while for this spell. I haven't particularly seen Helm. Bamba's just come out of a spell. Roland Jones, he's not been warming up while he's been out there, has he? So
And he was jogging in quite stiff. He was jogging in, wasn't he, from mid-on quite stiff as well, so we'll see. No, it's still going to be Holman to continue.
Hands his cap to the umpire. What's that signal up to the dressing room for? Something somewhere from somebody. Signal comes back, whatever it was. Roland Jones is down at long on now. It's a long off. Deep mid wicket, deep square. Slip crouch down, everybody else on the single. And Holman comes in and bowls. Nice bit of flight. Coles forward defence. Yeah, right about the crowd's picked up a little bit, which is good to see. It'd be nice for a bit of atmosphere for the trophy lift for Sussex.
It'd be nice to get the game done before the pending rain as well.
How is that looking? Have you had a glance at the forecast as this ball's paddled by Coles? A little tickle around the corner. Premeditated, and he picks up 4. He's done that very well, hasn't he? Down the hill it goes. A long old chase for Ethan Bamber. Chuckle from a few of the spectators as he runs into the advertising board. Safely, though. And that is the 300 up for Sussex. 300 for 4, a second batting point for the Division 2 winners.
Very nicely played there from Coles, who almost didn't have any follow through, just stuck the bat out and let the pace of Holman do the work for him, and it rolled nicely down to fine leg for 4.
Holman bowls. It's driven through the covers. Oh my goodness me, it's a lovely shot. Through extra cover it goes. Coles moves to 42. 304 for 4. Well, that was glorious, wasn't it?
That was one for the purists, as they say. Nicely flighted from Holman, and Coles just leans into it and bangs that through the gap between extra cover and mid-off. And that raced away up the hill as well.
He's quite deep up there as well, long off, isn't he? I mean, I thought extra cover would stop it, and then I thought, well, long off will get around, but timing was brilliant from Coles, who awaits now. Back-to-back boundaries. 3 balls got in the over, a dot ball to begin. Here's the 4th of the over from Holman, and he goes for the same again, but it picks out deploy on this occasion. With extra cover. 304 for 4. together with a score on 2-3-3 for 4 as here's Holman.
I think I picked that googly from here.
Turn to square leg off the back foot by Coles. Yeah, the googly generally turns bigger foot. Holman then the leg break. They're saying that in recent weeks. I've seen him rip that leg break. Taking his time, taking a moment's pause before he steps in. Coles is ready to go. Holman's still checking the field, just pondering life. He steps in now. And length ball, which is crunched away with a cut by Coles. Almost plunged forward and then rocked back as he picks up the single. Now it's deep cover and Noah Cornwell. So Coles 43, he'll keep the strike. 305 for 4 is the score. Simpson 24. Little hug between the two of them. What was that for? 50 partnership? Have they gone past? No, they went past that a long while ago, didn't they? What was the hug for between Simpson and Coles?
Maybe
Batting
they didn't
point?
realise that, because a lot of people thought it was 300 they needed to win the title. So maybe they didn't realise, because of obviously the stat where Sussex had more wins than Yorkshire, they would have gone up anyways. Maybe the players had it in their head it was 300 they needed. Who knows?
Yeah, I think.
Or then
you might
maybe
have
they're
a
just
point there.
cuddlers.
Yeah, I think you might have a point, because the 300 got quite the applause from the crowd as well, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
More so than the usual 300, I thought.
And so De Carey's into bowl. Coles uses his feet down the wicket and hits that towards cover for a single. I think he's looking to be a bit more expensive than that. Expansive.
Well, it just rolled up onto the big screen. Sussex lead by 34 runs. That was all it said on the screen. Everything else went blank apart from that. Was it almost a reminder to the middle? Come on, get on with it. There's a game to be won here.
And so De Carey's coming round the wicket. You've got a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep cover, everyone else in the ring. So he's into bowl, and there's a paddle sweep from Simpson. It's going to race away up the hill. It's typically quite slow up the hill there at Sussex, but it looks like it's going to just fall short of the boundary, flick back by the fielder, and they're going to pick up quite a comfortable 3 there.
Poor old Tom Helm was having to charge up the hill there.
Absolutely, and you do normally tend to see here that when bowlers are bowling up the hill at the C end, everyone normally targets that end because it's a lot shorter boundary and quicker outfield, and it does go a lot slower up the hill here at Sussex towards the Cromwell Road end. So yeah, normally you have to run those knowing it's not going to make it. So we've got Toby Rowland-Jones here at long on. We've got deep square leg and a deep cover, everyone else in on the ring as De Carey comes in, and it's flicked into the leg side by Coles for a single.
Yeah, 308 for 4. So what did we say? It was just under an hour to tea. Would be interesting. I'm going to have a look and see what the rain radar says for showers that are forecast for later. Maybe that's why Middlesex, Sussex have not thought about it. But you do just think, last game of the season, you're going for the title. Well, why not?
Just have
Increase
a dip.
the celebration, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
There was a lot of chatter about a record number of home wins or something for Sussex, were they to win this game, which we've struggled to come up with ourselves as to what exactly that is. I don't know if Adrian's ever got to the bottom of it. A record number of home wins since they went to 14 games a season, maybe, I don't know. Oh, Adrian's in the room. Adrian, was it a record number of home wins since they went to 14 games a season? Is that what it is for Sussex if they were to win this one? Couldn't work out, did we? There was something all match along murmuring along about. There's something murmuring the whole match along about them potentially wanting the win for that reason. My rain radar says nothing till 7 o'clock.
It's still dry Bristol.
And it's still dry in Bristol. There we go.
Is that where the rain's coming from, Bristol as well?
Coming from the west, yeah. Yeah. Please for the people of Bristol.
That's Adrian walking off in the background, so he's pleased for the people of Bristol. I imagine we probably have 1 or 2 Bristolians max listening right now. But if you are listening, then Adrian Harms is happy for you guys.
What are you two saying?
Oh, he's back.
We're
he's
pleased that you're pleased for the people of Bristol.
back. He's back, Kevin. So there was a bit of a delay in the game there while they were getting a helmet on, which now is a short leg. And that's a full toss from De Carey's. probably his first loose ball of the game, and that's smashed down through mid-on by Simpson, but picked up nicely from Bamber, so it's only going to be a single. But I probably deserve to go the distance there.
I'm going to make way at the end of the over, but we're going to have to do a double change. You're going to have to come into my seat. The Harms hot seat needs to be vacated, so you can... Oh, how are we going to do it, actually? Yeah, I'll say something, Adrian will plug his headset in, say something, and then you will as well.
So De Carey's in, over the wicket. Full length delivery blocked away by Coles.
Technological terror.
And so what we're going to do is smoothly transition this ball into Adrian Harms.
Indeed.
And hopefully the people of Bristol are listening. As De Carey's into bowl, Coles uses his feet, blocks it away nicely, and that's going to be the end of the over. 311 for 4. Sussex are Coles on 45, Simpson on 28.
That's it. So I say a few words, Adrian says a few words, and then I go make a cup of tea. Welcome back, Adrian. Good to see you, old chap.
Good to see you as well. We could have a break here. Drinks break, it could well be sort of like a hot chocolate break. When we all love the cricket season and none of us want it to end, but I just think one or two of the Middlesex lads might be getting quite chilly out there now. I mean, the rules are such, there are all sorts in terms of regulations. I think the same question was being asked at Durham today as to when they would be able to call it a day. One of the feelings was 10 past 4. I don't know the truth of that or otherwise. But let's enjoy it while we can, wherever you're listening from. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, Kevin Hand, your commentary team on a chilly afternoon down here on the south coast, and the sort of the dying embers of the 2024 cricket season. What would your personal highlight and also your sort of cricket highlights of the season be, Liam?
My highlight of the year has to be playing my first ever game at Lord's. That was really special for me. As a kid, I think Lord's was so special, and that I'm like a big football fan, Man United fan. It was almost like playing at Old Trafford for me, in cricket sense. And I've watched so many spells where Freddie Flintoff took his wickets, or when Peterson counter-attacked against Brett Lee and McGrath, and it was just, that was the place I've always wanted to play. And almost because of how the esteem is, I didn't think it was going to be possible to ever play there. And then they did the first ever disability game.
That's amazing. I mean, what an amazing... Well done you. That's, I mean, I have to say, I'm very lucky. These passes that we get from the ECB every year, they entitle you to go onto the ground. And whenever I go to Lord's, I'm very pleased to have this. I literally sort of walk onto the pitch and people look at you as if to say, who the hell are you? And I think, well, I've got my pass.
Yeah.
Only during county games, but just to walk out to the middle of Lord's and stand there, it just but it just feels fantastic. But for you to play there is incredible. So well done, Liam.
No, thank you. And it was more special as well because I actually performed as well, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
it sounds weird just playing, but I remember we were chasing quite a decent total, and I managed to hit like 46 off not many balls and crashed about 3 sixes into the stands, which was really nice. But there was one in particular where it strayed onto my pads and a bit of pressure had been building up, and I smacked it for 6. And it was one of those where normally if you hit a 6 you end up not watching it. Once you know it's gone for 6, you end up like tapping the batsman, go, oh yeah, that was massive. But I watched it the whole way, and as it was going into the crowd, loads of people were ducking. It turns out it was my dad and his mate ducking for cover, and I nearly hit him in the stands. And so there's a funny video on YouTube of him ducking out the way as I hit a 6, and the guy at the other end came up to me and was like, why are you smiling so much? And I was like, I just hit a 6 at Lord's and nearly killed my dad. But yeah, it was a really special moment, and it's going to be Holman to bowl down the hill here, leg spin, and it's blocked away for a dot ball.
I was told, I'm indebted to my friend Julian, who was saying that the white flag that is now fluttering on the scoreboard is a Division 2 Champions winners flag.
Yeah, I can see the title there on the flag.
Well, you've got better eyesight than I have, Liam.
So Holman into bowl, and that's flicked towards the bowler, and it's going to be a dot ball. Simpson did use his feet there.
Someone's having a photograph taken down here as well with some ladies down here having a photo. People are really wrapped up, aren't they?
It's freezing out there, Adrian. As Holman comes into bowl, and that's a short delivery pulled away by Simpson. It's going to race towards the hospitality area for 4 runs, and that will bring Simpson on to 32. Very loose delivery there from Holman. It looks like Middlesex are just checking out of this now, to be honest with you.
Yes, and to be honest, you can't really blame them, can you? They've nothing to play for. It's a really cold afternoon, and I think they'll probably be pleased when, whenever the moment comes, when they'll say, that's the end of the day. But from a Sussex point of view, they're just going to enjoy these moments. I think a chance for the crowd to see the last bit of cricket of the season.
Absolutely, and that was just blocked away nicely from Simpson for a dot ball.
I mean, it was a great shame that the umpire called a no ball, wasn't it, for the 250?
I almost wouldn't call it.
Well, you know, I guess you've got to play strictly by the rules, but it was a shame, particularly because John Simpson was on strike. If he could have just nicked the single to go through to that point, it would have been very nice.
Harmon into bowl, ball bowled back the length, and that's blocked away for a dot ball. And what was interesting, I wanted to wait until you were on air to kind of speak to you about it. How interesting was it that Farbrace also put his success down to James Kirtley and Ian Salisbury's stint?
Yeah. No, I thought it was very magnanimous of him, actually.
And they did a lot of work, I think, Ian Salisbury and Kirtley, on getting the youth through, and they had a really big focus on developing the youth. And now, looking at Farbrace, he has a lot to thank, because these youngsters now are ready to have main positions in the squad. And that's Holman into bowl, a full toss.
That's horrible.
And that has been absolutely smacked away into mid-wicket area, and a diving stop from the fielder at deep square means that's only going to be one run. But that was Holman was bowling leg spin, tried to do an offie there, and that was smacked towards deep square leg, and he divingly stopped that.
I think my feeling would be that and you know, Paul was absolutely right that a lot of work was done by Ian and James bringing through the youngsters. The thing was, they didn't have the experience around them, and I think that's when you was expecting a lot of those younger players to keep, and they were getting battered week in, week out, and it began to reach the stage where this cannot be doing them any good.
Yeah.
And so I think when Paul Farbrace came in, he pretty quickly, assessed the situation and said, right, I need some experienced players here. Mm-hmm. But no, you're right, and I've got a photograph that I took at the Oval 4 years ago of Henry Crocombe, James Coles, and Jack Carson. It was the Bob Willis Trophy, and James was only 16. And they're still playing now, so I'll see if I can find the photo for you. It's going to be De Kerries, who's coming in to bowl to John Simpson, who's full, plays into the offside, no run. Played a lot of spin bowl today in the 19th over. Josh De Kerries, 1 for 50. Just the one slip in place. It's a leg slip, isn't it? Which is interesting for John Simpson. De Kerries pauses at the end of his run. It's a walk, really. Comes in and bowls, and Simpson just defends down the onside of the track, and there is no run. I'll see if I can find. There we are. There's the picture. So that was September 2020.
Oh, brilliant!
And they'd just all played.
Cast looks so young there, doesn't it?
Yeah. De Kerries in bowls. Forward comes Simpson, plays into the offside, no run, and. Two of them have played Lions cricket since, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Henry Crocombe's sort of really into these. So, it's good to see that those three are certainly playing, an increasing part of Sussex's success.
I absolutely agree.
De Kerries again, around the wicket, bowls, defended by Simpson down the onside of the track. I'm not entirely sure what time tea is today. I'm assuming it's 3:10. And then one thing Middlesex are doing here is rattling through the overs. Here's again. Bowls, and Simpson forces out into the offside. There's no. Kev has decided that it is cookie time, I think. Yeah. It is not good for the diet, is the cricket season.
Absolutely. That's when I gain my most weight, is during the cricket season.
De Kerries again bowls. Simpson drives down the ground, a full toss. De Kerries fills up his own bowling. There is no run. End of it, but we love it. And thank you to everybody who's sent in biscuits and cakes et al. 316 for 4. Coles on 45. Simpson on 33. So, that's what a wonderful memory, Liam, to have played at Lords. You'll carry that forever.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've got a great photo I'll show you, Adrian, of me running out. And do you know when you imagine, you kind of hope someone gets a good photo of you as you're making your debut at Lords? I got a really good photograph from a photographer, and it summed up the exact emotion I had as I was running out, where I was like trying to act all cool.
Oh wow, that's a
But
great
then you
picture.
can still see like the nerves and that as I was coming out.
Looks like you've had your hair cut as well.
Oh yeah, and my barber, he was one of the first ones that liked that photo when I posted it on Instagram.
Yeah.
I said, "Oh, did you like it because of the cricket and me playing at the stadium?" He was like, "Oh no, I liked it because I did a good job of the haircut." So he looked straight at the trim.
Now who's going to come onto bowl here? Lewis Deploy.
That's going to be Lewis Deploy.
Does he bowl very much, Kevin? Right, okay. Going to bowl in some left arm spin.
Can turn his arm over. I'm going to get his stats up shortly, if any of the listeners are interested. But it's going to be Deploy from the Cromwell Road end. Kevin said the stats won't back it up, but he is a good bowler.
Okay.
So he's into bowl, left arm round the wicket. Nice action actually, and that's going to be blocked away by Coles for a dot ball.
James Coles 3 times fast 50 this season. He hasn't quite scored the volume of runs he would have hoped, but he's still averaging 34 in the championship.
And that's Deploy into bowl, and that's flicked towards the deep square leg area for a single. And I tell you what, Adrian, what's been really good for me is, you know, they've stopped doing the tees this year. Tees were where I used to gain all my weight. I used to play at a club called Preston Nomads, and they used to have the biggest cakes and scones, and I'm convinced that in the cricket season I'd be so fit, like so fit, and I'd gradually just wear away because of the amount of cakes I was eating at tea. And you think playing sport you'd be the opposite, but the cricket.
Well, it's a great thing, and certainly the level of cricket that I played in, tea was one of the big things. You know, it was we all loved the game, but actually tea was part of the game.
Yeah.
You know, like having a drink in the bar afterwards with the opposition was part of the game. And it's a bit of a shame. I was talking to some lads who I used to play cricket with. I'll break off for a minute.
And that's Deploy into bowl over the wicket to Simpson, knocked for a single down to deep mid on.
I don't know if it was probably the same with Kev, but you play a game of cricket, you'd go into the bar afterwards, there'd always be a jug of beer bought for the opposition, you'd always talk to the lads from the other team. It seems as if that's not quite such a big thing now, which is a shame. Don't know why.
No, I do agree. I think it's more of a culture thing, isn't it, really? As Deploy came in there, and that was flicked for a dot ball into the leg side. I always found that the drinking after the game and speaking to the opposition was a really good chance to bring the league closer. And
Yeah.
I feel like there's just a lot of youngsters that don't do that anymore. As Deploy comes in and bowls, little shout of LBW, but it just rolls down fine leg for a single. I think it's just the way the culture's changed, isn't it? Where it was such a team bonding thing, wasn't it? At the end of a game, you go for a drink rather than loads of players shoot off, and I think it's just a completely different game to as it was 15, 20 years ago.
Yes. Lots of questions coming actually. Some more emails coming, which I shall read in a moment's time.
So Deploy continue over the wicket to Simpson, bowls it outside off, and that's hit towards deep cover for another single. And it feels like the Sussex batters are happy just taking their singles at the moment. That is also going to be the end of the over. So Simpson on 35, Coles towards his 50 on 47, Sussex on 320. I think that makes a lead of 49.
So, well done, good maths. Clive Jacobs has been in touch. He says, "Hi Adrian, thanks for the commentary during the season. I'm pleased for the players and for Farbrace, whose picking of John Simpson has proved to be inspired in making him captain, and picking Danny Lamb has proved to be an astute signing for the county. It's so nice to see Sussex emerging from the doldrums that have seen the county win the second division title." It goes on to say, "I can get the match commentary on my phone, but not via the BBC on my computer." I don't quite know why that is, to be honest, Clive, as Simpson plays into the onside. Is that a no ball? I think it was. Yes, it is a no ball from De Caires. 3-2-2 for 4. So I don't know what I'm technically probably the most inept person with anything like computers. So I really am hopeless. Harris is in bowls and played along the ground by Simpson, now to long on, picks up a single. He goes to 36, 324 for 4. So I don't know why that is, Clive, so I'm sorry I can't help you with that one. Terry Owen's been in touch. There must have been an advert. Just break off for a moment as in comes to Kerry's bowls and Coles turns onto the leg side, no run. He goes on to say somebody baked a coffee cake, then had a walnut whip and thought, did that used to be an advert for walnut whip? Maybe it was. I don't know. Julian sends in an interesting question. Kerry's in bowls. Short delivery. Coles should have hit that for 4. And he did time it, picked out, deploy it. Mid-wicket, there's no run. That wasn't good, was it?
Health.
Yeah, we're not smoking or anything here. I don't know what happened. In comes Kerry's bowls. Coles is... I thought it'd been bowled for a moment. Let's see what that's going to be given as. Maybe
buys, I reckon.
Buys or buys? Buy. Oh! No,
he's hit it
off the bat.
That's a drop.
That's harsh, isn't it? But it went very quickly, didn't it? But it certainly came off the bat. James Coles goes to 48. Julian says, just out of interest, are we obliged to use the floodlights for championship matches in Division 1? I think the answer to that, Julian, is probably no. The only reason I say that is because Worcester don't have floodlights, and they are in Division 1. Now, clearly, they can't use floodlights, they haven't got any, but I don't think that means because you've got them, you have to use them.
No.
Carries in and Simpson eases that through square leg, picks up a single. He goes to 37, the total to 325 for 4, and the partnership between these two worth 91.
There's lots of games as well that are played on outgrounds, even in Division 1, and they don't have floodlights. So I think it's more if they have them and clubs would like to use them, they're allowed to, but it's not going to be mandatory. I think they play a lot of Kidderminster as well, which doesn't have floodlights.
Yes, they do, particularly when it's so wet down at New Road. In comes Cares again, bowls. Coles with a model for defensive plays down the offside. There is no run. End of the over. Coles 48, Simpson 37, 325 for 4 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien, Kevin Hand, your commentary team. You can also listen via most smart speakers. Just say BBC Sounds, play Sussex v Middlesex day 4, and by the magic of all sorts of things, you should be able to hear us nattering away. Terry Owen says, could you let your co-coms know that the other Sussex to Middlesex player was Tom Smith?
Tom Smith.
Is that Tom Smith who then went to Gloucestershire? Yeah, and who won the T20 Blast this year. Well done, Tom. I spoke to him actually, I think it was the T20 game down at Bristol earlier on this year. Very nice guy he is as well.
And so it's going to be deployed to continue from the top end. Very flighted left arm off spin, and that's left alone from Simpson. A bit of drift Simpson was trying to show maybe the crowd as to why he left it. And it's going to be deployed to continue in over the wicket. And he's definitely getting a little bit of drift, to be fair. And I remember talking to you a little while ago about players and why they show that it's done a bit off the pitch, Adrian, just to show the crowd that they've not left it alone or missed it deliberately, and that's actually done a bit off the pitch. And Simpson's just signalling that deploy is drifting it quite a bit as he's into bowl again. Reverse sweep from Simpson down towards third man. That's an excellent stop at point. Maybe from Bamber. It's hard to tell without seeing the numbers, but full length dive.
That was excellent.
And that shows the commitment they're still showing at this point.
No, very good indeed. But no, I think that's really good from Middlesex. And I think that, I think Middlesex need a bit of credit here actually, because they could have just, there's nothing on the game for them at all now. But they're still showing professionalism in the field, which is to be applauded, I think.
Absolutely. They did pick up a quick single there, even with the amazing bit of fielding there. And then it's going to be Coles to come down the pitch. He's going to try and smash that over mid-off, but it goes straight over towards deep cover. They're going to come back for 2 as well. That's a great bit of running there. And that also takes Coles onto his 50. Excellent 50 there from Coles. Absolutely chanceless, including a couple of big sixes. One over the pavilion here at Sussex. That's going to be 50 off a very patient 80 balls. 3 4s, 2 6s. Excellent knock.
Yes, his 4th half century of the season from James Coles.
That's going to take his average up to over 35 as well, Adrian, which, being a left arm off spin and an all-rounder, that's actually a very strong average.
Yep, it is. Yep. So many wickets he's taken this season.
Deploy into bowl, and that's flicked towards deep square leg. They're going to look for 2, and Simpson turns back Coles, so it's going to be a single.
Yeah, 18 championship wickets. bit of a price. What each wicket coming at 35, best of 4 for 61, which would have been here this week, I think. Yes.
And cricket-wise, in Bristol, England all out for 309. Good start. So it's a good total at Bristol as well, especially if there's some weather coming in as well.
I imagine Australia will go for it here and duck with Lewis, I would have thought.
And deploys into bowl, and that's blocked by Simpson for a dot ball. Also going to be the end of the over, so 329 for 4. Cole's reaching his 50, he's now on 51, and Simpson just behind with 38.
So you were talking about your personal highlight was playing at Lords, and that is right up there. So well done, Liam. Just in terms of other cricket this season, in terms of England, is there anything you've particularly enjoyed? Any emerging players that you've enjoyed watching play particularly?
One person I've been watching a lot recently has been Liam Livingstone.
Yeah.
I know it's just odd just naming out one person, but I think one way I've been trying to look to transform my game is looking at some of the top players and seeing how they clear the ropes comfortably and how they go about building an innings. And he's one in particular that he seems like he's really simplified his technique, and he almost just fully commits to everything he does. And I think it's been really interesting seeing how England have been using him, and I think his knock the other day at Lords was particularly special, and that won England the game there. And he's had quite a few match-winning knocks, so he's definitely been a highlight watching him play this year.
Cares in, bowls to Coles, who defends on the onside, no run. Well, down here in the T20 Blast quarter-final, I mean, Sussex won comfortably, but Livingstone was the standout player for Lancashire. A couple of the sixes were huge.
Yeah, I remember he cleared the pavilion, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, yeah. I mean, he's just, he hits the ball a very, very long way. Carries in, bowls, Coles defends to backward point, there is no run. Yeah, he made 43 before he was brilliantly run out actually by Ollie Robinson just down here.
Big wicket, wasn't it?
Well, I mean he had no option but to go for it by that stage, Livingstone.
Yeah.
But he could turn a game of T20 cricket in very, very quick time. Carries in again, bowls, Coles with a flick of the wrists placed to mid wicket. And there is no run. I would say I think my breakthrough player of the season would be Jamie Smith for England. I watched him at the Oval. I went up as a fan to watch the third day against Sri Lanka. And, just what a ball striker he is.
Absolutely.
Cares in again, bowls, Coles drive. That sounded horrible, like it came off the bottom of the bat. He picks up a single to mid-off. Goes through for his 52nd run, 330 for 4.
I heard a really interesting insight into the Smith selection as well from some analysts, and apparently the average length that the Australians bowl in Australia, Jamie Smith by far has the best average against that length.
Interesting.
So I think it's quite a clear selection with Australia in mind, him being able to clear big boundaries, but also his strike rate and average against the length that the Australians bowl is by far superior to any other players. So I think England have a really big focus on trying to win the Ashes back in Australia, and almost deliberately selecting players that work towards an Australian pitch rather than English pitch, which is why it's such an interesting selection and why I'm glad it's paid off.
Here's in bowls to Simpson, who plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. These two were just 4 runs short of 100 partnership. Yeah, it is interesting. And he's right at the forefront. No, he is the number one choice now, Smith, isn't he? Behind the stumps. May not have been at the start of the season, but he is now. De Keira's in bowls, and Simpson plays down the onside of the track. It is another dot ball. De Keira's figures: 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 56. Sussex 330 for 4. Coles 52. Simpson is 38. If you've just joined us, the news from here is that Sussex secured their 1 point they needed to clinch the title here. In the most anticlimactic way possible, really. It was a no ball from Luke Coleman, which brought up the 250, but it also brought a standing ovation from people around the ground, so it was slightly bizarre. But Sussex have done what they needed to do. They've won the title. Wonderful innings today from Tom Haynes, 105 in 168 balls with 13 fours, and we are sort of in the dying embers of the season as we're sort of approaching tea on the final day.
So it's to deploy to continue round the wicket, and that's flicked towards deep square leg by Coles, and he's going to pick up a single.
I was talking to some of the guys in the press box, and they were just talking about England, and we were talking in general about fast bowlers, and just sort of the list of bowlers who are injured at the minute. It does make for slightly concerning reading for England going into looking ahead to the Ashes next year.
So deploy into bowl, back of a length delivery, and that's punch to mid-on for a single. I actually think it's all due to workload, really. I don't think bowlers are bowling enough anymore. And it's such an unnatural thing for your body to do. You almost need the impact. And you look at all the great fast bowlers before, they never really used to get injured that much, did they? Because of how much they were bowling. As deploy gets into his bowling stride, it's back a length ball, cut away towards extra cover for a dot ball. And I heard Wazim Akram talking about it. It was like, the only way you get more fit bowling is by bowling. And you can spend a lot of time in the gym, but you need to get your body used to the impact of bowling, I think. And that could be a big thing. As deploy drags that down, and that's going to race away for 4 through mid-wicket. That's pulled nicely from Coles. A bit of a gift.
I don't think he quite intended it to go there, you know. I think he was able to pull that one over mid-wicket. Nonetheless, as you say, he's got a boundary. And that's the 100 partnership. 102 and 145 balls in 98 minutes. Interesting you say that, Liam. I'll pick up on that point in a couple of moments' time.
It's always tough getting a point when they're trying to rattle through spin as well, isn't it? As deploys into bowl again, and that's flicked to deep mid-on by Coles for a single.
I came to a talk down here in the week to one of the Sussex members' forums, and Jeff Thompson, the great Australian quick bowler, was giving a talk. He said lots of things that were politically incorrect and the language was quite fruity. However, what he did say about bowling was really sort of bearing out what you've said.
And deploy into bowl, back of a length delivery. Simpson looks for a quick single, but he's turned back from Coles. Doesn't want to risk it.
I mean, he would have had, or he did have quite an unorthodox action, Jeff Thompson. It was quite slingy.
Yeah.
Him and Dennis Lilly with this fearsome Australian opening partnership. But he was saying much the same, that he feels that, you know, maybe, you know, bowlers need to bowl more. And it's an interesting debate, isn't it? Because the sports science says no, you mustn't. There seem to be more stress fractures these days of backs, but then as some people were saying, well, that doesn't mean to say that players in the past didn't have stress fractures. Perhaps they just didn't know they had an ache or a pain and they just kept on bowling. So I guess the truth might be somewhere in between.
I just think, I remember, and obviously I can't just go off myself, but with my foot disability I do feel a lot of pain and like through the impact. But I remember bowling for hours and hours after nets, and I used to do a bowling session or a net session where you'd bowl for 2 hours and bat for 10 minutes.
De Care is in, bowls, Coles, drills the ball down the ground. Good stop of his own bowling by De Care, so there is no run.
Rather than these days, they talk about workloads, you know, you're only allowed to bowl 24 balls in this session, rather than I used to bowl for 2 hours straight. So I feel like actually we can bowl. Like, bowling's such a natural thing to do once you get used to it. You almost can't get that impact in the gym.
De Care is in, bowls to Coles, he plays that way in the offside. He looks at John Simpson and says, I think there's a run there, and Simpson said, yes, so do I. And they go through. Coles to his 59th run, 338 for 4. Ben Wood has been in touch. Hello, Ben. He says, wonderful to see Sussex win the second division. Thank you for showing the games via YouTube this season. It's been a wonderful treat being able to cheer from afar. My American wife is a bit confused when I sing good old Sussex by the sea. That's Ben in San Francisco. Been to San Francisco, Liam?
No, it's on my list to do, to be honest with you.
Simpson pulls away, and that's gone many a mile. That's gone for 6. That's gone up by where the scorers sit.
It's huge.
It's huge. Just swept away by John Simpson. One of the stewards up there retrieves the ball. In fact, he threw the ball off the balcony, and it landed in the spectators. I believe it hit on the head.
He took out a spectator.
Well, yeah, he meant to throw the ball back onto the field, I think, and he just sort of dropped it. It ended up sort of in amongst the spectators, but I don't think anyone's hurt. Lovely shot by Simpson. He goes to 45.
My American football team, the Patriots, are playing in San Francisco today in San Fran, so I'll be watching that one. I don't know if he's going to the game or not.
John Simpson, 500s this season, 3 half centuries. You could say that's 8 times he's passed 50 this season, and this will be 9.
Well, his knock against Leicestershire, I was watching. Obviously, I was commentating here, and I also watched when I was sitting in the players' bar just around the corner in the hospitality area afterwards, and he was hitting the ball so clean, like everything came out in the middle of the bat, and he's been the one player I think for Sussex that's really helped elevate them this year. He's been absolutely unbelievable with bat and the gloves.
No, he has. De Care is in, bowls, and Simpson meets that one with the full face of the bat, plays it down the offside of the track. There is no run.
And there was a lot of anticipation, wasn't there? Because he got named as the captain before he'd played a game as well.
Yes, he did.
A lot of people had eyes on, okay, who is this Simpson guy? Is he really going to have this impact for Sussex? And you've got to give him a lot of credit because he's handled the pressure really well.
Kera's in bowls, and Simpson just works this to point and picks up a single. He's going to pinch the strike, I think, John Simpson. Oh, there's one more ball to go in the over. He goes to 46, 345 for 4. Yeah, absolutely. And the idea when he was appointed was it was just for the first 7 games, and then after that it was pretty much a no-brainer to get him in for the rest of the to confirm it for the rest of the season. De Kera's bowls to James Coles, plays out into the covers. There is no run. End of the over. We've got another 41 overs to be bowled today. We won't get anywhere near that, I'm sure. 345 for 4. Simpson 46. Coles on 59. You're listening to live cricket on BBC Sussex, BBC Radio London. Adrian Harms, Liam O'Brien with you on commentary duties. In terms of when the trophy is going to be presented, the club will leave the live stream running, so you'll hear some noise through the effects microphone. The camera angle here is such that you may not see it. I think the camera doesn't pan right round to the pavilion, so they're going to do their best. So those of you who are trying to watch the presentation from afar on the screen will at least get some idea of what's going on when the trophy is presented by Claire Connor a little later on this afternoon. We anticipate, and that probably being about 4:30, I think. But stay tuned, because Middlesex are certainly rattling through their overs here today.
And just looking to see, I think it's still going to be deploy carrying on from the Cromwell Road end, and he's now into bowl. Flighted delivery, knocked towards point for a dot ball there by Simpson. Best figures for Lewis Deploy: 3 for 76, average of 57, but 116 first class games. Good going that. As Deploy continues into bowl, Simpson uses his feet, hits it through the mid-off area, and that's a parachute roll, a tumbling a roll from a mid-off, I think is Stoneman, who stops there being any run there.
Have you ever met Claire Connor, Liam?
I have. Lovely lady.
Yeah.
Lovely lady. She came to watch a couple of our England games a few years back. Very supportive. As
she played her cricket at Preston Nomads.
Yes.
Connor first came to prominence by captaining the under-16s at Preston Nomads.
Yeah, I feel like I've met her a few times, but maybe at the time didn't realise.
Yeah, she's an MBE.
Oh, amazing. As Deploy into bowl, blocked into the onside, and there's going to be no run by Simpson.
MBE and a CBE as well.
Oh, amazing.
Next president of the MCC in 2021. So yeah, she's got a wonderful history.
It's going to be Deploy to continue over the wicket to Simpson. Now into bowl, full length delivery. Simpson uses his feet and hits that down towards long on for a single. And so just having a look at it, because Simpson's had a very, very impressive season. Let me just have a little look here. As Deploy into bowl against Coles, who slog sweeps it, shouts of catch, but that's going straight into the crowd. Big strike there from Coles. Wasn't even a bad delivery there, but he slog sweeps that for 6, and that is going to be also the end of the over. So 352 for 4, Coles on 65, Simpson on 47, and I don't know about you, Adrian, I feel like the ground's really starting to fill up now.
Yes, I think there's quite a few more people in, isn't there, since the start of play this morning. Those that are here have been there since the beginning, so it's absolutely freezing out there. Out of any sunshine, people are really wrapped up. People just want to enjoy the last few overs of the season, don't they? So it's a long old winter, Liam.
Yeah, it is.
A lot of dark nights and
it's getting very deep there, Adrian.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I know a lot of people get to the end of the season and think, oh dear, it's a real shame. But fingers crossed, spring will come again. Now, John Simpson, 47. Not out. So this will be the 9th time he's passed 50 this season if indeed he does, and at 47 not out, no reason to suppose that he won't. As he comes to Kerr's bowls, very nearly talked him out then. Simpson to squirt that one away through backward point and mistimed it. The ball ended up in the hands of that fielder at first slip, but on the bounce, and there is no run. Quite a stiff breeze around Hove today. You can see the trees swaying around the ground as there's a delay. De Kerr's wanders across. A tee we think will be at 3:10. As De Kerr's is in again, bowls, Simpson drives into the offside, into the covers, and there is no run. So Tom Haynes finished the season with 819 runs, average of 40.95. Tom Alsop, 799 runs. Carries in again, bowls. Simpson meets up with a full face of the mat, played into the offside, there is no run.
Interesting question. I've seen a little bit of discussion about it. So if Robertson doesn't get his central contract,
Yeah.
would that mean Sussex would then have to take all of his contract, or would they then have to negotiate a completely new contract because he's not a central contract anymore?
Good question. In comes De Kerr's bowl. Simpson plays into the offside, there is no run. My understanding is that if you are a centrally contracted player and then you no longer are awarded a central contract, that the county gets like a parachute payment, like you do in the Premier League for football when you go down. You get a sum of money to offset that. So my understanding is that a proportion. Kerr's is in bowls. Simpson defends into the offside, no run, which I understand to be around 50% of your salary is then given to the club, so that can help with contract negotiations. And Ollie has signed for another year, so I don't think it will cost Sussex all of his salary this season or next season. Kerr's in again, bowls. Simpson drives firmly down to long on, picks up another single. He goes to 48 at the end of the over. 353 for 4. Simpson to 48. Coles on 65. And we've got another, how long to go until tea, Liam? Another 18 minutes until tea. And my feeling is that shortly after tea, I think it might be when you get to 15 or the last hour, it gets very complicated, particularly with an early start, when the captain's going to say thanks very much, and we shake hands, and we'll be done. Let's keep an eye on some of the other matches in the Championship today, but it's largely academic. Yorkshire 391 for 7 against Northamptonshire at Headingley, so they're just batting and batting, aren't they, Yorkshire? James Wharton making 285. I'm sure that's a career best for him. Johnny Bairstow 78.
So deploy to continue from the Cornwall Road end. Bowls a back leg delivery, punch towards mid-on for a single for Simpson. Takes one to 49.
George Hill, who's a very good player, good all-rounder. George Hill, I was impressed with the way he bowled at Scarborough, and he's at 47 not out, bats down at sort of number 8, 7-8 for Yorkshire. He's a good cricketer.
So deploy into Coles round the wicket, and Coles runs that down to third man for a cheeky little single, and that's going to bring Simpson on strike, who's on 49, looking to convert to his 9th 50 of the season.
It would be, yeah, the 9th time he's been past 50. He's got 500s and 350s, so this would be the 9th time he's past 50.
Very impressive.
Yeah. Well, definitely, you've got someone like that walking in at number 6. You must think to yourself, that does fill the side with a good deal of confidence.
And he bats with so much assurance as well, doesn't he?
Yes.
As deploy into bowl, and that's driven towards mid-on, and he's going to take a quick single, and that is his 50. The big round of applause for the Sussex captain. Just looking around, everyone standing around clapping. Another chanceless 50 from Simpson. 50 off 95 balls with 2 sixes and 3 fours.
Well, he's been a dream signing, hasn't he, Liam? Really, when he probably the signing of the championship season, I think, to be honest.
Absolutely. As deploy bowls to Coles here, who rocks back onto his back foot and cuts that through extra cover. Cover's going to run around and stop that being a boundary, so it's only going to pick up 2 there. But yeah, I completely agree. He's been the summer signing, and probably in my eyes the player of the season for Sussex, because he's the one that's really turned it around.
I think when awards are handed out, when I'd be very surprised if he's not player of the season. I mean, he's been magnificent.
So deploy into bowl, and that's driven to long off by Coles, who's going to pick up another single.
Sadly, I'm afraid it is raining in Bristol. England making 309 in 49.2 overs. I think Jamie gave you that score. But raining, and I think judging by the weather forecast, that may not get any more play.
Deploy into bowl, and Simpson goes down the ground, and I thought he was just going to casually drive that to mid-on for a single, but it turns out to race past mid-on 4 of 4, and he's timed that so well that it's raced away to the long-on boundary and put Simpson on to 54. Coles on 69, Sussex 363 for 4, nearly a lead of 100, and you think it's getting ever closer to Sussex getting their hands on that trophy in an hour or so.
Some good photographs actually on the BBC website of the celebrations on the Sussex balcony when they got to those runs that they needed. So De Keras is going to carry on. 23 overs, 2 mains, 1 for 65. See if I can find some of them now, having said how good they are. There we are. De Keras coming over the wicket, bowls to Cole, short, hammered away by Cole. Good bit of fielding there by Deploy in there at a shortish mid wicket, and there is no run. Never has a no ball received so much applause, apparently, I said. In comes De Keras, gives that a bit of a tweak, doesn't he? And Coles plays it into the offside. There is no run. Oh, there we are. There's a picture on the balcony. Look.
Oh, that's brilliant. Very well deserved from Sussex.
De Keras in again. Bowl. Simpson uses his feet, plays down the offside, and there is no run. So we've got another 13 minutes to go until tea. Kevin will be back with us in a tick. He'll take over from Liam. In bowl, Simpson down the wicket, thumps that high and long. I thought it had carried all the way for 4 runs, but he didn't quite time it as well as I thought, John Simpson. Nonetheless, he picks up a single and goes to 55, 365 for 4. Well, most of these two, the way they're playing, are probably thinking, well, actually, there's 100 here for the taking, to be honest.
Absolutely, and like Farbre said, it's all about what does the team need from me, and currently they just need the team needs them to carry on batting.
Yeah. Coles hammers that one away to a long off. Picks up a single, he goes to 71, 366 for 4. James Coles hasn't passed 3 figures this season, so a little milestone for him. Keras just pauses at the end of his run. In and bowls, and Simpson defends down the onside of the pitch. De Keras fields on the bounce. There is no run. Liam's going to take a break and go and find some cake or biscuits or something. 37 overs left. We won't get through those 37 overs. And as I say, tea will be taken at 10 past 3. And the best sort of guess seems to be that Kevin probably knows better than I do, to be honest, but you can get to a stage where
20 past 4.
You reckon that's the time?
If you're in the second or third innings of the match, or indeed the first. 4:30 is an hour before the scheduled close, and as long as you're not in the final innings of the match, then you can declare your innings, and that's another 10 minutes, so it's an hour and 10 minutes off the end of the play. So that's assuming these two have achieved their centuries, their milestones. Here's Deploy, left arm around, he bowls. Oh, that's hammered. Low full toss, and over mid wicket it goes for 4. Holden's up. Oh, what have you spotted?
No, the covers are coming off at Bristol. There was Mr. Prophet of Doom me saying, oh, that'll be it for the day, but they are
doomed.
We are going to get some play by the looks of it.
Us domestic cricket fans are doomed for the next 6 months. But as we say, we'll get the Women's World Cup coming up this month. There's this ball short, goes over the top. And has he got that one all
Yes,
the way?
he has.
Just dragged down by Deploy. 6 more. And Sussex are 376 for 4. Coles has 81 from 101. You'll be taking up the commentary again in a moment, Adrian, won't you? Sussex lead by 105. Lead by 150 and pull out.
I think they'll just keep
Couple
going.
of milestones.
Yeah, I think they'll probably just keep going until the end of the game now.
Bearing in mind that Middlesex pulled out, the match situation must be taken too much into regard. Must it? Is this ball short and cut away out to the deep cover boundary for a single? Cornwell gets his throw into the gloves of Davies. Yeah, Middlesex hit 271, but that was going at it hell for leather, wasn't it? To try and create something of a game out of this one and put Sussex under pressure in the hope that Northamptonshire did something at Headingley. They did not. So as valiant as the 2-7 was in double quick time from Middlesex, you can't really put their first innings up against Sussex's first innings, can you? You can't measure it in that way.
No, absolutely, yeah.
However, it does just open the potential for Sussex should Simpson decide to have a little dip for a session at Middlesex.
Yeah.
Declare at tea.
I just wonder whether they'll be keen. My feeling is they'll just probably bat on and
Deploy to bowl, and forward goes Simpson defending. Push it back to the bowler. Not teammates at Middlesex. Deploy's first year. So he and Deploy never played together. Brooks, similarly, new in this year as here comes Deploy bowls. Simpson pushes back again.
how's he been received, Lou Deploy?
Oh, very well, yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent signing. Really good. Middlesex didn't go with overseas players this year. Chose to sign Henry Brooks and Lewis Deploy. He's in now from the Cromwell Road end. And backing up, Simpson pushes back to him. There's no run. Into the 93rd. 36 overs remain. 377 for 4. Coles 82. Simpson 55. Yeah, very good signing, Lewis Deploy, and he becomes eligible for England next May.
Right.
So, well, his stats suggest that he'd be somebody that the international selectors will be looking upon. He's obviously chosen England with his Hungarian passport, playing in the EU, and he becomes eligible for England next year.
Hungarian
South African
passport,
born.
presumably through his parents, or?
Yeah, parentage, yeah, whether it's grandparentage, but yeah, I thought is England will certainly have a look. He's been unlucky this year. There've been probably about 4 dismissals this year that he's had in the Championship, where you just thought, oh no, really? A couple of LBWs, a couple of caught behinds. It's pretty evident that he got some rough ones. Bittler felt he would have liked more runs than he got, for sure.
Not just to carry his bowls, and the reverse sweep is James Coles. The ball ends up in the gloves of Jack Davis. There is no run. Of course, the other player who I understand qualifies for England is Dan Worrell, doesn't he?
Does he really?
There's a lot of talk about.
How old is he though, Dan Worrell?
Good question.
Must be about 54 by now.
To carries in bowls and played back down the ground by Coles. De Carries falls off his own bowling, and there is no run.
The fact that Coles is seriously getting on with it here before tea, bearing in mind he's within sight of a century. Should we be reading anything into that?
No, I don't think so. I think I just read about Dan Worrell. He's 33, and he hammers this one away. But is he going to be caught? No, he's not. In fact, the fielder didn't see the ball. The fielder out there at deep mid wicket.
Yeah, he'd never have got round.
He was just saying, "Where's it gone?"
Yeah.
And James Coles picks up another boundary. He goes to 86,
And he did it
81 for 4.
Not only to the fielding position, cow corner, but the part of the ground called cow corner.
Yeah, Daniel James Worrell, born 10th of July 1991 in Melbourne. He's 33. His nickname is Frankie. No idea why.
Frankie Worrell.
Yeah. Played for Australia in 2016.
Yeah, I don't think he's.
So I think
It's the
I'm
reckoning,
not sure it's on. Yeah, I get very confused. Is it residency rules or quite what is it?
Yeah, I mean, it might be that he's able to play as a non-overseas rather than as an overseas player, but I doubt he'd be. Be called up by England.
Kerr's again over the wicket, bowls, and Coles looks to deftly play that one down to backward point, taken very neatly by Davis. He's been very impressive behind the stumps.
Where did you come across that bit of information about Worrell? Where was that alerted to you?
It was in the press.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it was an article somewhere like the Times or somewhere like
Saying
that.
that he would consider playing for England.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Maybe he was putting it forward, was he? I doubt the ECB would be thinking about a 33-year-old, would they?
Well, you'd be surprised with the quicker delivery from De Keris. I'll see if I can find it, clipped away down to...
Bit of a kick in the teeth to all of the English,
yeah, well,
prospects, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, you'd have thought so. Let's see if I can find it.
Maybe they're just considering him for the next Ashes tour down under a one-off. A dastardly move.
Yeah. In comes De Keris, and Simpson drives down the ground. Lovely shot by John Simpson. Picks up a single down to long on, end of the over. And that's the 150 partnership between Coles and Simpson in 190 balls in 124 minutes. So well batted. The 32-year-old Australian who could fill James Anderson's boots. This was written by Mark Baldwin and Jeffrey Dean and Lizzie Ammon back in April.
Three of them.
He's a fast
Did they do
bowler.
a word each?
He's played 3 one-day internationals for his native Australia. He's a UK passport holder with an English father and Irish mother, and his Surrey teammates call him Frankie after the West Indians great Sir Frank Worrell.
Frankie Worrell.
And in just under a year's time, he can play for England. And this was
He's a good bowler.
written on the 27th of September by Lizzie Ammon. Rob Key has hinted that the Australian seaman Dan Worrell could become an England Test player, paving the way for him to play against his country of his birth in the next Ashes series.
There we go.
You can't not notice Dan Worrell. He just looks like a very good bowler. Key told the Daily Mail. He's highly skilled. He looks like someone who's completely in control of his game. So there we are.
He did play for Australia, didn't he?
3 ODIs, it says. Yeah, so I knew I read it somewhere.
Deploys in, bowls, he's bumped back, there's no run. Do you think once you played internationally for another side, you should be allowed to then switch allegiances?
I think
mean,
that's
if he'd never have played for Australia with, say, an English mother and Irish father, then, perhaps, but...
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I mean, it seems to happen quite a lot in rugby union, doesn't it? Where players switch around countries.
Simpson pushing to mid-wicket, no run.
I've got to confess, just on a personal basis, I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
No, I don't like it. If he'd never played for Australia, fine, but... Deploy huge amounts of flight on this. Simpson defends still, back to the bowler.
I mean, I think you'd probably like to think, wouldn't you, if you're going out in an Ashes series, I mean, I guess if someone's eligible to play, you want your best players. I don't know how you'd like to think that they are players
Could be deploying Worrell.
who've grown up through the English system and... Well,
Although the Australians would bite back at that. The amount of South Africans that have played for England in recent years, as this is pushed back 383 for 4. There was some sort of joke, wasn't there, about the 3 Lions, more like going on safari or something, with the amount of South Africans that they were playing against. Was that? Well, I can't remember exactly the line that they came up with for it, the Aussies, but...
One thing I have missed here is... I'm assuming that Middlesex haven't taken a new ball here. I mean, that's a long time ago that was due. I don't know if they took it or not, and that's very poor commentary of me if I didn't realise.
I don't think they did. I was on mic just up to that point, I think. I don't think I quite made the 80th, but...
Yeah, I'm just looking at the scoreboard now, 94.4. I think Deploy's just very keen here to get... Someone just walked right behind the side screen.
Fine work.
We'll just be hoping this is T. I expect 1 minute to go until...
Simpson backing up, pushing back to Deploy, and it gets way down the ground, but long on will come around to collect. Simpson's 57, 384 for 4. There is 1 ball remaining in the over, which then is likely to be T, which means Coles will be still short of his century. He's on 87.
says here, Daniel Worrell, known for a distinctive angled run-up that he developed due to avoiding a tree in his garden when he was playing cricket as a child.
His deploy bowls, a quick single take, and he's on to 88. 3, 8, 5 for 4, and that's tea.
Yep, it
On the
is.
final day of the season, for the last time we go off and scrimp and scrave and search the media centre for a little bit of cake, Adrian.
Is that 385 for 4?
It is.
Yeah. Thank you. Coles. 88. Simpson. 57. So, thank you all for listening. I'm sort of well aware that the game is sort of drifting towards a rather natural conclusion here. But nonetheless, we have to go through the procedure, and I'm sure James Coles and John Simpson will be very pleased. They've recorded 150 partnership here. The other notable part of the session was when Sussex picked up their one remaining point they needed to win the title in bizarre fashion when Luke Coleman bowled a no ball, which produced a standing ovation around the ground. Now, various announcements being made around the ground.
I think they're letting everybody on for tea, aren't they? Because the ground staff are protecting the stewards are protecting
possibly.
the square. So I think everybody's allowed.
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, they do allow people on the outfield here at Hove, so I don't quite know what the applause.
Maybe it was an announcement about the title presentation.
Maybe.
They're probably a good time to say it actually, 'cause you wouldn't say it while play was going on, would you? But 114's the lead, so barring a very aggressive declaration, then we expected a declaration in what, an hour and
Yeah, I think so.
10 minutes, of which 20 of those will be tea.
Indeed they will. Well, Kevin, thank you very much. We're going to disappear and have a cup of tea. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And we'll be with you for the final session of the season in about 20 minutes' time. of the 2024 county cricket season. I'm Adrian Harms, Kevin Hand with me. Liam O'Brien is our third voice here this week. The clouds are high. I think we're certainly get a bit more cricket in. The rain is not forecast to arrive for another couple of hours. There was another 34 overs to be bowled in the day. Our suspicion is that we'll probably get to around about 4ish, maybe sometime after 4, and the captains will shake hands, and that will signal the end of the season. But there's quite a decent crowd here, the reason being that Sussex will then be presented, I should say, with the second division trophy, which they secured during the afternoon session, courtesy of a no ball bowled by Luke Holman. The main problem here is spectators keeping warm, because it is really cold outside. People are muffled up, people are in bobble hats, in coats, in fleeces. So well done everybody who's stuck to it. Well done to the Middlesex players who haven't had anything to play for since late yesterday. They're all in their jumpers and they've just got another hour or so's cricket to go. John Simpson on 57 against his former county. I'm sure he'd love to score 100, as indeed he did at Lords in the reverse fixture. Whether he'll get enough time, we'll have to see. But final session of the season, always with a tinge of sadness as we look out across the ground here at Hove, Kevin. But
more than a tinge, isn't it?
You know,
I'm not going to see you for 2 years until
well, we'll see
Sussex get relegated. I mean, Middlesex get promoted next year.
We'll see you in
the Blast.
Yeah.
Hopefully the One Day Cup as well.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, the Blast. Yeah, certainly the Blast. We'll see you for a couple of fixtures. Well, hopefully. I don't think we played you once this year.
Yeah.
In the Blast. I mean, I never. We didn't get to go to Lords in the Blast. Now this looks like Mark Stoneman who's going to bowl.
There we go. His last hurrah for Middlesex.
He's in and bowls, and James Coles plays that down the ground to long on and picks up a single. James Coles within sight of what will be his first century of the season. He's passed 50 on 3 occasions, but yet to go through to all 3 figures. And John Simpson, who will know Mark Stoneman very well. I'm just looking at James Coles' career stats. I think he's got 3 first-class hundreds. I'll double-check. Stoneman in bowl to Simpson, who drives firmly out to the sweeper on the cover boundary and picks up a single. Yeah, James Coles, 3 first-class hundreds to his name. So this would be a 4th, and he's waiting for Stoneman, who runs in on little off breaks, I guess. And is he dropped? No. Well, Cole's looking to crack that one away through point. Missed it completely. Wasn't taken cleanly by Davis, which made me think maybe it was a drop, but I don't think it was. Stoneman in again. Bowls, full toss. Coles just eases the ball down to long on and picks up his 90th run. 388 for 4. Throw comes in. John Simpson has to scurry to get out of the way. And then wanders back to his crease. Simpson waits. Stoneman in bowls, and Simpson drives down to long on and picks up another single, the first single of the over. 389 for 4. Simpson to 59, which brings Coles back on strike. With all due respect to Mark Stoneman, James Coles will probably kick himself here if he doesn't go on to 3 figures, because he really ought to. Stoneman in again, bowls, and Coles flicks this nicely down to the fine leg boundary to 4 runs. We're just erring down the leg side, and James Coles just helped the ball on its way. He goes to 94, 393 for 4. Sussex, 33 overs left in the day. We're not going to get anything like that. Probably another 15, I reckon. As many as that, Kevin, or maybe not even as many as that, to be honest.
For 50 minutes? Yeah.
Well, it's 3:30 now. The best bet seems to be 4:10 would be the earliest. 20 past 4 would be the earliest that they can shake hands.
Indeed.
In which case, certainly Coles will fancy his 100, and maybe John Simpson as well.
Well, indeed, yeah. I mean, that would be the way to celebrate the season. We were saying, would they do it by pulling out and just seeing if they could create a bit of excitement against Middlesex with the ball, but they're going to create the excitement instead with the bat. Look for the personal milestones.
Yeah, John Simpson made 167 at Lords in the reverse fixture. Sam Robson also made 100 in that game, 136. Ryan Higgins made 106. Nathan Fernandez 91. And Chechishwar Pujara made 129 for Sussex, lest we forget his contribution as well to this season.
So here's Holman with a slip in place and Simpson, the left-hander, on strike. Long off. Long on, in a few yards, deep square, deep cover, there's a backward point, backward square legs just being brought around a little bit closer to the umpire, and Holman over the wicket bowls. The left-handed Simpson meets it on the full and drives a single to long on. He moves to 60. 394 for 4, so can Simpson go to run a minute before this game's done to get to his century? You'd have thought so, part-time spinners on.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you? Yeah. Oh, you'd have
Sorry, part-time spinner at one end, obviously.
You'd have certainly thought he'd have a dash at it, wouldn't you?
Collins in, bowls, and it's a low full toss. It's driven away out to deep cover for a single. May or may not have his folks tuned in at the moment. Luke Holman, got a message from them earlier. Winter well to you, if you are still tuned in. Big Wimbledon fans. Is it a sinkhole at Plough Lane a couple of weeks ago?
I know, yeah. It's going to take some time to repair, I think. Holman to Simpson, who drives down the ground, a single to long on. 97th over of this innings. A match, unfortunately, which was dominated by the rain, and from thereafter it was about Middlesex desperately trying to make up with the time, just in case something happened in their favour at Headingley. Did they ever get back on there? Off a bad light, weren't they? Yes, they did get back on.
Bit of flight from Holman, pushed back by Coles.
Finally, Australia are 88 for 1 in the 9th over against England at Bristol. Obviously thinking it's going to rain there, I would imagine, going for Duckworth Lewis.
Holman bowls, this is dabbed away into the offside, a quick single for Coles. He's on to 96. Oh, you better take the commentary. We better do batter by batter rather than end by end, because that could have been his century. Sri Lanka won by an innings and 154
that against New Zealand.
All out for 88, and the Sri Lankan batter, Mendes, wasn't it?
I don't know.
A 75-year record as his, or matched a 75-year record as. This is pushed back by Simpson to Holman. At end of the over, 397 for 4. Yeah, Kamindu Mendes has struck another century in that game, 116. And let me get this right now. It was something along the lines of, he matched Don Bradman's achievement of reaching centuries in a certain number of times. Not the quickest in the number of tests. About third on the list, but he's joint with Bradman. Let's see.
Does Mark Stoneman to bowl to James Coles? He's up on his toes and thumps that away through the covers. There is a sweeper on the cover boundary, so Coles is denied the boundary that would take him to 100. He goes to 97, 398 for 4.
Where's it gone on me now? I'd found it. Here's Simpson on strike. We're going batter by batter now.
Yeah, you go, yeah.
Here's Stoneman around the wicket and darts that one in quicker. Simpson pushes a single out to deep point, which will let me tell you very quickly that Sri Lanka's middle order batter, Kamindu Mendes, became just the 4th cricketer to make 1,000 runs inside 13 test innings.
Wow.
25 years of age, played just 8 tests.
Stoneman in bowls, and Coles just glides that one down to fine leg for his 98th run, and that's the 400 up for Sussex. 400 for 4 gets a nice round of applause around the ground here at Hove, and a 4th batting bonus point for Sussex.
He's now the equal third fastest to a 1,000 run mark alongside Sir Don Bradman. And Stoneman bowls, Simpson works a single to square leg and there's no run.
Well, that is some achievement, isn't it? Just looking here, Yorkshire have declared now at Headingley they're 726 for 7. You'd have thought that must be some sort of a record, I would think.
What happened there, Northamptonshire? But then Middlesex needed them to win anyway, as this ball's driven back into the offside and there's no run. It was always going to be unlikely. So Adam Lyth describes it as the flattest Headingley surface that he'd known when Middlesex were up there a few weeks ago.
That doesn't make for great cricket though, does it?
No, and it was a kookaburra round.
Oh, crumbs. Yeah. Well, let's hope that you know, you can't just prepare these pitches that are just so flat. Can you just?
And it was a hybrid. Stoneman bowls and forward goes Simpson, looking for a single, but a tumbling stop, rolling to his left at extra cover from Holman. Holds them, or holds indeed. Sussex to a dot ball, 400 for 4. Coles will have strike on 98. Simpson has 62.
And you're listening to live cricket on BBC, the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio London. You may be watching via the Cluckets, the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. You can also listen via your smart speaker. Just say BBC Sounds, play Sussex v Middlesex Day 4, and by the wonders of modern technology, you should be able to listen to us. And you'll be watching, if you're watching on the live stream, a blustery cold day here at Hove. Final session of the season, and James Coles will be hoping to score the 2 runs that he needs to go through to his first class 100 of the season. He waits as in comes Holman, bowls, and Coles drives back to Holman, who fields, and there is no run.
Yeah, it's that horrible thing you do now on the BBC Sport website when you go to today's cricket, Mondays, none, Tuesdays, none, Wednesdays, none.
Holman in bowls, and Coles defends onto the onside. There is no run. He's passed 50 on 4 occasions, James Coles, this season. Top score 88 not out, so he's surpassed that in this innings. Brighter skies actually here at Hove now. As Holman is in bowls, and Coles clips this one away. Through mid-wicket, the ball is racing out towards the boundary. They've taken one. They'll come back for the second, and James Coles goes through to the 4th first-class 100 of his career. His first century of the season. He takes off his helmet, he raises his bat. Members standing in the Spen Karma Pavilion and applauding. His teammates are applauding as well up on the balcony. He's a fine young cricketer, James Coles, just 20 years of age. And very well batted, and you would imagine if he continues the progress that he's making, then it could be the 4th of many centuries in the first-class game. In comes Holman again. Bowls, and Coles plays beautifully straight down to long off, picks up a single. He goes to 101, 403 for 4. I wonder whether we might see John Simpson having a bit of a thrash here. Still 30 overs to be bowled, but as I say, he's probably got another 40 minutes to play, something like that. As Kev reaches into the cookie box or packet. Holman in bowls to Simpson, who clips to square leg, and there is no run.
I thought you were going to say as Kev reaches 1,000 biscuits for the season.
Well, yeah, I reckon I'm not far behind you, to be honest. In comes Holman bowls. Simpson eases this down the ground and picks up another single. A couple more emails have come in on sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Sussex 404 for 4, Simpson 63, Coles 101. Hi Adrian, I was here for the first ball of the season and just made it back for the last. Didn't think the middle bit would have turned out as well as it did. As you were saying, Paul Farbrace saw what I didn't at that time and deserves the round of applause he would no doubt be getting shortly. Thanks to you and the team for the coverage I missed in person. Interesting times it will be come to next spring. Thanks again and all the best, Chris Hammond. Thank you, Chris. That's very kind. And Stuart Whitfirst has been in touch again. He says, hello again, Adrian. It's dark and 6:30 here in Dubai, where, as I said earlier, I'm on holidays with the other half. Like the cricket season, it's my last evening. He says, I'm having a quiet lemonade or two to celebrate the Division 2 champions. I want to thank you and your fellow commentators for the tremendous coverage you provide on a daily basis. It's brilliant for someone like me who can't get to the games as often as I would like to. As in comes Stoneman and bowls, and Simpson drives through the offside. He's going to pick up 1 and possibly 2. John Simpson has a good bit of fielding out on the cover boundary. Just a single. Simpson goes to 64. He says, enjoy the bottle of red wine and celebrate a tremendous season. Thank you. Well, that's very kind, Stuart. And you know, it's always great to work with people like Kevin and all the other guys around the circuit. You know, we all have a
James and Hal.
We all have a
James and House.
We always have a hugely enjoyable summer. As in comes Stoneman. Coles sweeps that one to a fine leg and picks up a single. Sorry, that's poor, isn't it? I haven't got my phone on silent.
Stoneman to Simpson. Slip in place as he's in, bowls, and on the pads. He's wrapped him on the pads, not out. They've had a few appeals against Simo now, haven't they?
They have. Stoneman in again. Bowles. Simpson just stretches forward, plays onto the onside, and there is no run. 406 for 4. Liam be back with us shortly.
You're due a coffee run, aren't you, Harmsy? You haven't got any more updates to do, have you?
No, I've just had a message about one actually. As in comes Stoneman, bowls, and Simpson try. Oh, now that hit Mark Stoneman on the knee.
Oh,
Now that looked blooming painful. And he's hopping it. If that gets you right on the kneecap, that can be blooming sore. John Simpson is showing Mark Stoneman absolutely zero sympathy. He's just standing with his sort of legs crossed. Oh, that's damned painful. That is.
I'm going to imagine that Simpson's chuckling. He's smiling because there's not much more you can do, is there? It's like, ow.
Yeah, always. We've got a bit of a break here. That's
Would he be able to bowl? Because it's his bowling front. It's the front leg, isn't it? The body weight has to come over on. Even as an off spinner, you bring your right. Here comes the physio. Oh
dear.
Pete Waxman. He's on the edge of the field at the moment. No, he's all right. Stoneman's going to go on. Rocky by name, Rocky by nature. And he goes right arm around from the C end, drops short, and Simpson hammers him for 4. That was a throwdown, nothing more really, wasn't it? As Stoneman finished the over, 410 for 4. Simpson moves to 68. Cole has 102.
What I'll do, I'll hand over the microphone to Liam and
Yeah.
see what, and if they want an update from somewhere,
Who wants an update from where?
we'll let you know. Well, we have a programme that goes out across Kent, Surrey and Sussex.
Oh, we're
in
going
the
to rub that
afternoon.
Kent's noses in it, are you? We're going up, you're going down.
Yeah, so the presenter's been in touch. So leave that with me to sort out. We'll bring back in Liam, who's going to have a natural way to Kevin.
Cheers, Harmsy. It's Vision 1 bound Adrian Harms. To enjoy the delights of Chelmsford, Trent Bridge, Chesterley Street. Here's Holman. His right arm over. Oh, Liam's back alongside me. I forgot we'd taken up all the seats. There's Slip crouching down, and Holman comes in, bowls to Coles at 102. Coles defends back up the track. No run, 410 for 4. No charge. The charge never came from Sussex as we thought it might once they got their points be promoted.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking to a few of the spectators to the side. It looked like it was a good opportunity just for these batters to bat some time and kind of ride off into the sunset by the looks of things.
Holman, lots of flight, driven back to extra cover. Holden with a tumbling stop.
Coles has batted very well as well and punished every single bad ball he's got.
Some good ones as well. Here's Holman, bowls, and he's dabbed into the onside, 410 for 4. Yeah, it's been an entertaining knocker. Robson got that 113, didn't he? Run a ball. And now Cole's cashing in as well.
Absolutely.
Holman. Bowls, good length. He was in position early to block that, wasn't he? Coles, he's got his century. Looks like he wants his red inker as well now.
Absolutely wants a red inker.
Simpson, red inker or century? You've got to get a little bit of a move on in the next half an hour. Mind you, it's up to him, isn't it? He doesn't have to shake hands at 20 past 4. if he's in the 90s, let's go on a few more overs, lads. Holman bowls, and this is punched away off the back foot by Coles for a single. Holden fields at deep cover in front of the old scoreboard where the Sussex flag is blown in the wind. And next to it now, on the flagpole, is the Division 2 title. The pennant for winning the title.
Yeah.
Didn't know there was one for Division 2. There's the pennant for winning the championship outright, of course, but I didn't know there was a Division 2 one. It's Holman bowls and Simpson backs away and punches a single down to long off. Moves to 69. Under the over. 412 for 4. 103 for Cole. Simpson will keep the strike. And yeah, there's a bit of a lull here at the ground, isn't there? In the stands and on the field. Stoneman continues with his wobbly knee.
That's probably one thing when I was a youngster growing up watching Stoneman play for England. I never thought I'd be commentating on his off spin. So it's a real pinch me moment.
A youngster growing up watching Stoneman play for England. It seems like yesterday. How old are you, Liam?
25.
Oh dear.
Yeah, sorry guys. Stoneman round the wicket into bowl to Simpson, who cuts that away through backward point. He's going to race up the hill towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? Looks like it's just been pulled back by the fielder, and they're going to run 4 there. Great bit of running from Sussex. Biggest applause in a while there. Good effort there from Simpson, managing to get back for 4. I thought I'd try and up the ante there with the excitement as it raced away as well. Keep the listeners on the
So
edge
I
of
was
the
your
seats.
age when I started the Middlesex job, 25.
Really?
Yeah. Where's it gone? Where's
Yeah.
the time gone?
I think my first gig was last year when I just turned 24.
Nice.
As Stoneman comes into bowl round the wicket, back of a length ball flicked away towards deep mid wicket for a single. Good to get into these things early, I think. Get your confidence. Find your own little style. I think Adrian was shocked last year at the amount of words I'd use. Instead of bowling fast, he was bowling heat. His eyes slapped it for 6. All these kind of sayings. I'd always hear him giggle next to me as I'd say a new saying.
Bringing the dressing room to the mic.
So Stoneman into Coles. Comes down the pitch, lofts it over mid-off, and that's going to be a 6. Great shot from Coles. Didn't quite catch it. Down the hill, short boundary here at the C end. Makes its way for 6, and Coles is looking to make a move on.
Yeah, it's an interesting move. We're thinking about the red inker for him, but a little bit of fun, a little bit of entertainment as well. I'd imagine most now just hanging on. Well, they're hanging on obviously to see the title lifted, but Simpson century as well.
So Stoneman into bowl. That's a flat delivery. He's not going to get hit again for 6 on that one. That's blocked away for a dot ball. And I heard the presentation is going to be half an hour after the close of play today.
Half an hour after the close of play.
That's what they're saying by the
So rush
pavilion.
across to get a Middlesex interview before that.
So Stoneman into bowl, and Coles blocks that away into the offside for a dot ball.
They'll have to be out quick, or we'll be here late for the interview tonight. Then it's either get it in before the presentation ceremony, or it could be a good couple of hours, couldn't it?
So Stoneman, flighted ball. Big shout as it's left alone by Coles, but that is going to be the end of the over. Coles on 109, Simpson on 74. Kevin's got his feet up, so he's getting himself nice and comfy, settling in for the last 20 or 25 minutes or so.
It's that time of the day, isn't it? You've got to get your feet up. You can't have the
Heating's
blood
on.
down in your feet.
I've got a cosy little hoodie on.
You must know this in the dressing room. You've got to get your feet up, haven't you? Get the blood out of the feet.
There's my girlfriend, when I played at Lords, I managed to get her and my mum into the pavilion area
Oh, even
for
I
our
haven't got my
game.
feet up in the pavilion.
And they looked up to our change room, and all they saw was 2 little sliders sat on the end of the balcony. She was like, I couldn't see Liam, I could just see his little feet peeking over.
P2, you've got to get your feet up, get the blood out of them, haven't you?
Absolutely. Recovery.
Exactly. Recovery from a day sat down. It's the evening session. Get your feet up. We've had two sessions. We're not made for it, are we? We're not meant to be sedentary creatures sat on chairs, are we?
Absolutely not. Out and about.
We're meant to be sedentary creatures with our feet up. Here's Holman to Simpson. Bowls, and forward goes the left-hander pushing back. 4-2-3 for 4. Simpson rocks back for a moment. A little bit of chatter behind him. Higgins and Davies, the man he replaced. Davies in front of him, John Simpson. Certainly a bit of chatter going on out there. I don't think it's to try and get, not to try and annoy Simpson, but just to slow things down a little as Holman is in. Bowles, Simpson up on his toes, turns into the onside. Bury-born John Simpson came through the Lancashire leagues before heading to MCC Young Cricketers and picked up by Middlesex. Queue of keepers in his way at Lancashire when he was coming through. Back he goes now to Holman, punched a single out to deep cover. The fact that Lancashire are slipping down as Simpson goes up a division will not be lost on a few Lancashire fans, I'm sure. Title winner, of course, at Middlesex. Division 2 title winner now with Sussex. He had 2 promotions in his time at Middlesex and a title. Here is Holman Bowles. This is turned backward of square where Bamber comes around. And they have a single. Coles is on to 110. So I think when Middlesex went down, they were relegated somewhere around 2006, I think it was. So just before Simpson joined. So he had 2 promotions, but only 1 relegation and 1 title this time at Lords, and now he's got a 3rd promotion to his name as a player. Holmes in, Bowles, and this ball's short, pulled away out to deep square for a single. 4-2-6 for 4. He's the Neil Warnock of cricketers. Good for a promotion. Get relegated often. Was it Warnock? No, he did get relegated, didn't he? I was going to say he's...
Was it Allardyce, wasn't it? Was that the one?
Allardyce was good for
He was one to keeping you up.
Wasn't he? Yeah, bring it, keep you up. Here's a dot ball turned to square leg by Coles. 4-26 for 4. He's a Yorkshireman, isn't he? Neil Warnock. Is he Huddersfield? That kind of area, I think.
Yeah, my cousin is a footballer, and he was managed by him for a season, I think, and he said he's exactly what you can imagine he's like.
Yeah, I've interviewed him loads of times when he was Queen's Park Rangers, Crystal Palace manager. I was covering them regularly, and yeah, got on well with Neil. Really nice guy. Really, really nice guy.
What you see is what you get. He said if you win, happiest guy in the world, and the hair dry treatments you see online is exactly what you get if you don't perform as well. But at least you know where you stand. I love characters like that where you don't have to try and figure them out.
Yeah, yeah. He was a good man to interview, Neil Warnock. He was very fair in the interviews as well. Because sometimes you speak to managers and it's like unnecessarily tetchy, you know.
Yeah. And so it's Stoneman to continue from the C end. Round the wicket, and that's cut away from Simpson in front of square, and they're just going to take a single as cover gets round nicely. Put Simpson on to 77. And so, just for the listeners, Sussex have won the Division 2 title, and there's an understanding around 4:20 is when they can shake hands and finish up for the day.
Unless Simpson's on 95.
Yeah, unless Simpson wants to get his ton.
Well, he's not going to be far off, is he?
Stoneman into bowl. And that is swept away from Coles, nicely in front of square, and that's going to go through mid-wicket for 4 runs. Nicely controlled shot there. It wasn't actually a bad delivery, but... Yeah.
Stoneman's bemused, isn't he? Double teapot, Cryer catch it. Holman was the mid-wicket.
And that races down the hill here at Sussex for 4. Really does pick up speed. I don't think players or fans when they get here realise how big the slope is at Sussex, but it's quite a big... Is gradient the right word for it? As Stoneman's into bowl again, and Coles just rocks back and flicks that to deep square leg for a single.
Yeah, I have to admit, I was stood up waiting for the interview last night for Sam Robson. You do stand there and look across at it, and I think when you stand at the other end, probably around the players' dressing room, just watch the field fall away down to this end, you do realise quite.
So Stoneman into bowl. Simpson rocks back, and that's flicked for no run.
I think at Lords it's 9 foot from top to bottom of the slope. Do you know what it is here, Harmsy?
I think it's 10 feet.
10 feet. I was going to say it looks it looks like a bigger slope here than Lords.
And Stoneman in and blocked away from Simpson. Nice into the offside, he's going to pick up a quick single. The one thing about Lords that really threw me off, which is quite cool that I can say I even kind of played against, was there was a bowler that was bowling cross seam against me, and with the way the slope was going, that'll cut myself off there. That's a 200 partnership from Colson Simpson off only 249 balls. So that's really impressive stuff there in less than 3 hours. Obviously a little bit of declaration bowling as well, which has helped it, but very well batted from the two. But yeah, the bowler was bowling cross seam, and the way the slope is, it was still nipping away, and so it took me about 10 balls or so to realise I have to play as if it's nipping away, and imagine it hitting the inside of the edge, because it would just nip onto the middle of the bat.
It does play a huge part, the slope at Lords.
And you almost play games with yourself, because you have to rely on it bouncing sideways as Stoneman comes in, and Coles blocks that nicely away for a dot ball. End of over, 433 for 4. Yeah, so it was so weird because he'd bowl straight and it wouldn't nip, and as soon as he bowled just outside off, even if it was cross seam and I could clearly see it's cross seam, it would still take off with the slope. And so it's quite cool saying that you learn to adjust on the Lord's pitch. But yeah, my mum always said as well, like, it's funny saying what's your favourite end at Lords, and I always imagine, because I watched England a lot at Lords, imagine bowling from the pavilion end down the hill, and I was actually preferred bowling up the hill. She was like, it's so funny you have a favourite end at Lords now, isn't it? It is true. Very lucky. But it's quite interesting here with Sussex as well, is that you see a lot of the top bowlers will all come down the hill with the momentum down the hill, and it almost players struggle to drive them back, so you can normally pen batters in.
Here's Holman to Simpson. He's on 78. And forward goes Holman. There's no run. Oh, Adrian Harms is de-rigging for the winter. What a sad sight. All the wires being packed up. It's all being packed away.
It's definitely got that end of season feel now, doesn't it?
Oh, it does. We're all just playing a waiting game for the Simpson century, I'd imagine. Or 20 minutes, whichever comes first. As forward goes Simpson. Pushing back, no run. Will he walk off with a red inker in the 90s, or will he say to Middlesex, no, sorry lads, I'll shake hands with you when I've got my century?
Against his old team? No, he's not that kind of character, is he? He's more focused on winning for the team, and he's done a great captain's role here.
Century's a century, isn't it?
Yeah, true.
Holman bowls. This is driven back to long off for a single. Do you think he's got a century bonus in his contract as well?
He's not that kind of character anyway. I think as soon as you can shake hands.
Well, they'd have declared after tea, wouldn't they?
Paid them off. No, he's a team player first, and I think he'll shake hands at the nearest opportunity and get his hands on that trophy.
Coles bowls and Holman bowls, and Coles works out to mid-wicket. A single.
It must be quite nice for him as well. Obviously, being an ex-Middlesex player coming here this season, being able to lift the trophy in front of the players as well.
Stop it.
It's like what you could have had.
Stop it. I think they're pretty sure I'm right in saying that something along the lines of a 1-year contract from Middlesex, but 2 years from Sussex. So here's Holman bowls, and this is driven down to long on for a single, and he's on to 80. 436 for 4, something along those lines. But it was a lucrative offer, I think, that he got from Sussex for sure.
And it was well worth it.
Middlesex. Well, this week Robbie White announcing his retirement at 29. He'd waited all those years for the gloves from Simpsons. This is short, pulled away, and pulled for 4. Coles moves to 120, 440 for 4 at the end of the over. Simpson will have the strike, but the gloves eventually come up, and Jack Davies had pushed himself into a position to take them this year and held on to the gloves all year, and White by the end of the season announcing his retirement. Joe Cracknell, another option with the gloves for Middlesex.
And I heard a little birdie that Middlesex can be staying down tonight.
Oh yeah.
And enjoying
where's these little birdies you keep running into and telling you all this bit of information?
It's the same birdie that got me this job in the first place.
Giving Giving away all the secrets.
You need your sources, but yeah, I heard they're staying down for the night as well, and I think they're going to enjoy the end of the season because they have fought hard this year as well, haven't they? And just missed out with Yorkshire securing the points.
Yeah, I think
Headingley.
They're just going to be kicking themselves over a couple of games, and those couple of games hinge mostly on a couple of sessions, Leicestershire and Gloucestershire. But, now, as a result, they have to watch Yorkshire join Sussex. I mean, it was always billed all season long. It felt as though this was going to be a decider at the end of the season here at Hove. I mean, in some ways, fortunately, it wasn't, given that the weather ruined it.
Yeah.
It would have been really disappointing if we'd have all been sat here anticipating a decider and the weather.
That's the only real shame about cricket is how much an effect the weather can have on a game, isn't it? And on results. As Stoneman into bowl round the wicket, and that's blocked away from Simpson. They have a thing in Australia when I was out there playing, where if a couple of games got called off, they'd call off the whole week.
Ooh.
And so that not every, because a lot of teams would have then a unfair advantage getting points when other teams wouldn't. So as Stoneman comes in, Simpson uses his feet and blocks it away for a dot ball. So that was a thing that I thought was quite interesting. That obviously I don't think it works here in England with how much weather there is, but because in Australia they don't get too much rain. Normally, if there's a few games call off, they'll call off the whole week, just so it's fair for everyone. Stoneman into bowl, knocked away nicely into the offside towards deep cover for a single. This is just gradually petering towards an inevitable handshake here from the two captains. I believe the earliest they can shake hands is 4:20, according to Kevin. So if that's wrong, blame Kevin, please, guys.
20 years and he still can't get it right.
That's going to be Coles facing. Lots of fielders out now, almost like a 2020-like field as Stoneman into bowl, drags it down, and that's smacked towards long on for a single.
Yeah, any other time of the year the schedule closes 6 o'clock, so an hour before is 5:30, but of course with 10:30 start, so it's 4:30. With the declaration, then that means 4:20. They'd all walk off the field at that point.
There's his justification, just in case he does get it wrong.
The rules and regs.
Yeah. Stoneman into bowl round the wicket, and Simpson drives that to long on for a single. And just having a look here, they're keeping the field out. So you've got a deep square leg, a long on, long off, deep cover, one slip still, and they're just taking fine leg towards a deep back square as well. And they're saying spread the field. Come on.
Interesting.
Really, really thinking about the field here.
Do you think they're slowing it down to slow down Simpson's century just to make sure he doesn't get there by 4:20 and then he's left with that position of having to walk off in the 90s? Are they being, what the word is, miserly would be wrong, just a little bit of kidology?
There is a word we would use on the circuit
Yes,
that rhymes with pit housing. As Stoneman in round the wicket. And they're going to nick a quick single here, and that will get Coles back on strike for the next over. 4 off the over, 4 singles. Sussex 444 for 4, quad fours, with Coles 122, Simpson on 82.
Yeah, it's not quite the Richie Benno, do for 2, 444 for 4. It's more, you're going to be too young for this.
I'm really sorry. I could tell as soon as you started talking about Richie Benno, I was like, oh, I could be in trouble here.
No, don't worry. I'm going to confuse even more and go to the 2 Ronnies for Granville.
I've heard of it. Is that with the small guy?
Yep. The small Ronnie and the big Ronnie.
That was it. I've seen a little
Was
black
it Open
and white
All Hours
documentary on it.
was Granville, wasn't it? Looking at Adrian Harms here for help. Adrian Harms, Granville. Open All Hours, wasn't it?
I was more brought up with 40 Towers, and some others do have them. And
Well, no, you say that. That hold on a minute. No, you can't have had those. They were before, weren't they?
bit of Wurzel Gummidge was watched a lot.
Really?
And I'm just going to do a
10
slick
minutes left.
swap
Yeah,
out
10 minutes of the season, so
and put Adrian in.
That wasn't much of a goodbye, Adrian. That was a get out. I was going to say nice guy. So don't move anywhere, Liam. Stay there. He's got a bottle of wine for you.
10 minutes to go. So actually, a big thank you to Liam. It's been a pleasure to have you in the commentary box, Liam. I think you've brought a lot to our commentaries, both this season and last season, and lots of nice comments on the stream as well. So
He hasn't got a bottle of wine for you as well,
No,
Adrian. You
I
don't
know.
have to do all that.
So congratulations, and have a great Windsor. Enjoy your travels and cricket in the parts of the world you're travelling to, and we look forward to seeing you next season. Top man, thank you.
He's expecting a bottle of wine next season.
Yeah, I do.
Jack Davies, right arm over. Goodness knows what. It's thumped for 6 over square
Yeah.
leg.
So who's got behind
Who's
the
got
stumps?
gloves? Let's have a look. He goes found it all very funny. Stoneman's
Well, they're
back
showing
point.
it as Luke Coleman as bowling, but it isn't Luke
it's
Coleman.
not. It's Jack Davies. Let's see who's behind the stumps.
450 up, so that's the
Leeds Deploy?
maximum batting bonus points.
I think it's Leeds Deploy behind the stumps.
Right, okay. A couple of other emails have come in.
Simo's
Sussex
desperate
Cricket.
for a bit of this. He's just walked down the
Yeah,
track.
I'm sure he
drop
is.
a single. Drop
Yeah.
a single, Colsey.
And I'll read a couple of these emails.
I mean, that was proper filth. I reckon you could have done better than that, Harmsy.
What, with the shot or with the delivery?
But round arm, isn't it, from Davies? It's pushed back this time from Coles. There's no run.
I'm sure you're right. I'm sure John Simpson is itching to get down to the...
But then it's that kind of bowling where you don't want to get out.
I tell you, it looks bitterly cold out there, doesn't it? Look, people are
Is that why
really-
he can't get his arm up straight? It's a
Well-
round arm. He's too cold. Shoulder won't go up there. Look, here he comes. He's like
Oh, dear.
Oh, that one's a full bunger onto the legs, and it's swept to deep backward square for a single. He's almost the Malinga of spinners, isn't he? It's that round arm. He'd be a round arm spinner. Not many. But yeah. Jadeja. Round arm, Joe Root. Here he comes again. He's around the wicket and he's bowling to John Simpson, who's 18 away. The field's well spread now. Look at this. Deep mid wicket, cow corner, deep square, long on, and Davies to Simpson, who pushes a single down to long on. Ha! Davies is running to get it himself. Fair play to him for the entertainment. Davies has just set off and run to get the ball and beat long onto it, holding them to a single. And that was an absolute sprint, and he almost knocked himself off his feet when he slid to get the ball, picked himself up to throw it back in. Here he comes to Coles on 129, and low full toss. He's tickled for a single through square leg. One to come of the over. 4, 5, 3 for 4. And that's maximum batting points as well, isn't it? We
Yes,
should
it
have
is.
with the 450.
Yeah, it's quite a nice way to finish, isn't it?
No, it's not. Stop it.
So,
Take your trophy and go.
James Cole's high score 180, so he's not going to get near that.
Well, I don't know.
No,
Jack Davies bowling.
Well, it's all about John Simpson, really, isn't it? And whether he can go
He's on
through to this.
83. Now, what are they doing with the field now? Square legs coming up. The 3 others remain back on the onside as Davies around the wicket bowls a full bunger that Simpson drives respectfully down to long on. Davies puts his hands on his head and goes, ah! So, end of the over, 107 bowls, 454 for 4. What's that ripple of applause for now? What have they reached now? Just applauding every run, aren't they?
Well, there were 234, so it's a partnership of 230. A couple of emails. Marcus has been in touch. He says, hi Adrian, I'm an expat of Sussex living in Cheshire. I was down at Hove to see the final day of the match versus Glamorgan. Fantastic. What a joy to watch Sussex bowl out Glamorgan and win by more than an innings, and to see Ollie Robinson and Henry Crocombe knocking the stumps out. I tried to make opportunities to watch the Sussex live stream, but I'd like to thank you and your colleagues for really excellent commentaries and insightful punditry. I wish you a good winter, and we look forward to next season in Division 1. Thanks, Marcus, and for the final time this season, thank you to the media lads here who operate the stream, who work really, really hard to make everything work. So thank you for that. And Dean has been in touch from Cambodia. Hello, Dean. I know you're a regular contributor as well, so thank you for all your emails as well. Promotion Division 1, how will it affect the stream, if any? May I take this opportunity to thank you for your commentary. Hope to hear you next season. Regards, Dean in Cambodia. Well, certainly we hope to be here next April for the start of the season, Dean, and thank you so much. It's probably warmer in Cambodia than it is here at Hove today, where it is distinctly cold.
Was that Cambodia, was that Apocalypse Now? I watched that the other night.
Oh, I don't know. Quite possibly.
Seen Apocalypse Now? Based on Heart of Darkness.
Crumbs. Now, yeah, I'm going into territory where I'm not well versed. In comes Stoneman, bowls to Simpson, who eases this through the offside, picks up a single, goes to 85. You'd think John Simpson will want to pick up, but he's so tantalising close, isn't he? Only 15 runs away. But I think it was at Leicestershire earlier on this season where he made a double 100, and they were thinking of a declaration, and Paul Farbrace said to John Simpson, "No, you carry on and get the double 100." Which I think was the first of his career. I'll stand corrected on that.
I think you're right. Yes, it was.
But he'll, I don't think he's the sort of cricketer who says, "I must get 100 here." I'm sure he'd like to, but
they're slowing it down, Middlesex, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
They are slowing it down as best they can right now. What is the over 8 +5?
Yeah, well, they've worked with their bowled spinners pretty much all day, haven't they? Stoneman in bowls. Coles clips this onto the leg side, picks up another single. He goes to 131, 455. Before, if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio London, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Online, thanks for your company. We're just going into the dying embers of the game here, a game that's destined to end in a draw, but a draw that will suit Sussex and cement their promotion to Division 1 of the County Championship. Stoneman in again. Oh, well, he runs straight through the crease, does Mark Stoneman, and umpire signals that's a dead ball. And just while we're finishing off this over from Stoneman, he's back to his mark already. Comes into bowl to John Simpson, and Simpson plays the ball down the ground. Too long on, they've taken one, they'll settle for a single. He made no effort particularly to run that first run quickly, John Simpson. He goes to 86, 457 for 4. And just a massive thank you, actually, to everybody who has sent in emails, texts, tweets, cakes, biscuits, wine throughout the season. It's been absolutely fabulous. So someone's waving to you down
Ethan
here.
Bamber.
So thank you to everybody who's contributed to our commentaries. It's been very special. In comes Stoneman, bowls to Coles. He plays onto the leg side, and there is no run. Ethan Bamber applauds down below us, having given the thumbs up to Kevin Hand. And he looks a bit, he's
the end of his Middlesex career.
Yeah, he's mock crying, is
It's
Ethan
the end of his
Bamber.
Middlesex career. He's off to Warwickshire, isn't he? These are the last moments of his Middlesex career.
In comes Stoneman, plays into the onside, and there is no run. So the clock ticks round to 16 minutes past 4. I just wonder whether John Simpson's out there thinking, I'm not... Because in reality, the last hour or so has... Middlesex haven't bowled their front line bowlers, let's be honest. In comes Stoneman, bowls to Coles, and Stoneman fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. They have a little bit of a joke, Mark Stoneman and John Simpson. So end of the over, 457 for 4. We could just have another 4 minutes of the season to go. We shall see. The players having a little natter. James Coles, I think, wants a drink or something brought out. But they say the game is drifting towards a draw very quickly.
Will you be live streaming the trophy lift, Adrian?
Well, the camera here we don't think will show onto where the trophy is going to be lifted. So we're going to leave the effects mic on. So people should be able to hear what's going on, and I think we're all going to wander over.
Use your imagination.
And stand by the presentation so we can see it being lifted. Now a towel is being brought on and some gloves. These are probably some instructions, I would imagine, about how long you've got or how long do you want to carry on for.
They
to
can
be honest,
live stream it on Instagram, can't they, for all the Sussex fans that want to watch?
Joe, I've got no idea. I mean, it obviously goes on. I don't know how they're going to do it, but I'm sure there'll be lots of.
You could hold the camera and
pictures.
commentate while doing it.
Yeah. I know we have to multitask in this job, don't we? We're having a drink. Let's have a quick look just at the...
I'll be your agent, Harmsy. I'll negotiate with Sussex for you to commentate on it. Someone will hold the camera, you commentate. 10%? 20%? I'll take 20%. I'll negotiate the fee for you.
Just to say, Australia 133 for 2 in 18 overs down at Bristol. In Australia needing 310 to win, so they need 177 in 32 overs. He was meant to absolutely hose it down this afternoon in Bristol, but looks like it hasn't.
And here as well, we thought we'd be on the motorway.
Yeah, we did. Well, we did think it might rain. I think it's going to rain here later. There's a weather warning, I think, for rain later.
Get that trophy. What are they waiting half an hour for the trophy presentation for? Get it done.
John Simpson is on strike. He's going to face Jack Davies. He needs 14 for his 100. This could be interesting.
Yeah, he's around the wicket, Davies, and Simpson backs up and strokes a single down to long on. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want to get out to Davies, is the other thing. The man who replaced him, bowling spin. Did I ever see John Simpson bowl? I think I did. I think I did see him bowl once in a situation like this.
Right.
But David Nash years ago against Sussex, actually. It was a famous game, or infamous indeed from a Middlesex perspective, but I say infamous, probably a bit harsh, but the Walkers ground, Southgate, Grizzly Adams negotiating some declaration bowling with Scott Styrus, who said he'd never been involved in a negotiation to set up a victory before, and he got completely done by Chris Adams, who negotiated very good terms. David Nash and co setting up the pudding bowling as here's Davies bowls, and this is defended by Coles at the inside edge. Ricochets around, but he manages to get his feet into position to make sure it's not going behind him. But yeah, that was quite an afternoon watching. That was around the time when they said that the bowling, even in the instance of a declaration being imminent, still has to be of a certain standard and a certain level. You can't just be tossing it up for somebody to hit it. Cricket had to maintain some sort of level of standard, although I'm not quite sure that comes to pass really. As his Davies, he's in, bowls. This is pushed down to long on. 459 for 4 as Coles gets the single and Simpson's on to strike. That had to be pretty close to chucking that one, didn't it? It was a chuck? That was a chuck.
And they are shaking hands.
It's 20 past 4.
So there we are. The players are shaking hands. Sussex 459 for 4. James Coles 132 not out. John Simpson 87 not out. It's the end of the season here at Hove, and what a wonderful season it's been for Sussex. Promoted back to Division 1 of the County Championship. And not just promoted, but promoted back as champions as well. They've won 8 of their 14 matches. Handshakes out in the middle, and how fitting that John Simpson is out there at the end of the match. The Sussex skipper with 5 centuries to his name this season. He's led from the front, and he'll be walking off with James Coles. The players shaking hands. I can see the Sussex players gathering at the top of the balcony away to our left-hand side. There say handshakes all round. John Simpson will know these Middlesex players so well, having spent so many years at Lords, but he's in the Sussex shirt these days, and what a season it's been for him. He starts to make his way off, and let's just listen to the applause as John Simpson walks off the ground. He gives James Coles a pat on the back, and the players making their way cold afternoon at Hove. A season that began way back on the 5th of April when Sussex played Northamptonshire here has ended with Sussex winning Division 2 of the County Championship. Great applause for John Simpson, who very sportingly allows James Coles to go up the steps first, the Centurion. The Sussex players and backroom staff make their way down the pavilion steps. Everybody shaking hands. Well done Middlesex, because it's been a tough few days for them. They came into this game with hopes of maybe sneaking a promotion at the end, but as Kevin was saying, it was always going to be very, very difficult after the defeat against Gloucestershire. So there we are. We're all finished here at Hove. The players are making out. There will be a presentation shortly. I'm going to make my way over towards that presentation. We'll leave the effects microphone on so you can hear what's going on, and there will be some pictures hopefully on the screen as well. But to Kevin and Liam, thanks very much. Final word to you, Kevin, the end of another season. Always great fun, and let's hope for Middlesex can get themselves up into the First Division next season.
Well, exactly. I mean, that's going to be the hope, isn't it? Go one better next year, third this year, and try and go 2 better next year and be top spot. But they know where they went wrong this year. Middlesex, a couple of games cost them dear. Whether they just needed it, I think even when they went up 2 years ago, they felt they probably, they were still in a bit of a transition period and coming back down. I think the major disappointment would be that they only just slipped down last year and they've only just missed out on promotion this year. So as much as they still feel they're in a bit of a transition, and obviously Mark Stoneman bidding farewell to him, which is a sad day obviously because he's been very, very popular and he's done a great job for the batting lineup. in the last few years, helping to solidify matters up at the top of the order. He leaves a good legacy up there, but yeah, it's not really much of a change in regard, just nearly a coming of age perhaps for this side, where they've got to make that step up, which I'm sure that have learnt their lessons from this year.
Kevin, it's been great to see you. Winter well, and look forward to seeing you next season.
See winter well, everyone.
Yeah, totally. We'll have some T20 cricket to play Middlesex.
I'll have to come down. I'll have to just drive down for 4 days when I know when Middlesex have got a round off.
Always great to see you. Big thanks to Liam as well. We said always great to see Liam. Good luck, Liam, with everything you do. And thank you to you, the listeners, because without you, the listeners, this wouldn't happen. And we're very grateful for all your conversations. I know we get a lot of hits on the BBC website, and long may that continue.
Indeed.
Into next season. But for now, from myself, Adrian Harms, from Kevin, and from Liam, thanks very much for all your support and for listening. We're going to make our way over to the presentation. As I say, we'll leave the effects mic bubbling away so you can hear in the background what's going on here at home. But thank you very much, and a very good night. Hi Sophia, I don't know if you can hear.